what this represents in real life. This period was a time of great loneliness for the women, who searched in vain for the deep, connective bond they had once shared intimately and sexually with their partners. But no matter how hard they searched, the women could not find any men who were not gripped by the deep, hypnotic, and addictive spell of the
as well. Brilliant to see you here, Jose Antonio. Firstly, most importantly, how are you and what do you think we can expect in this race?
Yeah, thank you. Now I'm a little bit better with the hand. Today I think it's a special day because it's the last one here in Valencia, special track also, and I hope that the race will be maybe super fast at the beginning, and at the end I think we will be maybe fighting in the riders in the front, so we'll see. Almanza have a good pace, some riders have a good pace, so we'll see the race. I hope also that the teammates can make a good race for us and enjoy all together, especially also for everybody this race, for everyone, and enjoy as much as possible because it's the last one in the year, so I think it's
I'll see you tonight at the gala. Enjoy the race, Jose Antonio.
Thank you so much.
You know he expects a fast pace, he expects a big fight. If Jose Antonio Rueda was in this grid, he would be right in the thick of this battle for the final Grand Prix victory of the season. He will close out with 365 points. Of course, a great champion to do. He won the championship from the top step of the podium in Mandalika. One of 10 victories in what was an incredible 2025 for Rueda. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do in Moto2 next season. So for the final time, has been brought to orders here on the Moto3 grid in Valencia. It's a Leopard Honda 1-2. I don't really want to put the mockers on Andrew Fernandez, but in our 13 previous Moto3 Grand Prix, only 2 have been won from pole position. Roy Martin back in 2017, Ethan Guevara in 2020. So wins from pole position here in Valencia have been few and far between. Green flag has cleared, and about the final race day about to get away here in Valencia. Lights up.
KTM's of Pini and O'Gorman, as we see Jesus Rios and O'Gorman there, taking a long way around turn 6.
Well, we always get the end of day fireworks here in Valencia, through the way to end 2025. We're already getting the early morning fireworks here, delivered once again by the Moto3 pack from pole then. It's Fernandez that leads as we come into the tight infield. Second, that's Ogden. Ogden has gone down to his knees. He's not going to be celebrating a renewal of his 26 contract with CIP Green Power Honda. Ogden's down on the exit of 8 on lap 1.
Ricardo going side by side in the background as they get jumped off the road. So those yellows out behind this group as the Leopards go side by side, and Kelas is trying to take the bump, and that is brave in the extreme. With Carpe trying to go right around the outside. He's going to try and now sweep across the front for Kelas to take that second place. Who's come out the lead of it? We're going to find out very shortly as they're now side by side onto the home straight. It's Kelas in second. Carpe actually lost out back to 4.
Carpe's got a real good first lap though. He's up to the highest second on that one. Al Mansell, who Jose Antonio Rueda said pre-Grand Prix has had great race pace all weekend. Well, that's Lanetta now dive-bombing Carpe on the brakes in Chile first corner. Carpe's been right to the heart of some big melees already on the second lap of this Grand Prix. He's getting passed as well by Morelli now on the inside. So as aggressive as he was on lap 1, he's going a little bit the wrong way at the moment with Carpe. Try and do something out with Morelli. Gurney battle this.
Pini and Kelas are going side by side. Crucial move that for Kelas because there was a little bit of a gap opening up to the group ahead of him. Where Kelas is at the moment in 3rd place, then Kelas would need to be up in 8th place. He's currently 9th.
Nobody made more forward progress on that first lap than Pini, up 7 places from 17th to 10th, going the opposite way were 2 Italians, Neffa 7th to 14th, and Foggi is down in 20th place now. Not exactly a great final hurrah in Moto3 as far as the Italian is concerned. On board with Carpe then, out of turn 8 we go. But be careful now as you go through 9 and particular 10. First of all, with rare right-hander here, it's one of 5 right-handers as Carpe once again goes through on Pini.
Peroni actually up the inside of Morelli, that's for 6th place. Carpe is just up ahead of them and ahead of Lanetta in 4th. The Leopard Hondas, they're trying to use their clear pace that we've seen through the race weekend. They just want some empty road ahead of them, some clear laps so they can set their pace and try and split this group up.
Oh, that's a bit of friendly fire between the 2 Leopard Hondas.
Yeah, not great team
and
there,
Kelas down the hill is going to take full advantage of that. Yeah, this is not what Leopard Honda management were wanting to see at all, was it? It was Almanza that came off by far the worst. He got a right old bloody nose to Almanza. He was briefly in the lead and he's now been punted back to 8th place, quite literally punted back.
I'm not sure me and Drag Couture, Christian Lundberg and company will have enjoyed that one too much. This is what I was saying, how they could just set their own pace. They ended up giving each other an uppercut into the final corner, as Morelli now on the inside, taking that place back then from Peroni. And Almanza now reversing back to the order. They're fighting for 5th now.
Ronnie loves that move into turn 2. He's been so strong in that tight left-hander. Kelas now charging onto the rear tyre of Fernandez, looking for back-to-back victories. Is the rookie, and what's already been an incredible debut season. This would be potentially a 4th win of the season for Kelas. Furasato now through on Peroni. He's starting to make forward progress. Furasato into the top 6. There he is on the 72 bike.
Kelas still stuck up behind Almanza, still running in 9th place. It's not an urgent situation for him at the moment because the lead group has now come to team back up together because the Leopard Hondas were too busy squabbling amongst themselves. So at the moment, it's not an urgent situation, but Kelas can't afford to get stuck down the field too often, particularly with Kelas up in 2nd place and looking strong.
Further down at the moment, back in the point scoring places are Nessa 13th, Ricardo 14th, and O'Gorman in 15th place. Here is your lead group then. on that last lap fastest that was set by Fernandez. Kelas goes close onto that inside line there. At your picture here, Kelas might be attacking down the hill on Fernandez into the brakes. No, not quite close enough, but it is still Fernandez, and as they start picking up some serious slipstream down this just under 900 metres start finish straight. Look at Pini there, trying to get himself into position to pick up some slipstream. He's arguably the tallest rider. Joel Kelso's gone down early on in this final Grand Prix of the season. Top of finish 2025 for Kelso there.
That was Pini passing for Keras into the final quarter. So Keras is now back to 10th place. Kelso has now rejoined the race after crashing at the final corner, but he's way out of contention. Morelli once again with that attack into turn 2. Morelli now up into 4th place ahead of Carpe.
There is Kelso then, who was outside the top 10 when he crashed. Turn 2 is Morelli territory in this Grand Prix. On board with Kelso. And that's the classic final corner front end washout, isn't it? From Kelso, just chucking a bit too much weight over the front end of that KTM. Down the road he goes, quickest rider on circuit. We've talked about him, what a manage he's going to be for Asato. First rider in this Grand Prix until he won 37.
Morelli's just been attacking Lunetta. He's trying to get himself onto the podium. We haven't seen an M-Lab Honda in a podium position before, have we? But Morelli could be about to change that. He is another exceptional talent that's been picked up by the Aspar team for next year.
One Argentine on a podium in Moto3 this year in Perone. We might get two with Morelli charging towards this lead battle. Lead group over the line was split by a second. That was from Fernandez down to Almanza, who of course got pushed back to that 8th place, 3 or 4 laps to go. By Fernandez, he's not really recovered any of that lost ground. Fernandez is really good, isn't he, going down the hill in this final corner. Kelas threatening a move as they drop down into 40, but just can't quite make the move or make it a clean attack. Very hard to overtake around this tight, compact Valencia circuit. Second Bagnighton yesterday, it's hard to make a move without getting contact as Almanza used some of that famed Leopard Honda power to blitz through on the rally. Almanza then back up into 4th place. He gained 4 places on that lap, although he goes to the car park on the exit of 1.
You don't want to be on the outside there because someone's surely going to pile up the inside of you. Once again, it's Morelli, who spent every turn 2 so far in this Grand Prix overtaking someone. I think that's the 2nd lap in a row now. He's been side by side with Carpe through there. They are now 5th and 6th with Almanza whistling past the pair of them on the main straight.
So this lead group then back to Rios in 11th place, 1.6 seconds it was, covering the top 11 over the line. Fernandez has done so much in the early front running here. So Rios picture taken 13 further back from O'Gorman. Just see Rios at the back of this group, he's tagged right under the rear tyre of the Kelas.
It looked like Keras was actually defending for Rios into turn 6. You saw them coming to the back of the picture. Reminder, it's 8 points between Keras and Kelas, the 2nd overall, the runner-up spot in the World Championship. So if Max Kelas is in 2nd place, Keras must finish 4th or higher to ensure that he holds on to 2nd overall.
Fernandez has not done much front running so far in 2025. He led in Termas, he led in Mandalika, only the 3rd Grand Prix of the campaign that he's been at the front, and at the front for this period of time. He only led 1 lap in the Argentina Grand Prix. It's Kelas. Oh, that was close. That was really close. It looks like, doesn't it, that through 13, Kelas has got the better corner speed and the better confidence, but on the brakes down the hill, it's Fernandez that has the advantage. Now Morelli might get followed up, and Purasato and Carpe both pick up some slipstream behind the 95. There is Lunetta in 3rd place, quickest rider on circuit once again. He's the only rider that's been able to do more than 1:37 so far in this Grand Prix. Purasato now down to a 1:37.878. The only other rider in the 37 is another Honda rider. It's Almanza.
Pini also setting his personal best. Now in 8th on a 38.0, so he's also setting pretty competitive lap times at the moment. He's battling with Keras and Peroni at the back of this straight. You'll just see them coming into the picture, just at the back of the picture. They've also passed Peroni on that last lap. Wasn't a good 5th lap of 20 for Valentin Peroni, who dropped back to 10th.
Keras, at the moment, is going to be a big man 2nd place in the championship. You get an indication of just how tall and lanky he is. You can just see him manhandling and crawling all over the bike as he's on the exit when he's at lean angles. Then as he comes onto a straight, he has to be so aggressive with the transition and body position. It's going to be really interesting to get another rear shot of him coming out of that final corner, because it just shows how much work he's having to do. Now then, Kelas once again shows Fernandez his front wheel. That's going through 11. They'll start climbing up the hill now through the right-hander of 12. We're looking back to the Netta in third place at the moment. The top Honda on the 58.
Fernandez on the Honda, favouring those wide and sweeping lines, which sometimes gives the impression that Kelas is having a go at the inside of it, but it's just a variety of lines that we see between KTM and Honda. That's KTM on KTM, Carpe versus Pini, two of our imprinted rookies in 2025.
It's like Pini's riding a horse, he's like a jockey on top of that KTM. That was brilliant. Thanks very much to our production guys, because that was perfect just to see Pini getting himself into position to try and attack in a slipstream and more crucially perhaps defend himself, because he's one of the tallest and heaviest riders in this Moto3 race. He was the final furlong of the Grand National there, wasn't it, as far as Pini's concerned. Still Fernandez leads. Lunetta though has got through on Kelas. How crucial could that be? It's the first time that Kelas has not been directly behind Fernandez's rear tyre for a good few laps.
Although a third would still be enough. He's not intent on taking third though. That would be enough though to finish as the championship runner-up. In Kelas is as low as 9th place, where he currently sits. So it's Honda, KTM, Honda inside your top 6. I have to say I'm fascinated to see what might happen when the 22 that we're looking at of Almanza, if he gets back up with Fernandez again.
Liking the look of Furasato once again here, looking a real threat, isn't he, in this lead group. Keep an eye on the Honda Team Asia rider. Back-to-back podiums for the first time in his Grand Prix career in Sepang and Portimao. Breaking his winning duck in Sepang. He comes into Kelas. That is lovely. That was really aggressive and fancying a piece of the Netta as well there going into 11 was Almanza. The door gets slammed in front of him though, but that's aggressive, isn't it, from Kelas? We know that he's a hard charger. Back up in a second.
Well, we heard from him on the grid with Jack Lunetta, one of the most polite young chaps you'll ever meet, but he won't be taking that one flying down. Neither is Carpe, who seems to favour that move into the final corner, doesn't he? Pirelli, who takes the turn 2 move, he's going to need that shortly to try and take that place back again. Carpe back into the top 6.
Carpe can't half turn that KTM really well in that final corner. He's diving on the inside of the Honda as Furasato then went some slipstream, fired his way through on Lunetta. As mentioned, this is looking like a real big threat as Almanza once again goes really wide on the outside of one. So Furasato for the first time in this Grand Prix has moved into the podium places.
This is another one for Almanza. This is deja vu. Not this time through Andrew Fernandez punting him wide, but after doing all that hard work to get himself up into 3rd place, he's now plummeted back to 7th again. He's got all the hard work to do again, Almanza. He's back with Pirelli and Kelas at the tail of this group.
Scrappy at times this Grand Prix, hasn't it, as far as Almanza's concerned. We know that he's got race-winning pace, he's got winning potential in this Valencia Grand Prix, but he's going to have to cut out some of these errors if he's going to pose a big threat late on. He can't shake up at the moment Pirelli and Kelas. It's been a break in what was the lead group of 11. Kelas has once again just put in his best up at the Grand Prix as he goes on the inside of Honda and Pirelli. The KTM's just turning better at the moment than running Honda. That's obvious. He's been picked off by Kelas and by, it was the Carpe, wasn't it, a couple of laps ago?
And it's a bit of an education, I guess, this for Pirelli before he becomes a regular on this grid next season when he'll be on an Aspar KTM at the moment on an M-Lab Honda. Yeah, the riders dropped to this group now. Peroni and Rios, 10th and 11th. They're now over a second adrift of the Kelas, who's at the back of the train.
Phil Kelso is still circulating in this Grand Prix. Scott Ogden is our only DNF at the moment after his first lap crash. Kelso, though, is miles behind, as you'd expect, 7.5 seconds behind a fellow Commonwealth star Cormac Buchanan at the back of the field. Fernandez then, who has done so much of the leading here, is Furasato now, finding a 137.775. Furasato's the more 37 than anybody else in this Grand Prix. Furasato's up for this. He's got so much confidence with those back-to-back podiums, looking to end 2025 on a high, looking for just Honda's second victory of the season. The only other one was delivered by Furasato. Fernandez, though, at least still for Leopard Honda. Kelas there in second. Lunetta looking still strong in 4th. Carpe's got himself into the high 37s as well, and 37.9. Max by Pini directly behind him in 6th.
Furasato won't get frightened or shy with the finish line of victory. It's like Willie, having now claimed that maiden victory in Sepang. So many times he came awfully close and narrowly missed out on a maiden victory until that all changed in Sepang. 2 races go. So Furasato, a genuine threat here, now running in 3rd place. And Kelas at the moment looking like the only real shot that KTM have of winning this race.
Fernandez is trying to crack the whip though. He stood at a 38 flat himself on that last lap. It was a PB lap from Fernandez. Still though, quite bizarrely leading this Grand Prix, the only rider in the lead group that's not found a 37. There is Pini, as you can see, trying to find a way through on the 83 bike of Carpe. Will it be close maybe to make a move down there on the brakes into the final corner? No, Carpe just too good. A bit of a gap though, isn't it, now emerging rather concerningly for Al Mansa there, who's in danger of getting detached from this league group. He's now going to miss out on some slipstream.
It's concerning for Kelas too, because he's the wrong side of this split. He's behind Almanza, doing a 38.0, but the leaders are doing 37.9. Fernandez is now into the 37th. Fastest rider on that last lap was Tormo once again, on a 37.831, and he's gradually creating a split which Kelas is on the wrong side of.
Yeah, he's dropping the hammer here a little bit, isn't he, Fernandez? He's been getting increasingly and gradually faster over these last 2 or 3 laps, just trying to, and it's working, stretch out this lead group. Here is Fernandez then, into 4 we go. Kelas, Tomasato, Lanetta, Carpe, Pini, Almanza, Kelas, Morelli, Perrone, your top 10, although Perrone has been well and truly dropped away from this lead group. He's in danger actually being in the 39 if he's not careful very soon, Perrone. Points for Rios, Netta, Cruz, Uriarte and O'Gorman as it stands at the moment.
Wilson's actually just picked his way into the points. You might have just seen him right at the back of the picture. He's in that battle. Cruz, O'Gorman and Uriarte. Looks set to be Wilson's farewell for now from the Moto3 World Championship as a full-time entry. Of course, his place in the secondary squad being taken by the young Federico Salmela next year.
Kelas has been really strong, hasn't he, in this turn 11 right hand. A bit of a twitch there as he got on the gas with some lean angle. Doesn't have to be careful. Doesn't want to burn up the tyres too much in this lead group. But looking back then to Furusato, Almanza from the Kelas, they're going to have to try and get on with it pretty quickly. Almanza's almost 7/10 of a second now behind Pini in 6th place. He is dragging the Kelas along with him. It looks like Morelli's running out of speed in terms of the podium battle after he was in that top 3 briefly early on the 95. But the problem is, because of drift in the slipstream, you're not getting dragged along down this near 1,000 metre start finish straight. Losing time big time, aren't you? As Furusato thought he might just be able to fling it on the inside of Kelas there into turn 1. Kelas though just drops the crossing road. Out wide once again on the exit of turn 1 goes Almanza.
It's his line, doesn't it? He and Kelas are responding though. They dropped back into the 37th last time around. Kelas set his personal best lap of the Grand Prix, but he was less than a 10th quicker than Fernandez is going in the lead, so this is not going to be easy to drag back.
That's the best lap of the Grand Prix from Netta in 12th, 138.3. Immediately making more progress, because on that lap he was half a second quicker than Rios, directly ahead of him. Almanza with a bit of chatter, a bit of vibration as he really pushed hard on the front end of that Leopard Honda going through turn 6. Well, on the previous lap he was almost 7/10 behind Pini in 6th place, but as you can see he's jumped all back across now this lead group. What has the Kelas got as well? He hasn't been able to sort of go immediately with Almanza, but this is really good from Almanza. I suppose the only question is, having been dropped as low as 8th initially and then as low as 7th after another mistake just a couple of laps later, how much is Almanza having to use these Pirelli tyres to get himself back into this lead battle?
Almanza's choice is going to go all in here to try and claim they made a victory, which certainly not thank his teammate for. The route he's had to take to it, that's what he achieves, because Fernandez, with his aggression earlier on, has really, I guess, created a lot of that hardware that Almanza has had to put in this Grand Prix. We're completing lap 11 of 20, so we now have 9 laps to go in this Grand Prix, and we are still doing low 38 split substitutes. Almanza did a 37.8 on that last lap to close the gap, but for Kelas at 38.1, he's still stuck a second and a half off the lead.
Kelas and Furusato do look relatively comfortable, don't they, behind Fernandez. And now Furusato, he's seen enough of Kelas' rear tyre, not able though to just squeeze through on the inside at turn 2. Fernandez then the lead, his brother Raul wins in Moto3, Moto2, and this is of course the first time winner in MotoGP. Chasing down his first Grand Prix victory still is Fernandez. Surely it's been one of the races where he spent the most time at the front. Kelas and Furusato, he's still got the company. Lanetta looks like he might be just in danger of getting dropped from this top 3 battle.
Look, Kelas way wide into turn 1 this time around. And the way this race is looking, he's going to finish runner-up in the championship. He's going to need some help from some hungry Honda riders in this leading battle. We've got Fernandez, Furusato, Lanetta and Almanza all on Hondas in this leading group, all ahead of the Kelas, and he's going to need them to help him out if they're going to stop Kelas snatching that silver medal from him.
That's what 3/10 almost expected to on this current lap. Yeah, really might be in danger of getting a little bit cut adrift of Fernandez, Kelas and Furusato ahead of him. Looking at the riders behind the left, you think of Pini, Carpe and Almanza. They're going to have to try and find a way through quickly, aren't they, on Lunetta, because this top three are starting to make a key break as Kelas. Well, he got it hard. We've seen that so many times where he's flirted with contact on the rear tyre. Fernandez had to just release the brake, run offline. It's dirty offline here as well in Valencia. A gift there for Furusato. So the Japanese rider then moves up into second place. Lunetta has been picked off by Pini and Carpe. So yeah, as feared, Lunetta at the moment, this pace is a little bit too hot to handle. Almanza and Kelas, well, they're almost touching the perimeter fence on the outside. What they go so wide. Lunetta's trying to retaliate on Carpe as they go through too. That's a move he's finally made back through a 3.
But to put the flag out now, Kelas and Kelas will be level on points for second in the championship. Kelas though would take it because he's got 4 wins this season to Kelas' 3. Kelas though has now been given a track limits warning. If he gets along that penalty, then he can kiss goodbye to second in the championship.
Lovely move that by Carpe going through turn 5 on Lunetta. That was a real class move. Good battle that between those two. They don't want to be knocking lumps out of each other too much though, because it will be costing them crucial time. Fernandez. Well, we said that top 3 was trying and make a break. The reason why is Fernandez just finding his best out of the Grand Prix, the best of the race so far, at 37.742 as this personal duel between Carpe and Lunetta. This is 3 or 4 overtakes those two have made between themselves alone on this lap 13 of 20.
Second Sunday in a row we've seen Alvaro Carpe shaking his head. Last weekend it was Joel Esteban, who's not here this weekend. This time it's Ricardo Lunetta who's raising the ire of the 83.
Just as if that young man on screens there, Jose Antonio Rueda, was in this Grand Prix, he will be in this lead battle, no question. The Moto3 World Champion in 2025, watching on with great interest, as we all are, as we tick down the laps here in this final Moto3 battle of 2025. It is still Fernandez that leads. Kelas has looked in his best out of the Grand Prix so far, 137.944. The top 4 all in the 37s. Fair play here to Pini. He's really looking good late on in this battle for the podium. Carpe behind him at 38.1. Lunetta now over a second behind your leader Fernandez. Maybe left just taking a little bit too much out of his Pirelli rubber in the early stage to keep himself in this podium battle.
And Pirelli would certainly appear to have done that. He's now in the high 38, although still in a lonely and very impressive 9th place. So he's holding on to that moment. Pironi's plummeted now 3.5 seconds back from Pirelli. He's now in a battle with Nefer and Rios for the final place in the top 10.
So Fernandez, Furusato, a Honda 1-2 as it stands. We haven't said that very often in recent Moto3 history, have we? Trying to win a 21st Grand Prix in 22 this season for KTM. Here's Kelas. You know that he's going to be right in the mix. Come the checkered flag, come the final reckoning. As the top 3 close up once again as we power through turn 11. Then picks up O'Gorman once again, up through to the board for another point scoring finish. Look at that one, Pini. Pini made the most of the moves on lap 1, up from 17th to 10th. Now, of course, he's made 13 places in total in this Grand Prix. There he is, just out of your picture, dropping down through 40. In the slipstream then goes Furusato. Also going to pick up some slipstream behind him and Kelas. Carpe has come back through on Pini. In some battle, Zembatani has crashed out early. It's Carpe then now. A 137.715. The pace is not slacking off at all. In fact, it's getting hotter. It's getting faster. Carpe faster at the Grand Prix. 37.715.
Yeah, while Almanza and Kelas are doing pretty competitive lap times. 1:38. Furusato with half the tyre at the inside there, Fernandez, but loses any hope of taking the lead there. It's not a slow pace for Almanza and Kelas to do, but it is just not fast enough to stay with his leading 6. Carpe now through on Pini into 4th place. He will dearly want to end his rookie season with a first victory.
Yeah, those two just got to be careful there, not to disturb each other too much. They both got the pace to get themselves in this pony battle. It looks like it's just settled down a little bit now because they've just been able to say, let's just maybe just drop this off a little bit. Let's just end this first bobble because it carries on. Fernandez, Furusato and Kelas going to have an easy ride of it, aren't they, at the front? As it has settled down now between Carpe and Pini, you can just see immediately how much they've been able to close that gap down to the top 3. Lunetta then still in the top 6 to gap between him and Almanza though is up to a second or switch there for Pini, who's on the gas on the exit of 11.
So Andrew Fernandez, who hasn't won a Grand Prix, remind you, but he wouldn't believe it from the way he's doing the current leading on this Grand Prix, managing his pace, setting a very competitive pace and just whittling away the riders in this leading group. Kelas once again getting attacking into the final corner. This time though, he gets it successfully done. He's now up into second place, which piles further pressure on Kelas further back.
Sato's so good in the switching though as well. Can he try and dive to the inside line and attack Kelas on the brakes down on this long one into the first corner? He thought about it, as you can see he's there going back through the gearbox, trying to go around the outside of Kelas at the first corner. Fernandez goes defensive, not leaving anybody with a chance of sending it on the inside of his Leopard Honda into turn 2. Something down there, was it? Oh, that was the boot camera. It's caught me right out there. I thought somebody actually clashed our contention. Thankfully, nobody has gone down. Panamis boys over Almanza, Kelas and Morelli at further back. Fernandez and Adil still leads. Kelas with his best lap of the Grand Prix so far with a 1:37.9, just behind him in second.
Carpe and Pini are right in this. This is a genuine five-way fight for victory in this Grand Prix, the final race of the season. We've got Fernandez yet to win. Kelas, of course, has won 3 times already this season. Forosato, a solitary victory in Malaysia. Carpe and Pini, rookies, of course, in Moto3 this season, are each chasing their maiden victory.
Wide though there going into that turn 8. He already may be suffering with a bit of deterioration in that front Pironi rubber. Looked like he was a little bit offline and wide there as well as he sent it into turn 11. Stefano Neffer's worked his way up into the top 10. Coming from Neffer across a whole bunch of places early on in this Grand Prix. This time around, yellow flags are out in the second sector. Find out the cause of the lead group then drop down into this final corner. Fernandez it is that is still at the front of this Grand Prix. This will be some late heartache, some late pain for Fernandez if he gets bugged off late on here in this final Grand Prix, having led so much of it. Kelas, Forosato, Carpe at the moment, the main competition. A couple of mistakes on that lap that have dropped Pini back into he was back in the 38th, and he lost a couple of tenths there compared to Carpe ahead of him.
Carpe looks like the one with the late race pace here, though. He's still in the 37. He's the only rider now. He's still doing 1:37. Pini really does close up though onto braking for turn 2. He's clinging on to this leading group, but can't make any forward progress in it yet.
2 riders that are going to be bitterly disappointed, expecting much more from them. Almanza and Kelas having their own personal duel, a duel which we might have expected to have been in this lead group, but at the moment it's for 7th and 8th place, and they've been well cut adrift of this Grand Prix. Yet Almanza has to come back into the pit lane and see his teammate Leopard on the victorious for the first time. I think that's going to stick too well with Almanza after what happened early on when it was a Leopard 1-2, just as it was on the grid. We're on board then with Carpe. He's going to flick it left now through 9, through the right-hander of 10. Forosato directly ahead of see how much ground Carpe gains going through that high-speed right-hander of 10. Really good time to ride on board with Carpe just to see how strong he is in this infield section.
Well, Leopard points to that Fernandez and Almanza won't be teammates at the end of this Grand Prix any longer. Almanza is swapping places with Pini, who's in this group in 5th place. He will be taking that place, that Leopard Honda, for 2026.
It's 1 from 5 to close out 2025 on the top step of Moto3 podium, isn't it? You can just see there Luca Lunetta really has run out of steam, and he's run out of grip, it looks like, as well, on the 58 bike. Fernandez then with 3 laps remaining. At times we've had so many pulsating and nail-biting Moto3 battles this season. It looks like we're set for a grand stand finish here, doesn't it, in Valencia. Forosato's going to attack Kelas on the brakes into turn 2. Lovely move. Classic turn 2 move that from the Japanese rider. Forosato back into second.
And that once again hands second in the championship back over to Angel Kelas. Kelas is not going to get anywhere higher then unless there are crashes that may be sick. But even that wouldn't be enough if Kelas is in the top 2.
Short up to Brian Uriarte. He came over the line in 13th place, and he was comfortably clear of Cruz and O'Gorman. He's just been dropped back down to 50. Back with this lead group then, on board with Carpe. What can he do about Kelas now directly ahead of him? Had a few nibbles, didn't he, at Forosato without making it a successful move. Looking back now to Carpe, just over Carpe's shoulder. Out of view at the moment is Pini, who's still right in this victory battle. And Forosato looks like he's just a little bit wide. Cuts back to the apex though, going through 11.
Yeah, they want to now be positioning themselves. It's all about putting yourself in the ideal spot going on to that final lap. Do you want to be leading on to that final lap? Do you want to be second? Do you want to be third? You certainly don't want to be fourth or fifth. That's surely way too much work to do on the last lap of the Grand Prix. And Carpe recognises that, having a look at the inside there of Kelas. The rookies now third, fourth and fifth in this five-way fight for victory.
Runs a real tight line through that final left-hander does Carpe. That's able to make so many good moves down the hill into that final corner. Sato there now, looking for some slipstream, looking for the lead here later on in Valencia. Not close enough to attack Fernandez on these brakes down into that third corner. He made a move here on Kelas, did he, for second place. Here comes revenge though, it's payback immediately from Kelas. Anything you can do at turn 2, Tayo, I can do better, says Maximo.
And what they're all probably recognising is that you want to be ahead of Fernandez going into the final corner in the last lap. For a start, back ahead of Kelas for second place. But Fernandez so good in that final corner at the end of the lap that surely if he's leading into it, he'll lead over the line.
Anybody's guess who's going to be the 3 from 5 here, standing on the final podium of the campaign. On board once again with Carpe. Crucial now to get some drive grip out of turn 6. Through the King, the high-speed King of 7. On the brakes and now into turn 8 we go. That little battle there between Sato and Kelas just gave Fernandez a bit of a breather. His lead was up to almost a quarter of a second, which is about as big as a lead he's had throughout this Grand Prix.
Just out of picture, Pirelli gets a long lap penalty, must be for track limit. Kelas and Almanza have now both passed Lunetta, so Kelas runs 7th. As long as Kelas is not in the top 2, that is enough for Kelas to finish the runner-up.
Pirelli, of course, was right in the heart of this early lead battle. Track limits it is indeed that's going to put Pirelli in the long lap penalty. He's at the moment in 9th place. He might actually hang on to that 9th place of Kelas that goes through on Sato down the hill into that final corner. We are about to start. 2 to go here in Valencia. Over the line we go. The last lap of the 2025 Moto3 World Championship is underway. Take your pick from Fernandez, Kelas, Sato, Carpe and Pini for the last win of the season. Sato through on Kelas at turn 1.
Surely it's going to be full risk here for Sato. If you can have a look at the inside of Fernandez, who's able to brake so late. If anything, Sato is defending there from Kelas. Reminder, Kelas must be top 2 to overhaul for Kelas.
It was tight there as well between Pini and Carpe on the brakes going into that second corner. Kelas are going to have to deliver something very special here later on if he's going to close out a sensational 2025 with back-to-back victories. Fernandez has got brilliant exit. Superb drive coming out of 5ers. Through goes Carpe on Kelas. So at the moment, Max Kelas, not talking about the victory, he's been bumped off the podium, got the better driver than he on Carpe, coming out of 6th. He's able to get straight back through on 7th.
Looks like it's now Honda versus Honda for the final victory of the season. Pini's desperately trying to join the action in the back of the picture, but he's still stuck in 5th. Can Fernandez hold off Sato in this final sector for a maiden victory?
So far in this Grand Prix, Fernandez has not put a foot wrong. Fernandez has been absolute perfection. He has got what now? Just 3 corners remain. They climb up through turn 12. Kelas still trying to snatch this victory. Sato was he on the green there? I think Sato was on the green there on that left-hand kick as you climb up through 13. Sato's not close enough. Carpe goes a long way back and picks up Kelas. Kelas might even lose 4th place here, but it's surely going to be Adrian Fernandez who will power to the finish line, and Fernandez takes the final Grand Prix victory of 2025, the first win of his Grand Prix career. What a way for Last Moto3 bow out in 2025, a first-time winner in Adrian Fernandez. He takes the checkered flag, a 1/10 of a second clear of Tayo Sato, who did look like clearly he was on the green on that final lap going through 12 and 13. Carpe comes over the line in 3rd place. Pini is 4th. Kelas got really ducked up on that last lap, didn't he? Kelas then doesn't secure 2nd place in the World Championship, but Kelas finishes 6th. He got Almanza on the last lap. Top 10 for the Netta, Morelli, Rios, Peroni, Netta, O'Gorman, Danish and Cruces score points. A real late charge that by Danish, the Malaysian, to get himself up into the points scoring places. But it's Adrian Fernandez then, who finally, in his 86th Grand Prix start, just as his brother Raul has been in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP, we can finally say we have 2 Fernandez winners in Grand Prix as Adrian wins for the first time in Moto3.
from pole position. You can't say fairer than that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that Carpe move into the final corner. He went for the gap was there, and he secures a podium. Of course, we'll keep an eye on our time screen. Third might become second yet, with Furusato flirting with the green in the final couple of corners. Kelas, well, there was a Moto3 side gap on the inside. It's a gap that Kelas would have gone for, and in the end, he loses third place. As it stood, he wasn't going to take second in the championship anyway. He needed to be in the top two. So with only one place between Kelas and Kelas over the line, as Furusato does now receive a one-position drop for track limits on the last lap. Carpe takes second place. Kelas, though, takes second in the championship.
Cruising for Furusato. He will hang on to the podium. He will be classified then eventually in third place. So he does join Iwasaki and Ayagura, just the third Japanese rider in Moto3 to podium in 3 successive races. Great end to the season for Furusato. What a confidence boost that will be for him to take into 2026. There you can see, wasn't even close. Was not even close, was it? He was almost a foot on the green there. Let's go down though to get some Leopard on the reaction. Me and Brad Couture, as Fernandez said, a winner in Moto3 for the first time against Quarter Jan.
Mio, it's been a long season, a frustrating season, but it's finished with a victory. How much does this mean?
Yes, really, it was frustrating, especially for Adrian. He won the race in Indonesia and get penalty of 6 seconds after he was disqualified in Malaysia. I mean, it was not a good season for him, but he finished this one in very good manner. And for us also, we are very happy because since we are racing since 2015, every year we were winning at least one race, and now the last one is for us.
The streak continues. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, better late than never, I think it's fair to say, to continue that very, very impressive winning tally in the Moto3 World Championship. That was a real top-notch class ride, wasn't it, by Adrian Fernandez. To win for the first time from pole position. Superb way for him to round off 2025. He becomes that 7th different winner in the Moto3 World Championship. Some late show produced by Carpe as well. I'm sure that will be cheering up Antonio away, the biggest smile on Raider's face down in Replicate Mayo. Yeah, 5th place at the checker flag for Kelas. He's been so often this year the chief aggressor, but he was a victim of some aggression, wasn't he? Like, they're trying to cheer him up here, but you can just see that he's frustrated, he's upset with himself, angry that one, he lost the podium and lost a real strong opportunity with Kelas down in 6th place to maybe wrestle away that 2nd place in the World Championship. Well, finally, we've had to wait a long, long time, but in the same household, we've now got Raul and Andrew Fernandez, Grand Prix winners. Let's see if we'll speak bro, Raul and Jack.
Raul, how much does this mean? Adrian, a Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, I'm very happy for him, but I think it was a deja vu, because I got also my first Moto3 victory here, so yeah, very happy for him. He deserves finally your his dream, your the first Moto3 victory, so yeah, very happy for him, and this is just the beginning.
Thanks, Raul.
Andrew Fernandez will certainly hope this is just the beginning of the winning, because he has had to wait 86 Grand Prix for that first win. Raul had to wait 76 Grand Prix for his first MotoGP victory over in Phillip Island. Leopard on them for the 10th successive year in Moto3. The world champions that year, of course, weren't they, with Danny Kent right here in Valencia. Our winners, once again, absolutely brought it right. I mean, Carpe, Furusato, Pini, Kelas, Lunetta early on, all through everything, didn't they? And Fernandez, when he had answers, Alvaro Carpe ended his first full-time season in the Moto3 World Championship with eventually a 2nd place. He didn't come over the line, of course, in 3rd, but he's promoted to 1 place with Furusato. Now Dennis on to their board, who's been so much of 2025 injured. Local Kate Maya, Moto2 rider coming to join the celebrations.
Wanted that one, didn't he? Just asked his teammate David Almanza how much Andrew Fernandez wanted that, but he led the Grand Prix from near enough start to finish. Never led it by much, never looked like he was going to give that one up. A well-earned first Moto3 victory for Adrian Fernandez, who has been on the podium on 6 previous occasions, 2 which were second places. Finally gets over that final hurdle for a first Moto3 win.
Lovely shot there, as well as his brother Raul came down to park firmly to join in the celebrations. That'll be a nice little pick-me-up for Raul, won't it, going into the 27-lap MotoGP race later on this afternoon. 2 PM local time for our final Grand Prix of our final round. Tyre for Asato, 2 Hondas on the podium. So close, wasn't it, to being a 1-2. The second win of the season for Honda. Morelli then gets a 3-second time penalty, not complying with his long lap for exceeding track limits, and that drops him down from 9th to 12th in the final classification. Vitelli also track limits exceeding on the last lap, demoted in 1 position. Immaterial in terms of the points where places. Vitelli over the line in 8th. He's now classified 19th. That pushes Carraro up to 8th place.
And that wasn't enough. We actually required a video finish to determine who finished 7th in that race. And Almanza was split by a single thousandth of a second over the line. Just to put the cap on Almanza's day, he lost that photo finish and ends up 8th.
Yeah, one half of Leopard Honda are going to be absolutely ecstatic. They're going to be jubilant, aren't they? It's the Fernandez half as we start the celebrations. Honda, as far as David Almanza is concerned, so strong all weekend. Second on the grid. Looked like he had the strongest race pace really through Friday and Saturday. But there's no World Championship points and there's no trophies given on Fridays and Saturdays, and when it really mattered it was his teammate Fernandez that did the business. He produced the goods then to collect his first victory, coming just to 6th driver in 2025. Stand on the top step of the podium. Jose Antonio Rueda, Kelas, David Munoz, unfortunate, of course, who was presented by Adrian Fernandez in that controversial collision over in Mandalika, Kelas and Forasato. So, Tyre Forasato, what a finish in 2025. 3 successive podiums. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Tyre, what a way to finish the season. A hat-trick of podiums to get you fully prepared for the move to Moto2 next year. It was an intense race with Adrian leading the way for so long. At any moment, did you feel you could make a move on it?
Also, I was preparing for the lap. I mean, when I see last 5 laps, I was thinking to attack it, but you know, Maximo was too strong on the brake, and we fight a bit before behind Adrian, and Adrian was super pace. So, you know, I'm super happy for podium. I mean, my last race of my Moto3, so I'm really happy for that. But you know, I was really trying to win the race because I was thinking, okay, now I have to go. But today Adrian was so strong, and happy for the performance these 2 races, and my team is so nice. I mean, we've been 4 years, same people, and a little bit emotion, but thanks to all my team, and happy for that.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's some momentum in this take into 2026 as far as Forasato is concerned. That was the key moment then, wasn't conclusive with the naked eye, couldn't you, on that final lap that Forasato was on the green. He would have known it, we knew it, the team Asia knew it, everybody watching that Grand Prix knew it. Cost him the 2nd place, thankfully didn't cost him a podium. That's the podium number 9. Nice show of respect there between Forasato and Carpe. They delivered some showing out final Grand Prix. 2nd place then goes to Carpe, what's been a brilliant 2025. He's with Jack.
Alvaro, what a brilliant way to finish the season. You battled so hard in those closing laps, and I imagine this means an awful lot with Jose Antonio in your corner this weekend.
Yeah, it was brilliant to have him supporting me. First of all, I want to say thanks to all the people who come today, all the fans that they are here cheering, all the Spanish people. I want to dedicate the podium to them. And yeah, the race was very, very difficult because Adrian was pushing from the beginning. I thought Almanza also had the pace to lead the race, but he was struggling a little bit. But yeah, the group was a little bit of fight and fast. It was very difficult to manage. Very very difficult, but yeah, I want to say thanks to all my team because this season was incredible. All the team, my crew chief, my mechanics, all my family, they are here, all my friends that to come to the circuit to see me. So yeah, the podium is to them. I want to send a kiss also to all the people who suffered a lot last year with the Dana, all the rains, and yeah, all the podium is for them.
Congratulations, great ride.
Thank you.
Said it on more than one occasion so far in 2025. Not just is he a top-class Grand Prix talent, he's a top-class character as well, isn't he? Alvaro Carpe. Mentioned he was really desperate to try and get a podium here after all the trauma of last season here in Valencia when we were unable to come for the season finale. It was some finale though here in 2025 Moto3. What a move that was by Carpe, down the hill on Kelas. By the end of the season with top fives in the last four. As mentioned, it's been a fantastic season for Red Bull KTM Io. You know, ended with 5 podium finishes. Certainly one to watch in one of the contenders surely for World Championship glory next season. Just acknowledging what are already very, very busy grandstands here in Valencia, but he has finally done it at the 86th attempt. We can say, Andy Fernandez is a Grand Prix winner. He's a Jack.
Adrian, the perfect way to finish the season with the perfect performance. How does it feel to finally be a Grand Prix winner?
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't have words. I remember my brother take the first victory here. For me, also for my family, for the team, it's very important this victory. Oh, it's amazing. I don't have words for saying thank you. I don't have words for saying
Huge congratulations.
thank you.
It's been a heck of an end to 2025, hasn't it, if you're part of the... put together around this Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Confirmation Fernandez's first victory of career. 6th rider to win 2025. First time win to earn this season for the likes of Selesai, Kelas and Munoz. Well, stick old Fernandez into that club as well.
History repeating itself from 2021 too, when away apart on the riders from their maiden victory on that day was coming on Ligas. On this day, it is Adrian Fernandez. He ensures that he ends the season as the top Honda rider in the World Championship. He overhauls Rosato for 7th place in the World Championship. That would have happened even if Rosato was not penalised on the final lap. Victory was enough for Adrian Fernandez to do that. Carpe's result, 2nd place in the does see him take 4th place in the World Championship. David Munoz, who of course we didn't see after his injury with Fernandez back in Tunisia. He holds on to 5th overall after Kelso crashed out today. He ends the
It'll be a very, very special podium, isn't it? For Adrian Fernandez coming to the top step of it for the first time. A few near misses in the past, 6 previous podium finishes in over 80 Grand Prix starts. It's a transformative winter as well, going into the off-season with the monkey off your back, the weight on the shoulders of being a Grand Prix winner. We'll certainly enjoy his winter break before we're back in action over in Thailand in early March. Fernandez then a first-time winner, Leopard Honda. Second in there, undefeated record in Moto3, they won at least 1 Grand Prix in 2015. Joining the podium to the race for his good buddy Alvaro Carpe, the Red Bull KTM Io, is Dennis Onju. Of course, brilliant Moto2 season up to a point where some of the serious left leg injury training where we haven't seen Dennis Onju for a good number of races. Martin gets racing, he's actually on a Boston Score chassis. Good to see him. I'm sure he's keeping a close eye on his good friend Tom Van Gasly. set to make his public debut in MotoGP here at the Tuesday test. But our final Moto3 action of 2025, it delivered on so many occasions, some of the best racing we've seen throughout the whole season. And the final Grand Prix certainly did not disappoint. And that first podium of the final day will be taken by Fernandez, Carpe and Selesai.
And the Ricardo said, scoring just below the podium a moment ago, Leopard extend their streak of taking victory in every Moto3 season that they've competed in. The rider they have to thank for that is Adrian Fernandez. The world champion looking on, and Adrian's older brother Raul looking on. There is something about this, Ricardo, Tormo circuit, isn't there? For the Fernandez family, 2020 and the European Grand Prix, Raul Fernandez took his maiden victory here 5 years on at the Grand Prix of Valencia. Third of younger brother Adrian. Constructor prize is accepted by the Leopard team. So congratulations to them. Third place, Sire for Ricardo. Eighth in the World Championship and out of the Moto3 winner, of course. He'll be in Moto2 next season with Honda Team Asia. Looking to perhaps make a tilt for the championship, and certainly that maiden win is a matter of time for Alvaro Carpe, who equals his career best second here today. Second on the opening day in Thailand, second on the final day in Valencia. It was a close second, but the leading round was the leader at the finish. The winner of the final Grand Prix of 2025 in Moto3. It's a maiden victory for Adrian Fernandez.
Moto3 ends with Adrian Fernandez then on the top step of the podium for Leopard Honda. A brilliant way to sign off their campaign as well for Alvaro Carpe and Tayo Furusato. The last Prosecco gets popped here then on with a brilliant Moto3 World Championship campaign. He was dominated by one rider, Jose Antonio Rueda. 10 victories for the Spanish rider. Most likely would have been more had he not suffered that injury over in Malaysia. That's going to taste super sweet, isn't it, for Adrian Fernandez? Congratulations go to him. Just a second win for Honda in 2025. KTM clearly the dominant force in Moto3 currently. For the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix, after coming on strong towards the back end of the season. Adrian Fernandez then your winner in Valencia.
It all came down to that final corner. Fernandez hanging on as Alvaro Carpe inherits second place after Furusato touched the green on the last lap. He held on to third though ahead of Guido Pini, and their passes on Max Kelas relegated him to fifth, which proved ultimately costly in their battle for a spot in the championship. Kelas sixth in the end from Lunetta and Almanza, who needed a video finish to split them. Rios gets to top 10 as he gets set for a full season with snipers next year. Peroni in 10th from Depo Morelli, O'Gorman, Dani and Adrian Cruzes, who took the final points from the IP. His teammate Scott Ogden, one of 2 retirements after he crashed on lap 1. Championship finishing like this. Jose Antonio Rueda the champion by 84 points. Angel Kelas with 6 today, and Kelas is 5th. He takes 2nd in the championship. Max Kelas 3rd overall and Rookie of the Year. Alvaro Carpe climbs a place to 4th on the final day with his 2nd place. Munoz, despite not taking part in the final 3 races of the season, he hangs on to 5th. Kelso 6th. Adrian Fernandez overhauls for Sato to be top Honda in 7th. Yuta Yamanaka, who we say hello to, currently live streaming on Instagram. He ended the season 9th ahead of Valentin Peroni. David Almanza 11th in the end, having been beaten on the line by Lunesta today. That cost him a top 10 finish in the World Championship. KTM Constructors champions, but they don't win the final Grand Prix of the season. Honda's 2nd win of the year takes them up to 308 points. Triple Crown was obviously complete a few rounds ago for KTM. Red Bull KTM IO team champions. Prince MT Helmets MSI 2nd ahead of Aspar, with Intact GP holding off Leopard for 4th. Let's have a look at the final Moto3 highlights of 2025. And a grid that was highlighted in the front by Honda riders, with 5 of them inside the top 7. So KTM on the front row was Kelas. He was going on the attack immediately. Marco Morelli also making his presence felt early on from the 2nd row of the grid. Kelas winning the battle on bravery on the brakes into turn 1 to snatch an early lead from Fernandez. David Almanza also got stuck in. Both Leopard Hondas fighting for podium spots. Alvaro Carpe, who wasn't exactly pleased with some of the moves on him last weekend in Portimao, was getting some pretty heavy punishment early on here too, as Leopard versus Leopard raged in the front. David Almanza coming out on the wrong edge of his battle there with Adrian Fernandez. Almanza in the battle for the lead again in this Grand Prix. 5 riders ultimately distanced themselves from the field. Sato leading the chase of Fernandez as he passed Kelas for 2nd. Kelas, though, who would have secured runner-up spot in the championship had he finished 2nd today, retook that place from Sato, which held going into the final lap before Sato passed him into turn 1. Angel Kelas ultimately finishing in 6th place, and with this move in the final corner by Carpe, which ultimately relegated Kelas back to 5th, that was enough for Kelas to hang on to 2nd in the World Championship, as Adrian Fernandez hang on to his maiden victory in Moto3. The season on the high for Leopard and Honda. One more World Champion to be crowned in 2025. That's in Moto2. The title decider is next.
World titles have been decided in Valencia today. We're number 21 with Diogo Moreira on the brink of Moto2 glory. A journey that started in Thailand ends at Ricardo Tormo circuit nearby Spain's 3rd largest city, with Valencia packed full of museums, historic buildings and long sandy beaches. Who is saying goodbye to 2025 on a high? It's time to race in MotoGP. World Championships have been decided in 2025. Marc Marquez, the MotoGP World Champion in Japan. Jose Antonio Rueda, the Moto3 World Champion over in Indonesia. But it has all come down to the final Grand Prix of the season to find out who will be our Moto2 World Champion in 2025. 29 times previously in history across the 250s and Moto2 classes. The championship has gone all the way down to the final Grand Prix, the 7th time here in Valencia that the battle has gone down to a tense and what we hope will be a dramatic final chapter of this 22-round campaign. It is very much advantage Diogo Moreira, who is on the brink of history here this afternoon at the Ricardo Tormo circuit. Since World Championship racing began all the way back in 1949, there has never been a rider from Brazil that has been able to lift a Grand Prix world title. Moreira already with one hand and 4 fingers on the trophy after his brilliant victory from pole position 7 days ago in Portimao sees him 24 points clear of Manu Gonzalez. It's very, very simple as far as the Spanish rider is concerned. If he has to have any hope, any prayer of wrestling the championship out of the grasp, out of the clutches of Moreira, he simply has to win at this 22-lap Moto2 battle coming up shortly. Our 2 title contenders then, Manu Gonzalez, the best qualifier of the pair, into 5th place, 4 places and 1 row ahead of Moreira. There'll be some tension, there'll be some nerves, there'll be some butterflies for the normally ice-cool Brazilian racing for the Italtrans race. Will he make the move to MotoGP in 2026? Will he make the move to MotoGP on Tuesday here in Valencia as the Moto2 World Champion? After 21 Grand Prix, after fighting on 5 continents and 18 countries, it all comes down to this. Moreira versus Gonzalez. That's the final question to be answered in 2025. Who will be our Moto2 World Champion? Well, he looks relaxed, nothing to lose. Zero pressure really on the shoulders of Gonzalez. Matt Burton, Lewis Delivery in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard down in the pit lane. Well, he's just going to go all in for the win, hasn't he? Manu Gonzalez with Jack on the grid.
Yeah, great of Manu to capture us on the grid ahead of this. The season, the championship beside Manu. What a season it's been. You know exactly what you've got to do. What's the plan?
Well, I have no words for today. Really, it's for now a dream day. We will fight with all we can, but I'm super emotional now and I push with all I have, with all my heart, until the end, until the last corner. I don't want to cry yet because we still have many work to do, 22 laps with full push. We will try to win, and if I win, I will be super satisfied.
Whatever happens, it's been an incredible season. Good luck, Manu.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he really has. Thanks very much, Jack. It's fair play to Manu Gonzalez for the grid, talking Jack down the grid in what's been the biggest day of his life. It feels like Moto2 in 2025 has really been a tale of 2 halves. The second half, it really has gone wrong, hasn't it, for Gonzalez? No podium in the last 7, no win in the last 12 since Mugello. A 39-point lead has become a 24-point deficit in the last 5 rounds alone, as far as Gonzalez is concerned. Moreira can become world champion, overturn the biggest point deficit in Moto2. 61 points behind Gonzalez he was after Le Mans. Augusto Fernandez as world champion in 2022, coming from 59 points back at one stage. It's all in the hands of Moreira. He is a massive favourite, having been so brilliant of late, wins in Mandalika and crucially last time out in Portimao. This is his championship to lose.
Yeah, just to reiterate, as you saw on screen a moment ago, Diogo Moreira, if he finishes in the top 14 today, he's world champion. Even if Manu Gonzalez wins the race. Manu Gonzalez only path to the title today is by winning this Valencia Grand Prix and hoping that Moreira finishes 15th or lower. And winning this Grand Prix will not be easy for Manu Gonzalez, in part down to this man, Danny Holgado, who starts from a 4th pole position of the season.
Fantastic opening of lane. Danny Holgado, 6th Monroe in the last 10 with those 4 poles. Only title content Moreira and Gonzalez have had more. Alex Escreed is finding some fantastic late season form for forward factory team. He's 6th place on the grid, and he's with Jack.
Yeah, great start today, Alex, and your pace looks pretty competitive as well. It feels as though there's a real podium opportunity today.
Well, we'll see. Realistic, that's the objective, but it's not easy for sure. There are a lot of riders like strong as me or more, so we will fight for that. We are in home, that's a positive thing, so we'll push for the maximum and we'll enjoy the last one.
Good luck, have fun, you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Brilliant performance so far this weekend by the 21-year-old. Of course, born and bred right here in Valencia. Only the 2nd time in 47 Grand Prix as Green has qualified inside in the top 6th place. Your front row then for our season finale in Moto2 is completed by 20-year-old Australian Senna Agius. His 3rd front row of his Grand Prix start this for Aegis. Open to good as well. The previous front row starts never winning off the podium. Well, we're saying farewell to so many of our current Moto2 stars at the end of this 22 lap battle. One of them being Albert Arenas, former Moto3 world champion, 4th on the grid. As you can see, he's with Jack.
Yeah, and the helmet in front of me here has got a really nice...
And not easy to manage the emotions and the nerves, but I feel good. I'm really happy. I'm so fast and competitive. I will try to fight for everything during the race, and very happy to be with my family, my friends, and everyone, and yeah, just try to enjoy as much as I can and get a nice race.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jack. Thanks to the 28-year-old Spaniard Albert Arenas. Bookending his career, made his Grand Prix debut here in Valencia, all the way back in 2014 in Moto3. And his final Grand Prix will be here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit as he bows out, heads over to the World of Supersport in 2026.
Well, it's on to the... But Diogo Moreira's tactic just to get through lap 1 unscathed. He has plenty of Brazilian support here this weekend, and you feel if there is a way of Diogo Moreira coming unstuck and not getting the top 14 finish he needs, then the lap 1 battle through those first 2, 3, 4 corners is perhaps his biggest stumbling block.
4 podiums in the last 5. So crucial, so decisive in this championship battle. Moreira started to find some serious form just as Manu Gonzalez was struggling for form. Well, there are several riders who we're wishing farewell to today. Jake Dixon bound for World Superbikes in 2026, of course a 3-time winner already so far this year. But like I say, Jake joins Jack.
Jake, obviously not the ideal start today, but like we've said to a lot of riders, emotion tight for this one. How are you feeling ahead of it?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, I'm content. I'm content with that. Yesterday didn't go to plan. That's life. I have actually not bad pace, so it's just about being aggressive. But also staying out of trouble in the first few laps, and if we can break into the top 8, top 7, I'll be really happy from where I am. Have a good one. Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much to the 29-year-old Brit, a 7th-time winner in the Moto2 World Championship, top 10 overall in Moto2 history in terms of podium on 22 in season. Only once so in 2025 as he started the Grand Prix lower. That was a 20th place when he finished 20th at the Red Bull Ring over in Austria. Matt, very simple. Moreira, champion, who finished the race inside the top 14. Let's get some thoughts from Francesco Manzoni at Caltrans Racing.
Well, Francesco, this is it. 20...
strategy, you know, especially here along straight. We start from the inside, so I think we will go the inside. And then we see turn 2, turn 4, what's happening. I hope not. And then let the race go. Good luck. Thank you.
Comfortable as he gets, coming into a title decider.
Tokyo, Moreira looking to complete them.
The San Marino Grand Prix. Scott running back in 2013, one of the bigger points lead in the Moto2 World Championship. Gonzalez, I mean, so good, wasn't he? At the start of the campaign, there were wins in the season opening Thailand. Wins in Jerez, Le Mans, and in Mugello. Pedro Costa even said on Thursday when he was asked who he thought was going to be Moto2 World Champion this year. Of course, he went for the obvious pick, Moreira, but he said, like so many of us did do at the halfway stage of the season, it was hard to really see anybody toppling Gonzalez in 2025. He could, though, will be toppled in about 22 laps time. It's very, very simple, isn't it? Manu Gonzalez just simply has to pull the pin, get his head down and try and win this Valencia Grand Prix, and then hope that Diogo Moreira is 14th or lower, which you have to say.
Then they would finish the season level on points. Of course, Gonzalez would then have won his 5th race of the year to Moreira's 4 and would take it on a tie break. Every rider on the grid, by the way, top front, super top rear tyres.
So here we go then, the countdown to the biggest race of Diogo Moreira's life and his Grand Prix career. Johan Zarco's teammate at LCR Honda. We're looking forward to returning to Brazil in 2026. Round 2, I'm sure there's barely a fair ticket already. Diogo Moreira's rise to prominence. He only came into the Grand Prix paddock in 2022. 21 years of age, what a meteoric rise it will be for the Brazilian, who's been just 4 seasons. He's a Moto2 World Champion and heading to MotoGP. Manu Gonzalez then simply has to win this Valencia Grand Prix to have any hope really of winning the world title. He starts from the 5th place on the grid, 1 row behind him. Back at the 3rd row in 9th. History beckons here for Diogo Moreira. Never before has a Brazilian rider won a Grand Prix World Championship. Well, after 76 years, just 22 laps stand between Moreira and history.
22 Grand Prix this season, 10 different winners. We still don't know though who will be the one champion. We find out today. Daniel Ricardo starts from his 4th pole of the season ahead of Ivan Guevara, career best 2nd, and Senna 80th on the front row in 3rd. Alvaro Arenas is 172nd and final Grand Prix today from 4th ahead of Manu Gonzalez, who must win, and Alex Street, who's got nothing to lose from 6th, his best qualifying in 20 races. Colin Bayer searches for back-to-back podiums from 7th ahead of Dani Munoz and Diogo Moreira, who needs a top 14 finish. Chelsea Novietti 10th ahead of Ivan Ortola. Looks like the last Grand Prix here for MSI with Foster Scuro. Aaron Kinnett 12th, he's part of that three-way battle for 3rd in the World Championship, with Barry Falton who starts 14th behind Philip Salax. Tony Arbolino brings up a century of Moto2 starts from 15th ahead of Sergio Garcia, Jake Dixon and Marcos Ramirez alongside Lopez. 19th ahead of David Alonso, his worst qualifying for Renault. Vanton Gorberg, Navarro and G. Fernandez are the twos at Cooney and Garzo. Wildcarding for NTS, complete your grid for the final race of 2025.
Here we go then, warm-up lap underway. Diogo Moreira versus Manu Gonzalez. It's been the story for much of this year's Moto2 World Championship. Moto2 in 2025 has delivered some spectacular action, hasn't it? So many times we've in at the end of a Grand Prix day and say, well, Moto2 was the race that had us on the edge of our seats. It was the race that had us snoring the fingernails. There's going to be some chewed fingernails inside of Taltrans Racing right now, and in particular liquid molybdenol impact as well. It all comes down to this, the longest season in Grand Prix history. Title decider about to unfold in Moto2. 3 previous occasions when the Moto2 World Championship was decided right here in Valencia. It went the way of Stefan Bradl in 2011, it went the way of Ricardo, the Australian, in 2021, and it went the way most recently of Augusto Fernandez in 2022. Aside from Moreira and Gonzalez, there are 25 other riders to keep us occupied ahead of the 22 lap final Grand Prix in Valencia. Omen's good for Danny Holgado, Spanish rider that won the last 4 Moto2 Grand Prix here in Valencia. Martin, Raul Fernandez, Pedro Acosta, and most recently Fermin Aldeguer. Those 4, of course, have gone on to run successful MotoGP careers, haven't they? Starting his final Moto2 Grand Prix then, Shane Dixon. Special farewell message for the Mark Media's racing crew, for the 29-year-old Brit. Much like in your bow out as a 7-time Moto2 winner, a big ask for Dixon to get himself in victory contention, coming from down in 17th place, sandwiched in between the 2 Spaniards, Sergio Garcia and Marcos Ramirez with another rider who looks like he's heading over to World Supersport in 2026. On the final side then, in 2025, the Moto2 field comes to the grid. It is the Grand Prix of Valencia. It is the final showdown. It's the final round, the final reckoning as far as Moreira and Gonzalez are concerned. There's going to be so much tension, so much anticipation and expectation for Moreira and Gonzalez. The green flag that has cleared at the back, the title decider about to go the way here in Valencia. Lights out, we're racing in Moto2 here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit. It's a really good start from pole position by Holgado. Guevara got a real good launch anyway from the middle of the front row in second. In fact, it will be Guevara that will lead the field down into the first corner.
Moreira is safely through turn 1. He's just side by side there with Vietti and Discreet. I think he's up 1 place as Moreira safely through turn 1. Crucial moments now. He's on the outside though into turn 2. His rider's up the inside. Tense moments, but Moreira is safely through.
It's a bit of chaos. Further back, that's Barry Baltus. I think it's Barry Baltus.
Munoz, I think, who's down there as well. Yeah, it is Danny Munoz. Baltus, that's bad news if he's down, because of course he's in that 3-way battle for 3rd in the World Championship. It is Barry Baltus, so he's now going to be hoping that Canet and Dixon don't score many points.
You can just see how nervy, how tense Moreira was. He tipped it into that turn 2. He picked the bike almost up twice, just to make sure that he gave everybody on his inside ample room. That's the first potential danger point then, negotiated as far as Moreira is concerned. He's in 9th place there, and as you can see, it's currently under investigation from the stewards. The into that turn 2 from Munoz and Baltus.
He has gained at least 1 on the run down to turn 1, but as you mentioned, he was so cautious, didn't want to get anybody's way in turn 2. And the longer this race goes, the more the pack will spread out. Moreira can just find some empty space on track.
22 laps of Valencia, there's plenty of banana skins that could come the way of Moreira, the biggest one of all. That's Albert Terrena, so we're going to say goodbye to Moto2 with a podium. Up next at first, that 4th to 3rd.
Yeah, 12 ahead of Canet. Alex Discreet has been given a double long lap penalty. Was he the rider responsible for that incident into turn 2? Any hopes of the Ford rider finishing on the podium already gone?
Yeah, that's a nightmare to start then for Discreet. Valencian, Ford and Brett. Guevara then goes through turn 4. Right here we had a horrendous high side on day 1 here in Valencia. Really suffering throughout Friday and Saturday. Just started it for Discreet. And a double long lap. Apologies then to Alex Discreet. It is the jump start, which is going to get him through the long lap penalty route twice.
What a day to do that as well, when he had such good pace. Not like he had an opportunity to fight for the podium here today. He won't be doing that from there. So Manny Gonzalez still in the 5th place he started from, and it's so difficult to make those key overtakes around this circuit. The rider up ahead of him shouldn't be too much fun. That's Senna Aegis, of course, just up ahead of him in 4th.
Drama. We're going to be giving a close further down on Munoz and Baltus. You can just see how tempting Moreira was. It was actually Baltus. Yeah, Baltus it was.
Oh no, let me just Canet actually, wasn't it?
Canet, it was.
Canet, the other fast thing. So it was Baltas taken out ultimately by an incident caused by his teammate.
Yeah, Canet checks up, and he won that over the handlebars. As somersault forwards, goes poor old Barry Baltas, a disaster for the Belgian then to close out what's been a breakthrough 2025 for him.
And Alonso, as you saw there, was held up by that. The Aspar rider has to go around the outside. That's why David Alonso is now down in 23rd place.
Fastest rider on circuit. Impressive this by even Ortola, who's taking advantage of a bit of chaos and who's ahead of him. 11th on the grid was Ortola. He's up to 6th. He's the fastest rider on circuit with a 132.773. They might be spinning the Bosca score at the end of play today. Will be the MT Helmets MSI or maybe the Kelas next season, but Ortola's looking to end 2025 with a bit of a flourish.
Well, we wondered at the start of the Grand Prix, given the pace he showed in FP2 yesterday, whether Holgado was just going to clear off and have the front of the race all to himself as Gonzalez gets a little bit loose on the way out of 5. But Holgado and all was bottled up behind Ethan Guevara. And take it from us, that Bosca scorer with Guevara on board is not an easy rider or bike to pass, because we know how fast he is in a straight line.
Just build up his pace here now, get into his groove, can't he? Moreira, he can just watch. From Holgado. It's an all Spanish top 3 at the moment. Guevara, Holgado, Arenas. Arenas picking up his pace in 3rd. Those two is ages in 4th place. Those two doing high 32s.
Worth reiterating, Ethan Guevara is hurting here this weekend. He had 2 crashes on Friday morning, the first of which was on some track contamination here into 6th, and then he had a high side after the session resumed at turn 4, which left him with some contusion on the left side of his torso. So Guevara, gritting his teeth, I guess he's got the ultimate incentive to push through the pain, leading this race.
There is Moreira, then you can just see Moreira. If this was at the start of the season, by now he would have had a move or surely gone for a move on Salas far ahead of him, but at the moment just content. As you can just see up the road, Gonzalez is making no forward progress in 5th place. He's in a perfect position here, Ricky Moreira. One eye on his main championship rival. Oh, it's a bit of a 27, wasn't it? As he came out on the gas coming out of 11.
And Manu Gonzalez, 1 second off the race lead. Doesn't sound like much, but he's got 4 riders to clear first before he can think about piling some extra pressure on Diogo Moreira. I'm sure the team are keeping Moreira, if he's not aware himself, by looking up the road of just where Manu Gonzalez is in this race.
Yeah, the problem for Gonzalez is Valencia, so tight, so compact, just over 4 kilometres left, one of the hardest tracks to overtake on. As Ortola then on the outside, Gonzalez surely will hold this position because he's got the inside on Ortola, but this is a fight that Gonzalez does not need to be at. Brilliant this by Ortola, who we said was a rapid starter for his 11th on the grid, but one now, the rookie, as we mentioned, looking to end 2025 with a flourish, I think to P5.
And that just puts a further dent in any hopes Manu Gonzalez had of snatching this title away at the front. Aaron Canet has now been given a double long lap penalty, and we might have got this one right. I think that one will be down to what happened at the start of the race.
Canet was an early season type of contender, wasn't he? But he has faded dramatically out of contention. His podium in Van der Leeke, his only podium in the last 12, coming in to this Valencia Grand Prix. Just the 1 victory in 2025 for Canet, seeking a fresh challenge, fresh motivation and incentive in Alpha Media next year. So double long lap penalty coming the way of Canet.
Yeah, while Barry Baltas might be in quite a bit of pain right now after that crash that Canet caused, that does boost Baltas' hopes of taking 3rd place in the World Championship, because Canet does need, with Baltas out of the race, Canet needs to score 6 points. That's a top 10 finish. He's not going to be achieving that with a double long lap penalty and already P14.
A bit of friendly fire in that turn 2 this weekend. We saw Juan collect his Honda MotoGP teammate Luca Marini turned 2 in the sprint yesterday. 2 other teammates then thankfully from Fantic Racing in Moto2. Vietti and Dixon are starting to close up here, aren't they? On Moreira. Over the line we go. It's still Guevara at that lead. A couple of tenths clear he is of Holgado from pole. Arena still in 3rd place. The significant move on that last lap was made by Ortola, as we saw, pinching fifth away from Gonzalez.
How will Diogo Moreira play this then if Vietti and Dixon start getting a little bit close to him? Does he just say, this is not a fight I need to pick today, you guys can come on through and I'll just sit at the back of this train? There are yellow flags in the first sector, doesn't involve our title contenders. It's Sergio Garcia whose name is tumbling down the order, the Gresini rider out at his own Grand Prix.
Agents up into 3rd place, found their way through then onto the podium ahead of Albert Arenas. Mentioned before the Grand Prix, starts the front row. You almost put your mortgage, can't you, on Aegis, getting the job done and finish on the podium. And we're going to find out what's happened to Sergio Garcia, locking the front on the brakes down into turn 2. Such a common crash that here at Valencia. So Aegis has finally made his move for the podium, picks his way through on Arenas, although it looks like Arenas.
Yeah, he made a mistake, didn't he?
He made a mistake. Yeah, made a mistake going into turn 2. So a bit of a gift there for Aegis. He said thank you very much. And on what is his 50th Grand Prix start, another podium beckons for the Aussie.
Also lost Eric Fernandez, who is, I guess, in a roundabout way, the replacement for Garcia at MSI after he started the season with that team. Fernandez has also crashed out of this Grand Prix, so we've lost 2 Spaniards on this lap. Kelas has come through for the first of his long lap penalties, which has now dropped him out of the points.
Over to the line we go then. At the moment, Ethan Guevara not seeing anybody else in the rear tyre in this Grand Prix. Once again, that advantage just over 2 tenths of a second back to Holgado. Aegis in there in 3rd place. Just a bit of a gap emerging now between the 2 Spaniards at the front of this Grand Prix. Oh, Arenas out the seat there on the exit of turn 1. It's been getting a little bit messy this for Arenas. He made the mistake here at 2 on the last lap to allow Aegis through. And now Ortola's come through him as well, so Ortola up into 4th now.
Ortola probably fed up of seeing all these other rookies getting all the limelight this season. We've seen pictures for Holgado, for Alonso, podium finish for Bahrain last weekend in Portugal. Ivan Ortola on the MSI Boston Score. The last race will be saying that he wants some limelight too.
Well, Gonzalez got to make something happen here, hasn't he? Big time. At the moment, there's nothing really happening for the Spanish rider. Starting this Grand Prix in 5th place. He's now back in 6th. Chelsea over here. Let's call it fire. Keep getting that. Got to round 22 and he's still that blooming fire, the Vietti graphic, which still throws me. It is fire in 7th. It's Vietti in 10th place. This is Gonzalez and now working his way to the rear tyre of Arenas. Yeah, there is that little bit of a gap there now between Guevara, Holgado and Aegis. It's just under 7 tenths of a second.
Holgado will recognise by now that this is not going to be an easy single manoeuvre overtake on Ethan Guevara. Because as I mentioned, throughout the season, generally whenever you look at a Moto2 speed chart, it's generally Guevara who tops it. So it's not going to be an easy one for Holgado just to whistle past. We now start lap 8. Of 22, still just under 2 seconds covers the top 7, so it's not like Gonzalez is getting dropped in 6th place, but there are so many riders he has to try and clear before he can even think about putting some pressure on Moreira.
Only one rider on that last lap in the 32s, he goes by the name of Danny Holgado. Gonzalez gets through on the Reina. Just said he has to make something happen. He has got to try and produce something here, hasn't he, Manuel Gonzalez? So he's through on Arenas, back to where he started at P5. Holgado, as mentioned, is the only rider in the 32s. We know how good Holgado has been throughout the second half of his rookie season in terms of time management. At times this year he's not anything but a rookie, as is Holgado. Fighting for another win from that 4th pole position of the season. Guevara has got some big trouble brewing here.
As it stands, 20 points would separate the top 2 in the World Championship, but that's not going to be enough for the Manuel Gonzalez will be too pleased with. Remember, he lost 20, but he was disqualified from 2nd place in Indonesia. Moreira now under some big pressure from Vietti and Dixon, and as mentioned a few laps ago, is this one that he's just going to happily concede.
Vietti and Dixon, 2 of the most experienced riders in this Moto2 field. They know the significance, they know the gravity of the situation. They're not taking any silly risks, making any banzai moves to try and get through here on Moreira. Tentangrace as wildcarding for the MTX chassis, who's become our latest spoiler in this Grand Prix. So there is Moreira, Vietti and Dixon behind him. If he senses the move coming, Moreira, well, he'll give them the width of the Ricardo Ricardo Tormo circuit ready to find a way through. It's still Guevara then, as we kick off 8 laps of 22 here in this final Grand Prix that is fending off Holgado. Aegis third. Sensational ride this by Ortola, who's come from 4th row, has been 11th to 4. Manu Gonzalez has wrestled back that spin from Arenas. Back with Moreira. Gonzalez and Moreira are exactly where they started this deciding Grand Prix, 5th and 9th.
Aegis, Ortola and Gonzalez though are starting to come back at the lead pair, the two Spaniards, 28 and a 27. Guevara and Holgado, who lead this race, they did 33.2 and 33.3 respectively. 33.0s for the trio immediately behind them. So the top 5, which does include Manu Gonzalez, is now closing up again.
And on board with Moreira, going through the gearbox out of turn 6, through turn 7, which is more of a high-speed kick, isn't it? As Vietti closes up on the brakes, going into the turn 8, into the infield section we go. It's been a good ride, this hasn't it, as well, by Jake Dixon, starting way down the grid in 17th spot. Did some early aggressive work in the first couple of laps to get himself onto the brink of this top 10.
Wonder how much pace Danny Holgado really has here. I guess we'll find out if he's able to force a way through on Ethan Guevara, given that he's not under some obvious threat from behind. Even if Aegis is pretty close in that third place, it does give Holgado the luxury of being a little bit patient here and potentially waiting for Ethan Guevara just to fall off a bit of a cliff in terms of tyre performance. This is a situation that Guevara's used to in Moto3, not really in Moto2.
Aegis can't relax, can he, at all in this battle for third place. He's got 2 issues here, trying to work out how to get ahead of Guevara and Holgado, and how to fend up another Spaniard, Ortola directly behind him. There is Gonzalez then, at the moment, over the line, as we start to lap 10 of 22, starting to creep towards the halfway stage of this title decider. Gonzalez was 1.1 seconds behind your race leader, Ethan Guevara. You can see there in the background, Moreira has been seriously dropped by the Bias-Salach battle. He's 1.7 seconds now behind Salach. He's risking a reward ratio. Well, we know where that's sitting. There's massive reward coming here for Moreira, and he's not taking any risks, is he?
Big wheelie in the back of the picture there for Gonzalez, coming out of 6, which hasn't helped his quest to try and close down of the top 4. Guevara, as it stands, chasing a first Moto2 win. And we've got Ivan Ortola at the back of his leading quartet, chasing a first Moto2 podium here today.
Further down, after his 2 long laps for the jump start, Alex Escreed has worked his way back into the point scoring places. Just picked up Mario Aggi just outside of the top 10 are Dixon. Big gap then back to Tony Arbolino in 12. Alonso Lopez in 13th spot. Points for Ramirez and Escreed. As mentioned, there's Aegis trying to come from a long way back. That's not going to work out. Just letting Holgado though know that he's right there. Of course, 2 of about 5 first time winners already in 2025. Guevara trying to make his 6. Over the line we go then. 10 laps in the books as Ortola on the inside of Aegis. Aegis going to have to give this one up, is he? Trying to ride around the outside. Yeah, there was no way that was going to work out, that 4 of Aegis.
There's no track that it's monitoring through there, so even Ortola was pretty cross with that, because let's face it, Senna Aegis kept that third place by running straight off the road in the outside of turn 1.
Still holding on to that third place though. Good battle this into the future of Moto2 in safe hands, despite the departure of Moreira to MotoGP. Aegis and Ortola, 2 top talents, 3 of the top 10 youngest Moto2 podiums ever have come in 2025. You think of Gonzalez gone to the car park coming out of turn 6. This is just him getting a little bit desperate now. He's trying to make things work. He's trying to put that Calyx in places where he probably doesn't really want to be at the moment. Slides the rear tyres while coming out of turn 6. You can visibly see there, he's still getting a little bit vexed because how hard Gonzalez is trying to win this championship.
It's all rather immaterial for him at the moment, given that Moreira is still riding in a relatively comfortable 9th place. Might not look the most comfortable ride from there. That's how close Diogo Moreira came to dropping his Calyx, coming through what looks like turn 11. But Diogo Moreira stays on board and stays on course for the title.
Moreira, and most of Brazil's Haas just skipped a beat there, didn't they? What a moment that was for Diogo Moreira. Oh, dearie me. He's going to pull his heart out of his throat right now. Is the potential world champion. That was a real scary moment, wasn't it, for Moreira? Thankfully he is still upright and on 2 wheels. He is still in 9th place. Dixon finally found their way through onto the Sesi. So Dixon looking to end at Moto2 in style with a top 10, although Vietti, as you can see on the graphic, has just wrestled back at that P10.
This is it, this is a big battle that's going on, but they're doing high 33s now, which has dropped them over a second now behind Moreira. Dixon just launching it up the inside of Chilotino Vietti, a battle of two Boscoscuro riders, top two Boscoscuro riders in the World Championship. Dixon now into the top 10. As it stands though, that is not enough to lift him up from 6th place in the World Championship, even with the Fantasy riders not scoring.
So many times this season, the Boscoscuros have been either big hits or big misses, haven't they? Very hard to build any kind of consistent performance when you're on a Boscoscuro. The Grand Prix winner this year, both to James Dixon, but so many other very, very average results as the Boscoscuro shines at one circuit and then sort of vanishes out another. At the moment though, Boscoscuro is leading this Grand Prix here in Valencia. There's another one fighting for the podium as well. We could have two Boscoscuros on the box here. Guevara still leading, still at the front of this Grand Prix. He has not been better since the run down to turn 1 on lap 1.
Yeah, how crucial is that run to turn 1 also going to prove to be in this race, because Guevara's not made a single mistake yet leading this race, and it feels like that's what it might take here for Danny Holgado. We have 10 laps to go in this final Moto2 battle of the season, and Tortola once again on his Boscoscuro attacking Senna Atius, and Atius, whatever line takes in turn 1, is he going to hold that one this time?
An 8-time Moto3 winner was the Ethan Guevara, world champion in 2022 as Via goes on the inside of Arenas into turn 2. Lovely move that by the Dutch rider. Ethan Guevara's farewell to Moto3 as world champion in 2022 saw him win the Valencian Grand Prix. Looking to be a victor here in Valencia in 2 different categories. Doing a stellar job, he's doing a brilliant job at the front of this race, isn't he? At the moment, Holgado just not being able to get close enough to mount any kind of attack.
Well, many thought when Ethan Guevara cruised to the Moto3 title in that 2022 season that he was on the fast track to MotoGP eventually. Fair to say that that hasn't been the case since Guevara moved up to Moto2, but we shouldn't forget that he is within a Pramac team in Moto2, so if he can start stringing these results together next year, he might be on course for the GP in the future.
Just checking, I think there are still a few fingernails left inside that Italtrans racing garage. Not many as the packed garage of the Italian squad that looks up to the monitors just to check the progress at the moment. Moreira still in 9th place, exactly where he started this Grand Prix. No forward progress though, crucially, from Gonzalez, who started P5, still there in that 5th place. Directly ahead of him is his teammate Aegis, who's been picked up by Ortola. This has been a sensational ride by Ivan Ortola. 4th right on the grid, now through up into 3rd place, and he's the fastest rider on circuit. Fastest rider on circuit by a distance. He was about 2/10 quicker than Holgado. This could be a real big shot to close out 2025.
Look at Boscoscuro will say, hey, told you my bikes were good, even though this MSI team are getting rid of these Boscoscuros for next season. They're taking 2 Calexes for next season. So this is Ivan Ortola, class Grand Prix on a Boscoscuro. He might that's the win on it.
Yeah, the Ortola might be saying he wins this. Have we got the receipt for the Calex deal? Maybe we can do an exchange. Brilliant this by Ortola. We know he's a class rider. He was a 4 times winner in the Moto3 World Championship himself. 6 top 10 so far this season. He's certainly on course. Gonzalez makes a right hash of turn 6. He drops somehow back on circuit in front of Colin Via. But this, you can just see, he knows. Yeah. He knows that this championship.
He's pushing.
Again, power sliding that Pirelli rear tyre on the exit of turn 8. Just to see the moment, dropping back into the clutches of Via. There's going to be keeping Arenas and Salas interested as well.
Well, he is going down swinging. You can't say fairer than that for Manu Gonzalez, but it is clear that he does not have the pace today to win this Grand Prix. He needs to, because at this stage, once again, he likes up the rear tyre there on the change of direction from 12 to 13. A championship that he led from the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez up until, of course, Diogo Moreira snatched the championship lead when Gonzalez crashed into Pang. It looks like Gonzalez's challenge is just going to fall short.
7 podiums in the first 10 Grand Prix. He built up such a commanding early lead in the championship, but his form of the most pivotal part of the season has just completely evaporated. Here comes Colin Via now, sensing a move. Gonzalez had no momentum. He's completely burnt up that Pirelli rear tyre, it looks like at the moment. Trying to retaliate, fair play to him. Via just drops across his nose, they go through 3. Just a big wheel spin coming out of one, lost all of its drive and fire through on the brakes into two.
He's going to reverse back towards Moreira if he's not careful, because this is Arenas now running 7th, Salach 8th. They're the only two riders between Gonzalez and Moreira, and that will just make Diogo Moreira feel even calmer in these final 8 laps of this Grand Prix. It's Gonzalez, his new rider, immediately up ahead of him.
7th podium for the first 10 Grand Prix as mentioned, and now Arenas is going to try and get through Gonzalez. Got Moreira 3 podiums in those first 10 Grand Prix. He's got no rear grip at all, is he, Gonzalez? This now for him is not a race to try and win the World Championship, it's a race of survival now for Gonzalez. Fair play to Philip Salach, he's having a good strong ending to 2025 at the moment in 8th spot.
Guevara is looking very comfortable here at this stage. His lead is now up to 6/10 of a second over Danny Holgado. Is Holgado just saving himself for a last gasp attack, just trying to get himself a bit of a grip advantage, keep some extra rubber on his front tyres for the final 2 laps of this Grand Prix? To the moment, Guevara has some deep breathing space between himself and the 27. Here is the 27. If anything, he's under greater pressure from Ivan Ortola. We're going to have a box score of 1-2 shortly.
That high side out of turn 4 on Friday. Guevara almost sent himself to the moon. He's going to be over the moon if he wins this Moto2 battle here. It's in his hands. He has been absolutely superb. Just look at the advantage he's been able to build it over Holgado. Up to nearly 9/10 of a second. Holgado's suffering here, isn't he, later? Looks like he's hit his own brick wall in terms of Pirelli grip. And now Ortola.
He's the threat.
Ortola there. I thought the number 4 was going to go through into turn 4. Holgado just about resists.
Spending all of that time right up behind Ethan Guevara. Won't have helped the front tyre for Danny Holgado. Is it front or is it rear that he's struggling with? Whatever it is, Gonzalez loses another one. He's now behind Alvaro Arenas. Gonzalez back to 7th place, and once Philip Salach goes past, which surely will be a formality, the 2 title contenders will now be 8th and 9th. Salach goes through, and Gonzalez is now just 1 place ahead of Diogo Moreira.
It's all petering out here, isn't it, as far as Manu Gonzalez is concerned. Just see, he's fairly wheels in line on every acceleration point now around this Valencia circuit. And Diogo Moreira, well now he can clearly see Manu Gonzalez. He's only 1 place further ahead of him, and this is just absolute prime time for Moreira in that luxurious position where he knows he can just cruise, he can just ride around and enjoy these last 6 laps and a little bit more remaining here in Valencia because he's going to be Moto2 world champion.
And as it stands, the way it's going, Moreira's going to catch Manu Gonzalez in these final. Gonzalez is 34.7 now. He's a second and a quarter off the race leading pace. Moreira himself did a 34.2, so he's going half a second a lap quicker than Manu Gonzalez. At this rate, he will catch him in the final 2 laps.
Gonzalez went all in for the win. It was his only option. It was the only tactic that he could employ. But it's not going to be the win that he so badly needed and so badly craved. Can't believe what he can use the fluctuations between Moreira and Gonzalez between the first half and the second half of this year's World Championship. Manu Gonzalez, he really is fading out of contention. It looks like there might be a farewell top 6 in the offing here for Alvaro Arenas. Philip Salach, who had a real miserable experience on our flyway tour. Salach's first top 10 since the Balaton Park round in Hungary as he signs off with Mark BDS.
As it stands, Alvaro Arenas, he would lift himself up 2 places, 7th in the World Championship in his farewell, because David Alonso is still out of the points after getting delayed in that turn 2 on the first lap with the Fantic pair. And in the end, with Celestino Vietti down in 11th, that would see Arenas climb 2 places. That battle for 3rd in the World Championship, which of course involves the 2 Fantic riders, is still going in favour of Barry Baltus, with Connect still down in 17th.
This will be the final punch in the kisser, won't it, as far as Gonzalez is concerned. Losing the World Championship and then to be played on as well by Diogo Moreira. That will be really tough for him to swallow. Guevara then still leading. That gap's come down to just under 6/10 of a second. That's 2 laps in a row now, having built that buffer of up to 9/10 almost, where Holgado has been the faster rider of the top 2. Holgado, crucially as well, is just about dragging Ortola along with him. It looks like Ortola's going to be nailed on for his first Moto2 rostrum. He's 1.6 seconds clear of Aegis. Over at the line though, Manu Gonzalez is at 35. Gonzalez is at 35.5.
No problem. Yeah, he's now, luckily that's Dixon who's just gone through. Manu Gonzalez has got some sort of problem as he just completely ran out of rear grip. Hopefully that tyre hasn't started to laminate on Manu Gonzalez, but it looks as if the championship runner-up, as we can now call him, is dropping out of this Valencia Grand Prix.
Nothing but a reasonable experience for Manu. And as soon as Moreira passed him, there was the look down to the left-hand side of that Pirelli rear tyre. Well, as we mentioned, that's going to hurt. That's going to really sting for Manu Gonzalez. After the French Grand Prix in Le Mans, round 6, he was 61 points clear of Diogo Moreira in the championship. So many thoughts. Just shows, doesn't it? Never count your chickens too early. Gonzalez is going to be our Moto2 World Champion in 2025. He's had to deal with 2 crushing blows this year. He's going to lose the Moto2 World Championship. Of course, having taken the track out of Aprilia after that great start to his campaign in Aragon, everybody thought he was going to be world champion in Moto2 and move to MotoGP. Well, it's Moreira who's going to have that double honour.
Gonzalez is coming into the pit. You know, we can see him with a sarcastic clap there as he comes to the box. It's a shame to see his season ending this way after such a spectacular start to 2025. But Manu Gonzalez is out of the Valencia Grand Prix, and we can now start the celebration for Diogo Moreira.
39 points clear in the championship. Manu Gonzalez was. Ashton Misano with just 6 rounds remaining. It looks like he was nailed on to be world champion. Here he starts to be debriefed then with his Dynamite Impact crew. You can clearly see he's got no grip, 0 grip, nothing to offer whatsoever. Holgado's got plenty to offer though, hasn't he? In the battle for this final Moto2 victory now, as he's all across the rear tyre of Guevara. Although looks like he's destroyed to match this late race pace. But this is now Danny Holgado looking to end what's been a stunning first season in Moto2 from the top step of the podium. Guevara's got it all on here to win for the first time in Moto2.
Yeah, we'll see lifetimes as they come across the line. I don't think this is Guevara slowing down too much. This is just Holgado just injecting some more blistering pace into this Grand Prix with now 3 laps to go and 1 corner. Guevara has now negotiated that corner, and the key for Guevara here is to get a good run out of turn 14, because Holgado will struggle to pass him with the straight line speed of that Boscoscuro. 33.6 for Danny Holgado. The gap now next to nothing.
Fair play to Fire as well on the podium for the first time in Moto2 last weekend in Portimao. He's riding out of his skin once again. What a future we have for the Netherlands rider. He picked up ages on that last lap. Fire now up into P4.
Guevara has 8 Grand Prix victories, of course, all in Moto3. So this is not a rider who's going to get scared at the idea of taking a victory. Of course, it would be a first win in Moto2. Manu Gonzalez is rejoining the racetrack. I think it's kind of fitting, really, that Gonzalez has the chance to end the season on track.
Oh dear, where did it all go wrong as far as Manu Gas is concerned? It's going to be a very painful Sunday experience for him here in Valencia as Diogo Moreira, who is just now in complete cruise control. He is just now able to enjoy what has been a fairy tale season for the Brazilian. Only arrived in the Grand Prix Paladini in 2022. As mentioned before, the Grand Prix has been meteoric rise. Well, it's been stunning. What a ride to Providence it has been. He's going to be Moto2 World Champion. He will be the Moto2 World Champion heading into MotoGP. Who is going to take the final 25 points of 2025? Is it going to be Guevara or Holgado? I think Ortola has just battened down the hatches. He's just going to settle for that maiden podium here today. Just has not quite had the late race speed of the 2 Spaniards ahead of him.
He's clear enough of fire that he shouldn't have to worry about that first place unless he makes a mistake. 2 more laps to go. 28 corners for Ethan Guevara to nail correctly to try and hold off this intense race-long pressure from Danny Holgado. Will Guevara finally crack?
8 kilometres now remaining for Diogo Moreira. History in his hands. History beckons. There is the Brazil football shirt, of course. They are a sport-mad nation. Football and Formula 1 have been the stories in sporting terms. Oh, as Holgado comes, trying to attack Guevara late on here. But Brazil are going to get a new sporting superstar, aren't they, very, very shortly? Diogo Moreira, camps to Moto2 success. Oh, Guevara's struggling to hold the line here, isn't he? On the Boscoscuro. off the scorer mounted. Guevara just about standing firm from this late Holgado onslaught.
Punches out of those slow corners though, which leaves Holgado with no way to attack him down the straight. So that's why Holgado is trying to get creative in some of the tighter sections of this track to try and force an error out of the 28, who is a lap and a quarter away from a maiden Moto2 win.
Guevara has ridden so beautifully in this Grand Prix. It would be, you'd feel it's cruel for him to be denied so late on, but we know how good Holgado is in terms of worn tyre attacks late on in these Grand Prix. They drop that down now into the final corner. Just one lap remaining of the longest season in Moto2 history. Will it be Guevara? Will it be Holgado taking the forward? We know Diogo Moreira is going to be Moto2 World Champion in 2025, but who will be taking the final top spot?
Once again though, in the slipstream, Holgado can do nothing with it. That 28 just too fast in a straight line. Turn 2, one of the big opportunities. Is Holgado close enough? He isn't.
Resisting, defending quite brilliantly here, isn't he? Ethan Guevara, it was right here 3 years ago that he said goodbye to Moto3, where he took his last Grand Prix success. Already a 2-time winner in 2025. It's Danny Holgado. Oh, and Holgado trying to find a way through. It's the Moscow score that's just favouring those slightly wide lines. It's on entry and then mid-corner, which is just sucking Holgado into a jam.
The other blue crew from Moscow has just passed Diogo Moreira, who's now 11th, who's cruising through the World Championship. It's far from a cruise for Ethan Guevara. He's got half a lap more to hang on.
I don't know whether Holgado's got anything left here. Guevara then now, it's pretty much one line going through this infield section. Holgado's going to have to find something special here. He's going to have to get really creative. Is he just going to wait until the final corner? And once again on the mechanics, he gets on the tighter line, and that might be it. That might be game over in terms for Guevara. Now there's massive breathing space. He was just trying to get the power, wasn't he? With a little bit too much lead angle. Holgado then looks like his race is a run. Down the hill goes Guevara. He has ridden an absolutely beautiful Valencia Grand Prix, just as he did here in 2022 in Moto3. Ethan Guevara is going to be our 6th first-time winner in this incredible 2025 Moto2 campaign. The first win for Blue Crew Kamak Yamaha, but it is Diogo Moreira who will be your 2025 Moto2 World Champion. It's history for Moreira. He becomes the first Brazilian ever to win a Grand Prix title. He was 24 points clear of his closest rival Manu Gonzalez coming into the title decider. The title has been decided in favour of Moreira. Brazil does have a new sporting star. They'll be going nuts, won't they, right now in South America. Absolutely brilliant by Diogo Moreira. He took the checkered flag in 11th place. The Prosecco is going to be flowing shortly. The tears have already started flowing for Diogo Moreira. He will be in MotoGP next season in 2026 as your Moto2 World Champion.
He has been ice cool. Around this 2025 season, but the emotion is now unleashed. Diogo Moreira at the start of the second half of this season after Manu Gonzalez.
And he wins the Moto2 World Championship. What a story. First Brazilian to win a title in any Grand Prix class. This is the 77th season of Grand Prix motorcycle racing, 76 years since it all began back in 1949. Hard to believe we've had to wait so long for title success. Of course, a pioneer on 2 wheels for Brazil was Alex Barros, who was a MotoGP race winner. What a star performer Alex was for so many years. But what a way for MotoGP to make a much anticipated and long anticipated return back to Brazil as we head to Guyana for round 2 next season. And the Brazil fans will not only have a MotoGP rider to cheer on, they will have a world champion to welcome.
He is overcome with the joy, the emotion, the stress of it all. It's been such an incredible Moto2 campaign. few really spoke about Moreira as a potential title contender at the start of the season, but he's gone from Rookie of the Year to World Champion. Some of the great Brazilian stars of football now are listed on the back of those shirts as Moreira boots the ball into the light. Livio Supo, who has been key to the success story of Ital Trans, he's speaking to Jack.
Livio, you've been absolutely key to Diogo's rise to prominence. What a performance throughout the year. The biggest turnaround in Moto2 history. How did he do it?
I think he has done, I mean, first of all, I'm sorry for Manu because he didn't deserve to finish the championship with a technical issue. But I think Diogo has proven to be able to keep the pressure, manage it, and deliver only 6-second season in Moto2. An unbelievable job, so we are very proud of the job the team has done and the riders.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Grazie.
Yeah, congratulations to Ital Trans Racing. Two sides, of course, to every story. Manu Gonzalez coming up short, and his tears for the complete opposite reasons. While Brazilian football has produced some magic number 10s, hasn't it, down the years? Now they have a superstar number 10 on two wheels. Legends like Neymar, like Ronaldinho, like Pele, and they've all been iconic Brazilian at number 10, and joining that club at turn 2, kicking the Brazilian-coloured football, is our newest world champion, Diogo Moreira. Jake Dixon is saying goodbye to Moto2. Honda World Superbikes, the next destination for the 29-year-old British rider. He ends it with a great recovery ride. 17th on the grid, 7th place for Jake Dixon. A good look to all of our riders departing Moto2 and again over to the World Supersport paddock next year. I was going to say surely there has to be a number 10 shirt with Diogo's name on the back of it. As mentioned, sporting icons, superstars, Neymar, Ronaldinho, Pele and Rivaldo. And now Moreira. No wonder he's going to give, but why he's got the energy left to kick that ball. Brilliant scene set here in Valencia. You can see pockets of Brazilian fans in the grandstand. There's going to be some party, isn't there, in downtown Valencia later on this evening. You have to be warned if you are in downtown Valencia, because it's going to be partying long into the night. Certainly if you're part of the very big Brazilian contingent.
New adventure to be continued, it says, on Jake Dixon's shirt there, to be continued in the World Superbike Championship next season. But watch out, MotoGP, because a new Brazilian superstar is heading your way with Ital Trans to LCR in 2026 as a MotoGP rookie with LCR Honda. Diogo Moreira might be noticing a bit of a hangover when he climbs on that RT213B for the first time on Tuesday. He won't care a jot about that.
Not even find himself on a podium until round 7 at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Surely no world champions had to wait that long for a third top 3 finish in a season. Thereafter though, Moreira was brilliant. A narrow second place, the closest ever Moto2 Grand Prix to finish on during that Aragon Classic. Wins in Assen, Red Bull Ring, Mandalika and Portimao, proving so decisive in the final reckoning. It's the Moto2 World Championship and a MotoGP future beckoning for Diogo Moreira. That was the scenario at one stage we thought was going to be the case for Manu Gonzalez. The race to the world title. That's really putting up the fight he was hoping to do. Diogo Moreira then fires the triumphant ride. 61 points he was behind. Championship leader Manu Gonzalez after 6 Grand Prix, after that French Grand Prix. At that stage, after Le Mans, Moreira's best finish had been at a 4th place. At that stage of the season, Manu Gonzalez, including Le Mans, was already a 3-time Moto2 winner in 2025. Tale of 2 halves, as mentioned, in Moto2 2025. The crop of 2025 has delivered us probably some of the best Moto2 races we've ever seen since the championship started back in 2010. This then was the moment where, well, it was curtains, he knew he was anyway. Diogo Moreira siding his way through on a cruising and slowing and a soaring Manu Gonzalez. those two have given us some great moments in 2025, and it was that moment which proved so crucial. Moreira winning the Sabtu.
Manny Gonzalez, winner in Thailand at the beginning of the season. He's also victories in Jerez, in Le Mans, and at Mugello, at which point Manny Gonzalez had a comfortable lead, and Diogo Moreira was yet to win in Moto2. How it has flipped on its head in 2025. Manny Gonzalez, he earned the right to be able to finish this season on his bike, on track, but finishes a gallant runner-up to Diogo Moreira. 29 points at the end is the winning margin for Moreira in the championship. Spare a thought for your winner today. There is no question that this kid is phenomenally talented, and finally it is realised as a Moto2 Grand Prix winner, the 11th different winner in 2025 is Ivan Guevara.
Absolutely sensational performance by the Spanish rider, 21 years of age, picking himself up off the floor after two big crashes here on Friday. I don't think anybody in the paddock, maybe even Guevara himself, doubted whether he'd be even in this Grand Prix, let alone winning it, which he has done. World champion and emblazoned all over the visor of Diogo Moreira. Just checking my stats, there's never been a Moto2 world champion who did not finish on the podium until round 7. What a story it has been as far as Moreira is concerned. I remember when he first arrived in the Grand Prix paddock in 2022 as a raw Moto3 rookie. Several MotoGP riders in the know, when they were asked to make their predictions, actually thought Moreira might win the championship in his first season. They know a top talent when they see it. Maverick Vinales being one of the early Diogo Moreira fan club members. Well, he saw something to do the Top Gun, and we see our top rider come to Park Ferme in Moto2 to shoot some great stories in that Grand Prix. Guevara, a first-time winner. Ivan Ortola completing the podium place, the 18th different rider on the box this season is Ortola. Farewell to a rookie season as far as he's concerned. The multi-coloured wings then. Again, team ready to greet Diogo Moreira. What has been a day that he will never forget. A season he will never forget. And of course, this is not even 48 hours away from when he gets to enter a completely different game. The biggest challenge of his life coming up soon, as he will in 2026 will be mixing it with the likes of Marc Marquez, with the likes of Jorge Martin, with the likes of Alex Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia. But as he has shown in 2025, his place on that MotoGP grid is richly deserved.
What he's been so good at this year is managing pressure. There's been many weekends in Moto2 this season where he's looked nowhere on Friday. He's not looked like a rider that's ready to win Grand Prix, and he then suddenly pulls a pole lap out of the bag on the Saturday afternoon, took pole position in Indonesia and went on to win, took pole in Australia, pole last weekend in Portimao, the victory which ultimately set up this final round victory for Diogo Moreira. He has handled so many punches, so many people have questioned his credentials this season, including his rival Manny Gonzalez and Aaron Canet. No one can question him now.
Look at the party, it's already started, as you do wonder. He hasn't even been able to get his hands on some championship winning Prosecco. Great to see small pockets of Brazilian fans dotted all around this Ricardo Tormo circuit. Second world champion 5 years for Italtrans Racing as well. Previously did it, of course, with Enea Bastianini. Already singing themselves completely hoarse in Park Ferme. And of course, revelling in the exciting prospect of working with Moreira in 2026 and beyond. Lucio Cecchinello, of course, will be team boss in MotoGP next season. Brilliant ride, first Moto2 podium, better late than never for even Ortola. Third here in Valencia with Jack.
Ivan, what a fantastic ride. Your first podium in the final race of the season. Just a perfect way to build for 2026.
I'm impressive. Incredible to do my first podium in this category and at home. So satisfying. Also, congrats to Diogo and Manu that they bring us such an incredible championship. Yeah, let's see and think in the next year.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you.
Fun on Ortola, what a year it has been in Moto2. The 18th different rider stand on the podium. We've got a record number of winners in this year's World Championship. Let's hope 2026 is as good as what we have seen in 2025. Well, it's been a great rookie season. He's been the rookie of the year. Pole position to second in the Grand Prix. Danny Holgado with Jack.
Danny, it's been a fantastic year with victories and podiums. You gave absolutely everything there in the final 3 laps. What are the emotions like at the end?
Yeah, the race was a fantastic race for me. I did my best every lap. The last 2 laps, I was fighting with my friend Ethan. I did it all, but it's good because finish the season, the first year season in Moto2 with a podium is a good year for me. I'm very happy with the year in general because the progression was very good. Thank you to the team for the fantastic job this year, and see you the next year. Thank you.
Very right, well done.
Thank you.
He has got an awful lot to be very, very proud about in 2025. Danny Holgado, 4 pole positions, 5 podiums, 6 victories. As the Moreira family congratulate Diogo Moreira, this is a great touch as well. Marc Marquez has spent a lot of time keeping a very close eye on the progress of Moreira. I think they've been training partners previously down the years. Marc Marquez, well, he's a former Moto2 world champion himself. Our 11th different winner then, and our 6th first-time winner in this amazing 2025 Moto2 campaign. Ethan Guevara with Jack.
Ethan, it's been a huge journey since that Moto3 World Championship, but you are now victorious in Moto2 with Danny pushing you all of the way. How satisfying a victory is this?
Well, this feeling is amazing. I don't have words to describe this feeling because I have too much work for every year to the 1 position, win my first race in Moto2. This is amazing. I like that to my family for support me day by day. Thanks to my team for all the work in the whole season. It's amazing, and I enjoy this moment because it's so beautiful. It's too much work. I dedicated race for my grandfather, West Spain. I love him so much.
Congratulations.
Grandfather, proud, didn't he? 21-year-old Spaniard. That was a phenomenal performance. As I mentioned in commentary during the race, he only ever led 2 laps in a Moto2 Grand Prix. Well, he led all 22 here today. Speaking about him in October, 18 rides on the podium this year. That is actually the equal highest in Moto2 history. But here he is then, crowned. I'm just going to get a little bit of a refreshing gulp of water. But ladies and gentlemen, history made. The first Brazilian Grand Prix world champion is Diogo Moreira with Jack.
Diogo, you've done it. Moto2 world champion from 61 points behind halfway through the season to now being world champion. How did you keep that belief to continue fighting and be world champion today?
Yeah, so happy. I don't have words to describe this. Only say thanks to all the people who supported me this year and also last year, so thank you so much. Now we need to enjoy the moment, try to forget all. But yeah, only say thanks to all the people and
Congratulations so much.
What a talent. Want a rider to watch in the future. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Numero uno, P1 in the World Championship in 2025. This was the sweetest moment of his Grand Prix career. 11th place. Not going to see too many riders happy with an 11th place, and what Diogo Moreira will be here today in Valencia as it starts to dawn on him. The magnitude of his achievement, not just the Moto2 World Champion in 2025, but doing something that no Brazilian had ever managed to do before in Grand Prix history. Something that you never take away from a rider. You're the first to accomplish anything in your chosen profession. It means you are something very, very special. You are something extraordinary. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing Diogo Moreira in MotoGP in 2026.
Follows quite literally in the footsteps of Pedro Acosta. He was Rookie of the Year in 2022, Champion in 2023, Diogo Moreira, Rookie of the Year in 2024, and World Champion in 2025. A meteoric rise for Moreira. And congratulations to Italtrans, their second Moto2 title. And they had Bastianini in 2020, now Diogo Moreira in 2025.
he's obviously good on with 2 feet, well, he's on 2 wheels, isn't he? There he is. World champion, that's what it's all about. All of the sacrifices that Moreira, his family and friends have made for so much of his life. It's all been fulfilled moments, it's all been building as this November the 16th, 2025, the best day of Diogo Moreira's life. We're going to get an initial podium ceremony here involving Ethan Guevara, Danny Holgado and Ivan Ortola. Another Royal Spanish podium, Gino Borsoy comes to celebrate Blue Crew from Yamaha's first Moto2 victory. We will then see Moreira come to the podium as our new world champion.
And it's nice that Gino Borsoy gets to accept the prize because he's been a big part of the Ethan Guevara story. He managed, of course, back at Aspar when Guevara was the Moto3 world champion. Ivan Ortola, part of a podium that's 2/3 Boscoscuro today. So Boscoscuro at least gets to end the season by seeing his chassis succeed. Danny Holgado, the rookie of the year, threw everything at Guevara on that final lap, but Ethan did not blink. And his reward is a maiden Moto2 victory. I think many expected him to take 60 Grand Prix, but the day has now come for the Mallorcan. Winning constructor prize then will be accepted by Gino Borsoy, Vice President of the Valencian Provincial Government. So much to Valencia to host this Grand Prix again. Borsoy, and gets back to what is essentially a new team, of course, in Moto2 this season, the Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha Boscoscuro team. Ends their first season in Moto2 with a victory. Ivan Ortola ends his rookie season with a victory. And his name to the likes of Holgado, to Alonso, Colin Bayer as rookies who have stood on the podium this year. Good chance for all of those next year. Watch out for this man, Danny Holgado, 6th in the World Championship and the Rookie of the Year. Ends his campaign with a 5th podium. Ending the season though as your winner. A second Valencia victory, Moto3 3 years ago. And the extraordinary talent that we've all known is there is realised today. Ethan Guevara is a Moto2 winner.
Stands on the top step of our final Moto2 podium in 2025. At times it has been a very unpredictable campaign this year. 11 different winners, 8 different rides on the podium, and 9 different teams have won in this year's Moto2 World Championship. Some rising stars of the future to keep a very close eye on. You think as well of 2 riders that were missing at the front of this Grand Prix. Alonso, a winner so far this season. Danny Holgado spent so much of the second half of the campaign featured as well. But Diogo Moreira, the world champion. Great delight for Diogo Moreira in Moto2. What a victory! Bravo! A horrible collision involving Moreira and Alonso. The stand-up wheelie, the stand-out rider here, Diogo Moreira, reignites his world championship challenge.
Podium of the season, 34 points the difference with 5 races remaining.
A masterclass from Diogo Moreira. 3 successive podiums. Down through control we go, and Diogo Moreira is back in the lead. Moreira, magic once again here in Portugal. Moto2 World Champion, a moment in history, becomes the first Brazilian ever to win a Grand Prix World title. There it is, and he's enjoying his moment in the limelight, he's enjoying his moment in the sunshine, he's about to enjoy his moment as our newly crowned Moto2 World Champion. He has got the special gold celebratory letters on. Congratulations coming from Ricardo. I think he's very impressed with the attire that is being sported here by Diogo Moreira. Maybe this time next year he'll beat Ricardo, which could be our world champion. Great to see him here. Great moments of congratulations and celebrations as Guevara, Mortola and Ricardo offer their immediate congratulations to the reference rider in this year's Moto2 World Championship. I wonder if Packy Jones is enjoying himself, because Diogo Moreira on the podium now as your 2025 Moto2 World Champion, the first Brazilian ever to be crowned a Grand Prix World Champion, and his reign starts right now. Well, I mentioned the name of Alex Barros being a pioneer for Grand Prix talent in the MotoGP World Championship. That's wonderful. What a great scene that is for Diogo Moreira, as Alex Barros is actually here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia as the Prosecco gets popped and Diogo Moreira then celebrates being crowned Moto2 World Champion. What a moment for him. What a moment in Grand Prix history as he gets the Prosecco shower. MotoGP is the next destination for the Brazilian. He's the first Brazilian to race in MotoGP since Alex Barros on the podium all the way back in 2007.
Champagne shower, which is reminiscent of Ayrton Senna, a three-time world champion himself. Diogo Moreira now a champion himself. 29 points he ends clear of Manu Gonzalez. Barry Balton, despite being taken out partly by his teammates in a roundabout way in the first lap, does see off Aaron Canet for third in the World Championship. Congratulations to the Belgian on a breakout season. Jake Dixon ends his final Moto2 season fifth. Holgado sixth from Vietti Arena. David Alonso, who didn't score after his delay on the first lap, he fell for ninth in the championship ahead of Senna Asian. Ivan Guevara ends the year in 11th, after becoming the 11th different winner of the season.
Mediterranean with ancient Roman roots. MotoGP is back in Valencia for the first time since 2023, and for the last dance in an unforgettable season. Around 30 minutes and 30 kilometres from downtown Valencia, the city is full of vibrant culture and unique character. It's the 44th and final race of the season, so for the last time in 2025, it's time to race in MotoGP. 4.005 kilometres, just under 2.5 miles. That's the Ricardo Tormo circuit here on the outskirts of Spain's third largest city in Valencia. 14 corners, 5 of them right, 9 of them left, and one of the tightest and shortest layouts on our record-breaking 22-round Grand Prix calendar. Got to be careful into that turn 2. We saw the 200s of Granby and Luke really crack out of contention to sprint there yesterday. Turn 8 is always a tricky braking zone as well around this Ricardo Tormo circuit, and then you have to be careful making the rear tyre going through turn 13. 1, 2 and 8, most demanding for the brakes. I mentioned that turn 13 is where it really is tough on the Michelin tyres. So many overtaking opportunities around this circuit. This was Marc Marquez early on the Grand Prix 2 years ago. So the final sprint action of 2025 saw Marco Bezzecchi by the battery and breakaway pole position. Front start device though not disengaging until turn 2, saw the Italian drop back quickly through the field from pole down to 6. There was this controversial collision between Jack Miller and Serwin Aldeguer, which dropped the Australian eventually out of points after he served a long lap penalty. Bezzecchi forced his way back through into the top 6, but it was Alex Marquez who crowned what's been a fantastic 2025 so far with our final sprint gold medal around the Spaniard's neck. Coming up next is the countdown, it's the build-up to our 44th race in this incredible milestone, the MotoGP World Championship. 22 races, 5 continents, 18 countries. We have been to the 4 corners of the globe, haven't we? The championship, of course, decided quite some time ago now, 6 or 7 weeks ago in actual fact, when we started our 4-race flyweight tour over in Japan. Marc Marquez wrestling back control of the World Championship, being crowned a 7 times MotoGP World Champion. He's the new reference once again. He's going to be the rider to beat in 2026. That is not up for question. Brilliant, isn't it, to be back in Valencia, our first visit to this wonderful city and this great circuit in 2 years. Of course, we send out thoughts and prayers once again all of the victims and the Valencian community after the devastating floods stopped happening here 1 year ago. MotoGP, of course, the MotoGP family and community coming together to contribute almost €2 million to the relief fund for Valencia. We have been welcomed back with open arms to our season finale round in 2025. First Grand Prix took place here all the way back in 1999. But we will close and sign off 2025 from the top step of the podium. As you can see, some of the Saturday morning sunshine we were blessed here on the Mediterranean East Coast. That has deserted us somewhat for our main race day. It is dry, it's a little bit cool and a little bit chilly. Alex Marquez then, our final sprint winner of the season. Our final Grand Prix winner of the campaign. Alex Marquez has had so much success so far in 2025. Yesterday's sprint victory, 27 podiums. He's never had a double win though, has he, in MotoGP? We're talking you through then all of our season closing action in this milestone campaign. Matt Burton, there was something to come from. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Just 27 laps then remaining of the championship. Marco Bezzecchi on pole position for the factory. Probably trying to be the first and probably rider ever to win back-to-back Grand Prix after he triumphed over in Portimao. Just over the Portuguese-Spanish border 7 days ago. Different winner. Different winners in MotoGP in the last Grand Prix for the first time in 5 years. But it's great to be back. Pedro Acosta. How many times have we asked this question though in 2025? Well, this is, we keep saying it's today's the day. Well, this is the last day for Acosta to become a first-time MotoGP winner in 2025.
Today isn't the day. His next opportunity will be on the 1st of March 2026 when we line up again in Buriram for the first Sunday Grand Prix of next season. That's the only thing in Pedro Acosta's mind here today, trying to end his wait for a maiden victory. In fairness, yesterday, I don't think it was going to happen. But any hope of it happening is there with that mistake into turn 8. See how much Pedro Acosta was pushing to try and keep MotoGP career began the great victory. KTM have had to wait until, well, since the Spanish Grand Prix at Jerez in 2023 when they last won a sprint. Go back to Buriram in 2022 for the last time they won a Sunday Grand Prix. That was in the wet conditions of Buriram with Miguel Oliveira. He had to go all the way back to the Catalan Grand Prix of 2021 for the last time that we saw KTM win a full dry Grand Prix. So much still to be settled on this final day of the season. We do actually have some breaking news that has just dropped that we can bring you now. Is that Yamaha, as we're talking to you, have officially just confirmed via a press release that they will switch to the V4 engine for 2026. They've announced that in the last minute or so. So we can officially confirm to you and to Fabio Quartararo and company that the V4 will race across all Yamaha teams in 2026.
Yeah, good luck being the person that would have told Fabio Quartararo they weren't racing the V4 in 2026. Yeah, expected news and emerging from Yamaha. We welcome back, of course, this weekend. Great to see our former MotoGP World Champion Jorge Martin back in action on the factory Aprilia. And Maverick Vinales also back after a long injury level to take Grand Prix so far this year. Vinales, that's shoulder injury he suffered in that wet Q2 over the Sachsenring Grand Prix in Germany. Really has completely compromised the second half of the campaign for Vinales, but he's back in action. Good to see him ready to go here in Valencia. Alex Marquez, sprint winner in 3 years, passing in dominant fashion over 13 laps yesterday, wasn't he? Michele Massini told Jack on the sprint grid yesterday that they expect Alex to be strong in the sprint, but stronger to stay. Well, given how strong he was in that sprint, that's a rather worrying message coming out of Mazzini as far as the chasing pack is concerned.
Silver Surfer as he is this afternoon, riding a wave of momentum from his sprint win yesterday. He has seen quite a lot of silver, it's fair to say, this season, with many in second place, which has ultimately contributed to second place in the World Championship. That is the very eye-catching livery that the 73 will run here this afternoon for the final Grand Prix of the season, looking to achieve something, as Matt mentioned, that he hasn't done before, and that's a double in MotoGP. The first half of that was paved clear by this fast start at the beginning of the sprint yesterday. Once he passed Marco Bezzecchi, there was never really much doubt as to who the sprint winner was going to be.
Yeah, yesterday was Alex's 17th sprint podium. 15 have come in this remarkable 2025. So many historic moments in this historic season, of course, completed one of them by the Marquez siblings. First time ever we've had two brothers first and second in the MotoGP World Championship. It all started, the writing was on the wall, wasn't it, for the opposition in 2025 when over in Thailand, our first Grand Prix, a 1-2 for Mark and Alex, the first time two brothers had ever finished first and second in a Grand Prix. Ending the season strongly as well. There's been some magic moments, hasn't there, so far for Trackhouse Aprilia. The highlights, Ralph Fernandez's maiden victory over in Phillip Island, sprint podium, close sprint podium yesterday, wasn't it, Ralph Fernandez? Can they end 2025 on the box? Well, let's get the thoughts of Trackhouse boss Justin Marks, who's for Jack.
Yeah, great to be joined by Justin. First time I've seen him for quite some time, and quite a bit has happened in the last season, Justin. Your team now officially MotoGP winners. What was the emotion like on that day, watching from afar?
Oh man, I wish I was there with everybody. I mean, the best part of it was just seeing how excited everybody on the team was. They've worked so hard. You know, when we came in 2024, we told them that do what we're doing and stick to the plan here, that this is something that we feel like we can accomplish. We can win these World Championship races. So I was just incredibly happy for Raul. He's gone through an amazing growth period for himself this year. Definitely in contention to win the race today. Very confident on his bike today. But Australia was, that's where the magic happens. I mean, that's what we're here. We're racers. We want to win. And just really, really happy for everybody on the Trackhouse team.
As you say, the team have been so successful in four wheels with NASCAR. But how did the emotions compare to have finally done it with these very, very young projects with two wheels and in MotoGP?
Well, it closed the circle. I mean, it made the story complete that we were trying to shoot for right now in this age of the company. And that, you know, it's a difficult thing. We're racing two disciplines that are just so different from each other. There's not a lot of crossover. There's not a lot of learnings from each other. There are some, but they're so unique. It's just great for the Trackhouse story that we can go and we can say, look, we're trying to do something cool and unique and new in the motorsports industry, but we're also racers and we're competitors, and winning is the most important thing for us. So I would say one of the coolest things for me personally was, you know, watching that race from Charlotte Motor Speedway the weekend that we were racing in NASCAR. We won the NASCAR race the next day, and or that later that day, and walking down through the garage area and seeing all the fans in the NASCAR community congratulating us on the MotoGP win is really cool too. of us are really excited for what's to come next year as well. Raul in great form at the moment, finally realising that potential, and we're seeing this year in moments what are you capable to do. We have two incredible riders, and Raul's really embraced his role as a leader on the team. You know, everybody moves at a different pace, everybody grows at a different speed, and Raul's just in a place really, really good mentally right now. He really understands what he needs from the bike. He's riding confidently, he's healthy, he's feeling good. So I'm very excited about what's ahead because there's a lot of talent in that young man. I think he can win a lot of races, and confident where the Aprilia bike is. I think it's going to continue to get better. Excited about what they're working on behind the scenes. And then I mean, you know, it's the way that he came out of the gates this year early in the season. It really shows the speed that he's got, and he's just only going to get better. And I think next year, the sophomore year, being able to go back to all these tracks for a second time, having experienced them on a MotoGP bike before, will just make him better and better and better. So I think we have the bikes to win, we have the mechanics to win, and the team to win, and we certainly have two of the riders that can win. So I'm super pumped for us.
As you should be as well. Hopefully it's a good day for you. Great to see you. Enjoy the race. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have fun.
Yeah, great little interview that, Jack. Thank you very much with Trackhouse boss Justin Marks. Well, they certainly made their mark, haven't they, in MotoGP this season, contributing to a brilliant, most successful season in the MotoGP World Championship. 3 wins so far. 2 for Sesi, 1 for Raul Fernandez in that brilliant Ireland Grand Prix. Juan Mir, unfortunately, one of 2 Spanish stars in this upcoming 27-lap season finale that will have to be in the long lap. 1 for Mir because of this moment which cleaned out Marini yesterday, Lewis.
All the riders to take out with unerring accuracy. His teammate Luca Marini, who was swept up along into the gravel track by the errant Juan Mir, who, as you can see there, was immediately clasping his hands in apology in the direction of Luca Marini, who said, you know, it happened, he wasn't too fussed and too disappointed with it. Marini, once again, I guess, cursing how he was the 3rd rider in a very close top 2 in qualifying 1, when pleased 13th on the grid. But the 3rd consecutive Grand Prix. And just to underline what you saw on screen just before we showed Juan Mir in the HRC Castrol box, Honda looking to try and shed some concessions here this afternoon. But of course, with no points scored yesterday in the sprint after their riders took each other out, they need a top 7 finish this afternoon to move up from rank C to, or rank C to C here this afternoon. Not an easy task.
It was all about high fives in the final Grand Prix of 2025 as far as Fabio Gianantonio is concerned. In Q2, he took his career 5th front row in MotoGP and his 5th sprint podium after this late move. A real good fight, wasn't it, between Digia and Raul Fernandez late on. Yeah, no wonder he's got a smile on his face because he had to force that one, did Gianantonio. He actually said after the sprint how well and how impressed he was with Raul Fernandez's performance on the Trackhouse Aprilia. Making 4th place with the checkered flag from Fernandez. Was, of course, on the podium and collecting the trophy on our last Grand Prix in Valencia, wasn't he, Fabio Gianantonio, before the stewards took it off him. Afterwards, there's his bronze medal for the sprint podium yesterday. Was over the line on the podium here 2 years ago before a tyre pressure penalty saw him punched back to 4th.
That's enough to send warning to his opposition on the front row that GT can't be discounted this afternoon. I guess a lot will depend for him how he gets that bike off the line, which has been a bit hit and miss over the course of the season. GT Delinia chats to the reigning World Superbike champion, Toprak Razgatlioglu, who will make his public MotoGP testing debut in 48 hours' time. We will be here throughout the day at the Ricardo Tormo circuit, bringing you full live coverage of that day of testing, where we will see Toprak. Don't know yet what his number will be, but we will see him on board the Yamaha V4 as he begins his MotoGP adventure.
Toprak to say to Delinia, come on, tell us a few secrets. How do you do it? How have you built the best motorcycle in Grand Prix racing history? The Ducati has the best MotoGP rider at present, and the Yamaha about to get the best World Superbike rider at present as Razgatlioglu moves over to MotoGP. What a mouth-watering prospect that is for all of us in MotoGP in 2026. This was a very, very big talking point in that 13-lap sprint yesterday, wasn't it? The collision at turn 2 involving Jack Miller and Thurman Aldeguer, which carried on long into the evening, Lewis, didn't it?
Yeah, Jack Miller, as you can see there on screen, wasn't exactly in support and agreement with the penalty that was handed out to him. Initially, it was a 3-position drop, which Jack Miller took zero notice of, and so then that was upgraded to a long lap penalty, which he realised probably should serve in case he carried over into today. Jack Miller, as you saw there, describing the penalty, amongst other things, as ridiculous. That he can't say that Jack Miller went off the racetrack, stayed on the racetrack, and perhaps questioned the tactics of Aldeguer as the role he played in that collision. That's all behind them though now, and they will focus on a Grand Prix, which like we saw this afternoon, where they start next to each other, 8th and 9th.
Day by day, a race by race, that firm in Aldeguer's fan club is a rapidly expanding fan club, isn't it? There's been a lot of support coming the way of the number 54 after he was crowned MotoGP Rookie of the Season. Podium finish, of course, in Le Mans in Austria, and a breakthrough victory in Mandalika, becoming the second youngest rider in Premier Class history to win in MotoGP.
Pecco Bagnaia then gets set to clamber aboard his factory Ducati GP25, but I don't think he's going to be devastated to see very little more of at the end of this season. Bagnaia has had a miserable second half in particular of 2025, but perhaps in the first half was particularly stellar either. Bagnaia goes from 16th place on the grid here this afternoon, starts side by side with the outgoing 2024 champion Jorge Martin. They are 16th and 17th respectively. Bagnaia, of course, lost any remaining hope of finishing third in the World Championship yesterday afternoon when he failed to score in the sprint. Marco Bezzecchi took 5th place. 4th place could still be decided here today. Pedro Acosta is 6 points clear of Pecco Bagnaia. And it's fair to say that where they're starting on the grid, Acosta will take quite some turn to lose that place. Bagnaia. Acosta 5th on the grid, Bagnaia 16th, and 6 points is the difference in favour of the KTM rider.
Austin ticket in town this weekend, a ticket for the season finale in MotoGP. One of the biggest sporting events in Europe, without question, this weekend. One of the biggest sporting events in the world, as the greatest motorsport show on earth reached its conclusion in 2025. A season which sees Marco Bezzecchi clinch the 3rd place overall for the 2nd time in the last 3 years on 2 different motorcycles and for 2 different teams. It's been a sensational second half of the campaign, hasn't it? As far as Marco Bezzecchi is concerned, he's been scoring sprint podiums for fun. He's taken victories this year in Silverstone and in Portimao. For his first ever back-to-back win, never himself won back-to-back Grand Prix as Marco Bezzecchi. As our final sighting lap then of the season commences here in Valencia. Still plenty more to get through in this final race there of the campaign. Of course, just in the paddock later on this evening, around 6:30 PM will be the start of the MotoGP 2025 awards. Can follow across all of our social media platforms. And then the riders come to the grid. Good to be there with the pitches moving out the pitch now. It's Jorge Martin, absolutely brilliant to see him back for one final place in what has been a dismal and injury-ravaged 2025. Of course, it was this stage last year where Martin fulfilled a lifelong dream. He was crowned MotoGP World Champion in 2024. He could not have envisaged, he could not have imagined what was to lie in store in a 3rd season on the factory Aprilia, where there has been comeback after comeback, injury after injury. Martin, though, was on course mainly for a point-scoring finish in the sprint yesterday, just looking for some much needed confidence.
It is worth just reminding you all at home, it's not really going to change Jorge Martin's life today, because as I mentioned, he's after seat time, but he does have a double long lap penalty to serve in his Valencia Grand Prix as a consequence of the last time we saw him racing for this weekend, when he took out his teammate Marco Bezzecchi at the start of the Bezzecchi sprint. So that might actually do Martin a favour, because it will get him into some clear track at the back of the field. He will have 2 long lap penalties to serve today.
Well, those 2 Hondas will be hoping that they avoid each other in this full resistance Grand Prix today. And Juan Mir, a bit of friendly fire at turn 2, which will see Mir have to come through the long lap penalty himself. So Marco Bezzecchi then, certainly one to watch. He can carry on this rich vein of form from part 2 of 2025. I do feel that Bezzecchi and a fully fit and healthy Jorge Martin on what will surely be an improved factory Aprilia next season. Will they threaten Cassie's recent domination of the MotoGP World Championship? Cassie have not lost the championship, of course, since Fabio Quartararo took the glory for Yamaha back in 2021. But Aprilia have emerged as a consistent threat, particularly at times in the second half of the season. And what lies in store for KTM? Well, you have to believe that the first 5 or 6 Grand Prix, maybe even early, the first 2, 3, 4 Grand Prix of 2026, is so vital for manufacturers like Yamaha and like KTM, who will be more than well aware that they have 2 top talents on board their motorcycles right now. Pedro Acosta and Fabio Quartararo have made it crystal clear. They've been unequivocal in saying that if they don't get competitive machinery in 2026, they will be looking for new employers in 2027 and beyond.
Big riders that are more than ready to win some motorcycles at the moment that are not. There is Fabio Quartararo. The max exodus from the grid continues. Riders seeking some peace and quiet, potentially a comfort break before this Grand Prix gets underway. Let's show you the grid then. Marco Vector, Alex Marquez, Fabio Gianantonio is your front row. As expected, it's harder and medium rear that is the preferred pick in the full-length Grand Prix. That's what we also see on Moto2. Raul Fernandez, Pedro Acosta and Fabio Quartararo. Morbidelli, Miller and Aldeguer on row 3. Mir, Zarco and Agura is your 4th row of the grid. Luca Marini lines up 13th for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row, ahead of Aleix Spargaro, wildcarding for Honda, and Brad Binder for KTM. Pecco Bagnaia is the final Grand Prix, which you'll be quite pleased to hear. In 2025, 16th, ahead of Jorge Martin, who has a double long lap penalty. Miguel Oliveira in 18th place. And we can now head down ahead of his final full-time appearance in MotoGP. Miguel Oliveira speaking to Jack.
Yeah, great of Miguel to chapter us onto the grid, which I'm sure is an emotional one. Miguel, right now, ahead of lights out, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. I mean, as good as you can feel about a race start, you know, as the normal weekend. It is special to be the last one. And yeah, definitely feels that way now. Didn't felt it during the whole weekend, but being here, thinking as the last time. I was quite happy today. This morning I woke up and I thought, it's actually the last time I'm doing the parade on the truck. But then I thought also the other riders for this season, so I mean it's quite relative. But yeah, obviously super happy to be able to enjoy the weekend like this. I think the race is gonna be tough with these temperatures, but you know we showed a good pace in the warm up, so hopefully we can find that feeling again on the race.
Miguel, it's been great having you in the Grand Prix paddock. I'm sure it won't be the last time we see you line up. Enjoy the last one.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Yeah, the end of an era as far as Miguel Oliveira is concerned. Of course, the end of an era as well for one of his former team bosses who spoke in nothing but glowing terms about his relationship with Miguel just a few days ago when he joined us in the commentary box. Of course, as we say, farewell full-time at least to one of our paddock stalwarts, somebody who has contributed so much to the current success of the MotoGP World Championship, as today is the day that Hervé Poncharal, long-serving team owner and principal of Tech 3 for Yamaha and of course most recently for KTM, says goodbye to the MotoGP World Championship, taking over the reins next year. It's an exciting prospect, isn't it? Gunther Steiner will take over Tech 3 next season, right on cue, and this is going to be very emotional as far as Hervé is concerned. He has been in this paddock for well over 40 years. What a servant, what a character he has been. Yeah, we'll kiss you goodbye as well, Hervé. I'm sure it's not his final au revoir, but what a character, what a personality. And as mentioned, he has contributed so much, not only as Tech 3 team owner for so many years, he was president of the International Racing Association for so many years as well. Will be missed. As we said on Friday when he joined myself and Lewis in the commentary box, don't be a stranger, and I don't think he will be.
Now, anyone who's met him or knows him in this paddock, whether you've known him for 30 years or 30 minutes, you all have a warm story to tell about Hervé Poncharal. It will not be quite the same without him, but it will still be every bit as eventful at Tech 3 next season, with Gunther Steiner heading the operation, Richard Colbert, of course, entering as the team manager too. coming up for Tech 3 and everybody next season's final season of this current iteration of technical regulations. The final Grand Prix of 2025 then comes up ahead of us with Marco Bezzecchi on pole position, looking to buck the trend of what happened yesterday when he was just back through the order on that very first lap when his front rider device didn't engage. Trying to even the score with Alex Marquez, just as he did a week ago, of course, when Bez had to watch others celebrating the sprint before he went on to dominate the Sunday Grand Prix.
Yeah, at the end of this Grand Prix, there won't be a dry eye in the house all day down at the French-based Tech 3 team. Welcome back, Maverick Ricardo. Unbelievable, throughout his entire Grand Prix career, Maverick had never missed a race in any class division before his career. He missed the last 8. Good to see him back in action though. Nicola Rudiger continues to deputise for the Indian Marc Marquez. But today offers the last opportunity, the last dance as far as Pedro Acosta is concerned, in trying to win that first MotoGP race. He's brilliant once again, second in the sprint. We've got the boss, Pete Byron, who joins Jack.
Yeah, and I'm sure Pete's absolutely delighted at the fact that this is the last time in 2025 I'm going to ask him the same question. Is today the day?
I hope so, but I also will repeat, if we fight for the podium, I'm happy. That's where we wanted to come back so badly, and we worked really hard for that. The whole factory did, and the team here did, and also Pedro did. So we worked our way up there together, and so yeah, he deserves that win more than anything. How hard he wants it, but like I said, happy for fighting for podium from this position here. If we have another start like yesterday, I think we have a good chance on anything, but Valencia is not so easy to pass, so let's just get clean through that first corner and make it a really good one for everybody. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to Pit Byron. Well, it's the end of an era in terms of Grand Prix racing as far as Somcat Chantra is concerned. Of course, he will partner Jake Dixon in Honda's Factory World Superbike team in 2026, but he leaves with some special memories, some special moments for our Thai fans. His first Thai rider ever to compete in the MotoGP World Championship, and his first Thai rider to score points in the MotoGP World Championship as well. He got that accolade with a 15th place over in Assen. And more good news as far as Thai MotoGP fans are concerned, because on the eve of this final Grand Prix of 2025 here in Valencia, we got the news that we are going to be returning to the Chang International Circuit in Burram until 2031, including at least, I know it's obviously a very popular stopover on our Grand Prix calendar. It will be the kick-off for 2026 once again. So yeah, a long-term future secured for the Thai Grand Prix at Burram. Well, let's hope Honda's, the factory Honda's in particular, go a little bit further in this Grand Prix than what they did in the sprint yesterday. Tranmere and Luke Marie tangling at turn 2. Let's get the thoughts out of this final Grand Prix from the boss, Alberto Puig with Jack.
Yeah, worst nightmare for a team manager yesterday, Alberto. Has anything been said overnight or this morning to try and keep the guys apart?
No, it's not a nightmare, this is racing. So, you never know what can happen in a race, so things happen and this can happen, but if it happens with your two riders, it's really bad. But, I mean, everybody involved in this sport knows that these things happen, so it's what it is. Let's hope that today things go better.
Looking at the pace of the factory guys, what do you think their potential is today?
I mean, in this track, if you are not in the first two rows, I think your history is impossible, because the first three corners are super important, but once again, it's a race and you don't know what can happen. I mean, of course they need a good start and they need to, in the beginning they have to cool. I mean, we saw the pace of the yesterday race. I think today will be a little slower, but not that much slower, so we will see.
Thanks, Alberto. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks as always once again to Alberto Puig. As you can see, the riders are getting set for the pre-race grid ceremony. You can just see there as well, it certainly feels like it's some of the coolest conditions we've had of the weekend so far. The wind is seemingly at its strongest. We were expecting some gusts to last around this Ricardo Tormo circuit here in Valencia. So the riders then get set for the pre-race grid ceremony and then race there between two very experienced riders, aren't they? Aleix Espargaro and Jack Miller, well in excess of 600 Grand Prix, those two must have between the pair of them. Alex Marquez and his mate Fermin Aldeguer, a little bit of pre-race chat with the Italian squad, independent, top team of the season, top independent rider, rookie of the year, and even though they pretty much could have won, they didn't win, apart from the biggest prize of all, that Tower of Champions, lifted once again by Marc Marquez at the Mobility Resort in Motegi. Very shortly we'll be starting our traditional national anthem ceremony. The Ferris wheel overlooking turn 8 here in Valencia. Pretty good vantage point wherever you sit around this Ricardo Tormo circuit, this stadium atmosphere. Well, an even better view if you'd like to sit on the Ferris wheel for any part of this 27-lap Grand Prix.
It's probably the only seat left unfilled for this Valencia Grand Prix. A sellout crowd in a season where more of you have come through the turnstiles to watch this brilliant sport in person than in any other campaign of this great MotoGP World Championship. We thank all of you, whether you've watched from home or whether you've watched here at the circuit, for making this the incredible show that it is.
9 record crowds, over 3.5 million fans have come to atmosphere, the adrenaline rush, the buzz that only MotoGP can give you. We get set them now for the anthem ceremonies. By Francisco. Up next, Spanish national anthem. So our final grid ceremony of 2025 is complete. All what's left for us to do now is go racing for the final time in 2025. And we also bid to say farewell.
With what, exactly what, with what Lars gave me,
happy to have been, fulfilling my dreams. I remember when I was behind the fence, as a teenager, and to see what we have done. The 45 years in this paddock, meeting so many, honestly, great people, great riders, feeling so many emotions, discovering so many countries, doing a lot of crazy things, winning races, winning a championship. So, I have to be happy, and I'm really ready for the next chapter, which will be, I don't know, I will tell you next time we talk to each other. But, I want to enjoy this last race. We're not going to be fighting for podium, unfortunately, but I'm going to watch it with passion as usual, and everything is fine. I'm happy, and I would like to thank everyone who's been living in this paddock, because they're my family, they're my friend. I know almost everyone, every name, every people, and for sure it's going to be sad, and I will miss them, but I will be back. I don't know how, when, but I will be back.
That's great news. I look forward to that conversation in the future.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a career. Whatever lies in store next, whatever the next chapter is, whatever the next adventure is, I'm sure they will make a big success of it. When you look back, the world champions with Olivier Jacques, Shingy Nakano, Alex Barros, Marco Melandri, Colin Edwards, Ben Speed, Andrea Vizzo, so Cal Crutchlow, Bradley Smith, Johan Zarco, Jonas Folger, Miguel Oliveira, and Pedro Acosta. MotoGP podium finishes for Tech 3, whether it be on Yamahas or on KTM. Yeah, Poncheraldo ready to pass the baton in terms of ownership of Tech 3. Jorge Martin still ready to pass the baton in terms of the MotoGP World Championship. Marc Marquez will return at
Actually didn't go to plan yesterday, but if the start can go right, then it's clear that Marco's got the chance of winning this one.
Yeah, that's what we all think and hope. Yesterday we have an issue for the motorcycle. We didn't affect, but I think they fixed the issue during the warm-up too, and we have a good chance. We hopefully gonna be the.
So it's an optimistic Max Biaggi, optimistic that Marco Sesi just as he did 7 days ago in Portugal. Bounced back from a less than expected sprint result to win the main Grand Prix. Val Fernandez really is enjoying life at the moment on that track, House of Aprilia. Still not fully 100% fit. He has been reported a bit of pain and discomfort in that left arm and left shoulder after the crash in FP1 at Portimao, which eventually ruled him out of all the race action last time out at the Algarve International Circuit. Fourth over the line though in yesterday's sprint, not even a second behind Fabio and Gian Antonio. We heard from the boss Justin Marks. They feel like that also a real good crack at being in the hunt for the top three once again here this afternoon.
So much is going to depend on what happens at the start of this 27-lap Grand Prix. So the first sector of the first lap will tell us so much. So tricky to overtake around this circuit. Marc Marquez is ready to watch it with the rest of us. Of course, was able to enjoy his brother's success yesterday in this sprint. It's pretty clear where Marc's allegiances lie today.
record crowd, nearly 3.5 million fans. A title fight between two brothers for the first time ever in Grand Prix history. 6 different winners in a row. Returns to Hungary and to Czechia. And the greatest comeback of all, completed by Marc Marquez. That's been the story of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship, which reaches its final chapter here today. Will be as the Grand Prix winner in the final showdown. Marco Bezzecchi on pole position for the factory Aprilia team. Looking to secure his third victory over the team. Previous wins at Silverstone and Portimao. Alex Marquez looking to end a dream season with a dream double. Already the winner of yesterday's sprint over 13 laps. The world will close out 2025. 2026, of course, starts here on Tuesday in Valencia. It will not be the start of Marc Marquez's reign, unfortunately. Convalesced over the winter after his season-ending shoulder injury in Mandalika. What a crowd. What a pleasure it is to be back here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Over 200,000 fans. Thanks to all and Marco Bezzecchi then has clinched already third place in the World Championship. In terms of position-wise, at the top end of this year's World Championship, Pedro Acosta 6 points clear of Pecco Bagnaia. Battle for 4th overall. Here we go then. Previous circuit winners. Bagnaia on the Ducati 2023. What a way it was for Suzuki to win there here in MotoGP. Alex Rins, absolutely awesome 3 years ago back in 2022. But it's been a record-breaking, it's been a historic 22-round World Championship campaign, the longest in Grand Prix history. And now we're set for the final showdown. It's race number 44. Who is going to take the spoils?
Down at the back of the grid
there,
there, yes.
It's back to Morbidelli.
Yeah, Morbidelli's dropped it before he even got to his grid position. He's due to start from 7th. They might have to delay the start for this if they can't get him off the grid.
Look at that, Luca Marini I think might be considered. Or did Marini get milestone season? It's lights out. So we are racing minus the Morbidelli at the moment in this fight. Showdown here in Valencia. It's another brilliant start of a pole position by the Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi. There's a it doesn't go the wrong way on this occasion as he did in the sprint. Antonio dropped across the nose of Pedro Acosta, so this Bagnaia cannot wait to see the back of 2025. It has been nothing short of a disaster.
We can see the back of it now. He's out of the final Grand Prix of the season. Roy Martin at the back of the field. He started next to Bagnaia as Bezzecchi clears off at the front of the field. That incident is under investigation. Zarco has dropped back to 16th place as a result of that. Both French riders have suffered on this first lap because Quartararo's out of the top 10.
Trackhouse and Trulli are stuck in that little melee as well. It might have been Ayagura. It was because Ralph Fernandez is there in fourth place. I think Agura might have also been caught up in that tangle. So Bagnaia down and out of the first Grand Prix. Can you believe it? It's his fifth successive Sunday that Bagnaia is not going to finish a Grand Prix. What on earth has happened to the Italian? He won the Japanese Grand Prix Motegi. He has not finished on a Sunday since.
We plan to be on lap 2 and lap 3.
So that's the crew chief of Jorge Martin, Daniele Romagnoli, explaining the strategy of the double long lap penalty. Laps 2 and 3 is the plan for Jorge Martin, who's already down in 21st place anyway. The top two streaking clear. Sesi from Alex Marquez, and this is not the start that Pedro Acosta wanted nor needed. Still stuck in fifth.
First time in Bagnaia's career he's had 5 successive DNFs. First time he's going 5 races in a row without a point since 2014 in Moto3. Can't ever recall a rider that's had 5 successive DNFs in recent history. Well, Frankie Morbidelli's farewell for 2025 was pretty much over before it even started.
Johan Zarco has a long lap penalty. We haven't seen the replay of that, but clearly the stewards have, and they deem Johan Zarco responsible. So now, 2 of the 4 Hondas in the field, and the 5 Hondas have got long laps.
Saw Zarco out wide on the exit of turn 2, and they obviously were trying to recover a bit of lost ground, just a little bit too aggressive going into turn 3 and 4, and that has cost Zarco a trip through the long lap penalty. Okay, this was Morbidelli's had a shocker. Clipping Aleix Spargaro's factory Honda as he came to the grid and toppling over. Jack, Frankie's back in the middle. What's happened?
Yeah, the bike was ready for him to swap, but Morbidelli went straight to the back of the box to feed to his crew chief Matteo Flamini, and he instantly went down to that right hand and taken the glove off. You can see him exiting out the back of the box. There's clearly some kind of injury to that right hand after the contact.
In Valencia, still plenty more to get through in this final race day of the campaign. Of course, just in the paddock later on this evening, around 6:30 PM will be the start of the MotoGP 2025. On the factory. Martin, though, was on course maybe time, but he does have it. Top 3 of at the moment, and just at the fastest lap of this Grand Prix, having got through onto Gian Antonio, he's already green daylight between himself and the Italian. Raul with a 1:30.023. He's already started to charge back towards Sesi, and Marquez ahead of him.
Behind this group of 5, we have Fermin Aldeguer running 6th ahead of Juan Mir, who's in the 7th place at Honda needs to move up against session fans, but of course he's still to serve his long lap penalty. Miller then 8, then at Marini, Binder and Bastianini, with Quartararo not helped by what happened on that first lap, now he's 12th.
Lead visited by Fernandez, seizes that inside line going into turn 6, that's where he lost the podium to the Gian Antonio in the sprint yesterday. That's a little bit of payback there as far as Ralph Fernandez is concerned. Martin, just for reference, has just completed now both of his long laps for his sprint disaster with Sesi over in Japan. On board then now with Acosta. We go through the right-hander of turn 10, and now he's going to seize that inside line under Gian Antonio. Gian Antonio reversing the wrong way, isn't he, early on in this Grand Prix. Acosta now picks him off to 4.
And if Pedro Acosta had any hopes of winning this Grand Prix,
Quite relative, but yeah.
Crazy.
She's doing a warm-up too.
Czechia, and the greatest comeback of all, completed by Marc Marquez. That's been the story of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship, which reaches its final chapter here today. Who will be the Grand Prix winner in the final showdown? Marco Bezzecchi on pole position for the factory Aprilia team. Looking to secure third victory of the season, previous win at Silverstone and in Portimao. Alex Marquez looking to end a dream season with a dream double. Already the winner of yesterday's sprint over 13 laps. 27 laps then is how the best riders in the world will close out 2025. 2026, of course, starts here on Tuesday in Valencia. It will not be the start of Marc Marquez's reign, unfortunately. Convalesces over the winter after his season-ending shoulder injury in Mandalika. What a crowd. What a pleasure it is to be back here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Over 200,000 fans. Thanks to all and every one of you celebrating this season finale with us in Valencia, taking our crowd figure to over 3.6 million in 2025. We thank every single one of you from the bottom of your hearts for being the best fans in the world, enjoying the best motorsport show in the world. Marco Bezzecchi then clinched already third place in the World Championship. In terms of position-wise, at the top end of this year's World Championship, Pedro Acosta is 6 points clear of Pecco Bagnaia in the battle for fourth overall. Here we go then. Previous circuit winners. Bagnaia on the Ducati in 2023. What a way was for Suzuki to win there. Here in MotoGP Alex Rins, absolutely awesome 3 years ago back in 2022. But it's been a record-breaking, it's been a historic 22-round World Championship campaign, the longest in Grand Prix history. And now we're set for the final showdown. It's race number 44. Who is going to take the spoils?
Down at the back of the grid.
Yeah.
Morbidelli dropped it before he's even got to his grid position. He's due to start from 7th. They might have to delay the start for this if they can't get him off the grid.
Luca Marini, I think, might be considered. Did Marini get tagged? I mean, what's happened here?
Oh, he clips Leighton Spargo, isn't he? Yeah, Leighton turns around and says, what on earth happened there? They've run into each other on several occasions before, but never on the warm-up lap.
Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. I mean, there's going to be maybe some potential danger on the circuit. Checking his left hand, isn't he, as well? Frankie Morbidelli. Can you believe it's rolling before our final Grand Prix of this milestone season? It's lights out, and we are racing minus Morbidelli at the moment in this final showdown here in Valencia. It's another brilliant start from pole position by the Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. Let's hope he doesn't go the wrong way on this occasion as he did in the sprint. The Gian Antonio drops across the nose of Pedro Acosta, so Didier head on a good start there in second place. Jorge Martin's wide at the back of the group on the factory Aprilia, but Bezzecchi this time around has got that front hole shot device disengaged, and he leads early on here in Valencia after all of the grid drama.
Miller was launching it on the inside there of Joan Mir, as we see contact there, that's Bagnaia and Zarco, and that really does cap off Pecco Bagnaia's miserable 2025.
Dear me, I'm not really sure what else we can say to describe what has happened to Pecco Bagnaia in 2025. It didn't exactly start in great fashion, it's finishing in an absolute disaster. He can't believe it. Four corners into this final drop.
To the back of a train, which is actually all the way over the top 10. Next ahead of him is Vinales, who's doing high 31. It's going to be a real test of his physical reserves for Maverick, his first pulling Grand Prix for quite some time. Then ahead of him is Mir, who's now up into 13th. Oliveira 12th in his final Grand Prix as a full-timer. And Quartararo 11th before we get into the top 10 with Enea Bastianini. The leading Honda is still Luca Marini in 8th place. If he can pass and stay ahead of Jack Miller, who's just up ahead of him, then Honda will jump up a band of concessions from D2C.
So on board with Marquez, cruising left-hander. That's second at the moment. He's looked rock solid, I think, from this Grand Prix. We go through 5 now. Alex Marquez just continuing to keep this pressure. Alex felt that he was going to be right in the game before the Grand Prix win here today. He's just not been able to sort of get any sort of close to striking distance on Sesi. That gaps that Bez is keeping is sort of around 3-4 tenths of a second. There might be additional problems for Alex to contend with because he can't in turn shake off with Andy directly behind him. It's a runaway top 3 this. They're long gone.
Costa's got problems here. Gian Antonio has now climbed right onto the back of him. Gian Antonio suddenly now has got half-decent pace on a 1:30.7. Acosta's going to be in the 31 shortly, and any hope of a victory looks long gone. Any hope of a 4th place is now starting to come under threat, with Ninja closing in.
Tyre endurance, tyre durability have been the major headache, the major complaint for Acosta, particularly over the last few Grand Prix, even though he's been able to consistently ride around. That's some of the glaring issues that are still on that RC16. Has to be the pre-event press conference on Thursday. If you had one wish, if there's one thing that you could have more of when you line up on the 2026 grid for the first time in Burma, what would it be? He just said grip. That is what we're missing. Further back down the order, then, and his farewell appearance in MotoGP is come on. Soft tyre, qualifies normally so well, doesn't even know how many occasions has Fabio Quartararo offered precious little on Sundays. They need more grip and they certainly need more power, don't they, from that V4 next year, Yamaha.
Yeah, which they have confirmed. If you're just joining us pre-Grand Prix, they did confirm that our V4, as we all expected, will race across all of their teams next season, both the battery squad and the Pramac squad, which welcomes Toprak Vazgatioglu on board next season. Marco Bezzecchi's gone and stretched this out. On that last lap, he pulled out 4 tenths over Alex Marquez. He's still doing low to mid 130s. There are only now a couple of rides behind him, 30s. Acosta is now in the 131 with that big queue building up behind him, but is Bez making a decisive jump here?
Well, last weekend in Portimao, from pole position, he got the dream start and he didn't have to see anybody else's rear tyre at the Abu Dhabi International Circuit. So has been the case once again here today in Valencia. Yeah, Alex Marquez clearly at the moment has not got the pace to go with Bezzecchi, and behind him, 2 tenths quicker on that last lap, was Fernandez. 3 abreast almost go Miller, Marini and Aldeguer. That's Marini working his way through on Aldeguer, so he's now up into 7th place. Aldeguer though has tried to tough it out with Miller at turn 2 yesterday, dives back on the inside of the Italian going into 2.
Ian Miller's briefly putting a fight between himself and Fermin Aldeguer. That lasted for all of about 2 corners before Aldeguer also got past Luca Marini. So now they're 6th and 7th, 43 and 54. Marini now the leading Honda in 8th. Juan Mir, he's now past Miguel Oliveira. He's up into 12th place and doing 30.6s, which is only a tenth of a second slower than Bezzecchi's going. They've not necessarily shown it in their own times this weekend, but in race trim, these Hondas are pretty quick.
Excellent right this by Jack Miller. He said he likes this sort of go-kart compactness of the Valencia circuit. You've really got to scratch around for a lap time on course for what would be his first top 10 in 10 Grand Prix. Last time Miller was inside the top 10 was as far back as our Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno. Well, those two have got very recent previous, haven't they, together, Miller and Aldeguer. They're brushing each other once again on. There was a bit of an elbow out of Ralph Fernandez. This has been coming. This has been coming. And Alex Marquez fades out of victory contention here. struggling to get that rear tyre hooked up on the exit of 14, and Raul Fernandez then, just in marks, Trackhouse boss pre-race said they expected Raul to be in the fight with the podium. Well, that assessment was bang on the mark, wasn't it, as far as Trackhouse are concerned. Raul Fernandez now up into second. The problem is, has he let Sesi get too far up the road in terms of the victory?
To the pretty at 1-2 now in this final Grand Prix of 2025. Moya Bay ended this season in strong fashion with victories already in Phillip Island with Raul Fernandez and in Portimao with Marco Bezzecchi. Better also won his fair share of sprints in that time. Raul Fernandez comfortably up the inside of Alex Marquez, who had absolutely no answer to that. He is now doing 1:31 and he's now locked in, I think, for a rather lonely third place.
Classy, clean move that by Raul Fernandez. I think Alex had sensed that he was there. He sensed that Fernandez was probably going to be that little bit quicker down the hill, so he made sure that he gave his fellow Spaniard plenty of room. Didn't want to yield the position, of course, but he didn't want to instigate any contact as well. We've had enough of that already so far this weekend. We saw some contact even before it was lights out for this final Grand Prix between Morbidelli and the latest Spadro. Gian Antonio, well, hasn't really taken any advantage from that front row start. I mean, he was third in the very early part of this Valencia Grand Prix, but Gian Antonio just has not had the pace, not had the rhythm, has he, at all. He's fifth at the moment. He could get one place better, and he starts to close back in on Acosta, but I think we expect Digit to figure a little bit more in that top three battle.
What's weird about this as well is Acosta suddenly now doing the fastest time. He's the fastest rider on track now, outside of Fernandez, who's just at a 30.519. Matched by Acosta, who did a 30.5 of his own. He's now going half a second lap quicker than Alex Marquez in third place. So I said a moment ago, Alex locked in for a lonely third. Might not be lonely for much longer, with Acosta taking half a second a lap, and he's dragging Gian Antonio along with it.
Antonio came on strong late on in the sprint yesterday, kicking off Raul Fernandez late on to deny what looks like maybe a double podium here as far as Trackhouse is concerned. Yeah, look at this, Alex just has not the rhythm, has he, at all? And he's still got half of this Valencian Grand Prix remaining, so this could be a rather tough ending to what's been a phenomenal 2025 for Alex. I think many people thought, given how strong he was in yesterday's sprint, he was perhaps a marginal pre-Grand Prix favourite over Marco Bezzecchi, but that's not how it's panning out at all, is it? Miller still there in sixth place, on course for just his second top six finish of the season here, the Aussie. His only previous one was right at the beginning of the season. 50 took the checker flag at round 3 in Austin.
There are two gaps closing here. Raul Fernandez is chipping away at this advantage of Bez. He's got it down, back down to 1.1, having lost the 10th in the first sector. But this gap between Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta was 2.1 seconds. But this lap began, you can see on the left-hand column of your screen that it's already down to 1.7. So at the moment, Alex Marquez has got no answer to the KTM that's closing it down.
Battle further back down the order. It's Quattararo, who we are looking ahead to Enea Bastian in his KTM and Joan Mir's Honda. The Beast giving a send-off to Tech 3 boss Hervé Poncharal with a potential top 10 at the moment. So Quattararo now has plummeted back down to 12th place. We on board with the Frenchman braking hard into this tight left-hander. This is turn 2. We'll stay left then now going through 3. Into 4 then now. This is where Zarco went a little bit banzai on Bagnaia on the first lap. Zarco, after his early long lap, is in 17th place.
Another Bastianini had a problem on the last time, and he did a 32.0, which was 3/4 of a second slower than Mir behind him, which is why the 36 is now all over the 23. And this is for a place in the top 10. Whether Mir can make any further progress from there remains to be seen, because there's a 2-second gap on the road to 9th place Brad Binder.
Jorge Martin, as he said he would do, this is not about headline grabbing results, not about just outright pace and thinking about where he might finish, it's just about finishing and getting some seat time on that factory in Aprilia. He's doing low 1:31s at the moment, still down in 23rd place. He's actually 0.6 of a second there behind Augusto Fernandez on the new YZR M1 V4 powered Yamaha. Down there we go into turn 14. There's the top 10 in the offing here. Finding way through on Bastianini back at the front. Raul Fernandez has taken a little bit more time out of Bezzecchi. The gap between the two Aprilias, first and second in this Grand Prix, is just 0.03 of a second over a full second.
And Alex Marquez still can't get himself back into the 130. He's still in the 1:31, 31.0 for him last time around. Outside of Jack Miller, Alex Marquez is the only rider in the top 8 in this race, doing 31s, which will concern Rossini at this stage of the race. Has he got any answer to Pedro Acosta, who can still potentially salvage a podium out of this final Grand Prix of the season, even if his wait for a win will go on?
Just shows the sort of strength of the pace and potential that Mir had in this Grand Prix. In this battle with the top 10, despite having served a long lap penalty, which would have cost him a thick end of 2.5 to 3 seconds. So he would have been probably off the road in that Miller-Aldeguer-Marini battle with Binder as well, had he not had to do the long lap. And you know, after the long lap he got yesterday for cleaning out Marini in the sprint, he's going to have to be pretty cautious. He's going to be perhaps a little bit more conservative when he's making moves.
Of course, the time he lost in the long lap will be added to time he'll have lost in traffic afterwards. Martin slowing down, he's got his left hand up, whether that's just a wave at the fans, whether he's decided physically, I've had quite enough for one day and I'm going to pull in. But Jorge Martin, who did do a 32.6 on the last lap, has he decided physically enough is enough for one day?
In the back of his mind, surely he has to be thinking about that full day of testing here on Tuesday, where he'll be believe on what will be the early prototype of the 2026 RSGP, maybe just conserving a bit of energy. He has had such little seat time, such little track time, has he, in 2025 so far, Jorge Martin. Perhaps understandable why he's just thinking, yeah, let's not really gaining much here, let's just make sure that we are as fit and healthy as we possibly can be as we head into Tuesday's test. Acosta, this is game on for this final place on the podium in this final Grand Prix. Acosta is really starting to charge back towards Marquez. The gap between the two Spaniards over the line has dropped down to under a second. Acosta comfortably clear now of the Gian Antonio.
Martin has entered the pits, so the 2024 World Champion is now out of this Grand Prix. He did at least, though, get to end his season in front of his home fans, which is something he really wanted to do. But Jorge Martin retires from the Grand Prix, receives a round of applause from his team. Much more to come from Jorge Martin in 2026, you can bet on that.
13 laps he completed in the sprint yesterday. He's done 14 completed laps in the Grand Prix, 15. But yeah, I think a battered and bruised body. I mean, he really has had a physical and mental torture at times this year, has he, Jorge Martin? So yeah, I think he just stuck it out for as long as he could. He was always going to be just a case of gaining some confidence and experience with the 2 long laps. And it has to be a factor. It just has to be. I just need to save energy. I'm sure he's really tired. He's really fatigued. He came into this Valencia Grand Prix fresh off the collarbone injury in Japan. The first time Martin had been back on 2 wheels since turn 1 in that Motegi sprint was when he jumped on his scooter here in the Valencia paddock. So understandable that maybe just the physical toll is really starting to take its toll once again on Martin.
Two fastest riders on track at the moment are the riders in 2nd and 4th. Benteke has responded a little bit to Ralph Fernandez, matched him on a 30.7 on the last lap. The gap between the two is 7 tenths of a second, but Alex Marquez has had no response to the relentless onslaught from Pedro Acosta. Catching the 73 is one thing, but can Pedro Acosta now pass him?
Doesn't he right now, the 73. Acosta, he closes in once again. Acosta was saying here, going into turn 8, he was having a lot of front locking in the sprint yesterday. That's why he had to give up the ghost in terms of trying to shake down Alex in terms of the sprint victory. Can this time around Acosta find a way through on Alex Marquez and snatch the final place on the podium here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia? Yeah, well, this is just a matter of time, this, isn't it? Alex Marquez just does not have any kind of rhythm, does not have any kind of pace. Well, it might even be coming now. Acosta's going to see that inside line. They'll drop down the hill. Alex is just that little bit late from the brakes, runs that tighter, defensive inside line, but now in the slipstream on the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history. Can Acosta get that rear tyre hooked up enough to maybe attack Alex on the brakes into turn 1? Once again, Alex goes defensive. He's almost in the middle of the circuit there, isn't he? As Alex tries to fend off Acosta.
Acosta, though, will get a run on him through turn 1, and turn 2 will be his next opportunity. Could be a big lunge from there, not close enough behind Alex Marquez. We saw when he passed to Gian Antonio that Acosta favoured the lunge into turn 11. Is that his next opportunity to potentially move himself back into the podium position?
I've got to say, once again, cracking ride, epic performance. for arm injury, really did bash himself about, but here he is fighting for the victory here today.
Information has just come through, by the way, from Aprilia. They say Aprilia decided to withdraw Jorge Martin from the race as a precaution. So whether it was a team instruction to Jorge Martin to save it from himself to pull in, but either way, precautionary measure for Martin to withdraw from the race.
They need him as strong as he possibly can be for the Tuesday test. Somehow, Alex Marquez is defending, like we know Pedro Acosta's capable of defending, isn't he, on that Grazini Ducati? He's been so good at repelling attacks so often, hasn't he, this season. Acosta is now trying to mount an attack on Alex Marquez. This would complete an excellent ending to 2025 for Acosta. 4 successive sprint podiums on course for 3 successive Grand Prix podiums here. Once again occupying the middle of the track is Alex Marquez. Once again Acosta, this time around not close enough to make the move on the inside at turn 1.
Roman Aldeguer is back ahead of Jack Miller. The battle which has got all weekend continues to go on for 6th and 7th. It's back in the hands of the 54 once again. Marini still right behind them, but unable to pass either at the moment. The first of the Honda still in 8th.
Not quite sure really how Alex Marquez at the moment is defending off Acosta. Well, the reason is because it's so hard to make clean passes around this tight Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. Through 6 we go, and at the moment Antonio maybe just creep back into this little battle, so it may well be soon a 3-rider fight for 3rd place in this Grand Prix. Costa is getting just a little bit impatient here, isn't he? Maybe just getting sucked into the slipstream of Alex through the king of 7. He had to be really careful there, because you can see that Dusty was kicking way offline going through 80. But it just tapped the power back in that a little bit too early. It could have easily gone down the road there, Acosta. He said he had a lot of front locking going into that turn 8 yesterday, didn't he, in the sprint? Maybe that's what cost him a bit of precious time there, losing time to Alex and also lighting up the eyes once again of Vigia.
Yeah, we're going to have a 3-way back to but look how quickly he just jumped on the back of Alex Marquez's rear tyre once again. Clearly he is a lot faster than the 73 if he can just find a way past, because there's 2 Aprilias at the front are doing 130, but Alex Marquez now doing a 31.2 in 3rd place. He's a half a second lap slower than the race leader at 30.7 for Gian Antonio. Half a second lap, he'll be right on top of these 2 at the end of this lap.
Dramatic ending for the final place on the podium, isn't it? Look at Gian Antonio, just look at the ground he makes up on the brakes going into turn 2. Acosta then, he's going to try and go for the inside line here, through on the inside of Alex Marquez. He goes, Alex, you know, he's going to try and fight immediately back. Acosta goes super defensive as they run into turn 5. So once again, Pedro Acosta finds himself putting that KTM. How on earth does he keep on doing it? More giant killing coming here from Acosta. And what is a KTM at the moment that's nowhere near on par with the 2 Ducatis behind him. And somehow Acosta's making it work once again.
Acosta needs to do a runner now, because his opportunity, while Didier is stuck up behind Alex Marquez, is to just bolt and try and pull clear and safeguard that 3rd place. He's 3.5 seconds off the leading pair, so he's not going to chase down the Aprilias from there unless something spectacular goes wrong on the road. But another podium looks like it is now in the hands of the 37.
This was not in the script at all, was it, for Marquez? We really did figure that he would be right in the thick of the battle with Marco Bezzecchi at the front. Just having a quick check on the gap between Bezzecchi and Fernandez. It's still around 3/4 of a second. There's more pain coming away here for Alex and Robin. Gian Antonio now is clambering all over the back of that Grazini Ducati. A bit of a dot in the background there is Fermin Aldeguer in 6th place, looking to close out his brilliant rookie campaign with a top 6. Aldeguer is over the line 1.2 seconds clear of Miller, who might well be coming under attack very quickly from Luca Marini.
What we're staring at the moment as well is the end of Ducati's long podium streak. At the moment it's Aprilia, KTM, your top 3. Ducati's only hope of a podium might well be Didier, and he comes through, and Alex Marquez, who has to check up to avoid running into Fabio Gian Antonio. That move was also coming, and Didier now takes 4.
Well, as strong as he was yesterday in that sprint, Alex, I mean, this has been one of his sort of poorer Grand Prix of the campaign. They've been few and far between as he's completed that 1-2-40 market. But Alex had a look over his right shoulder there, didn't he, just to see, well, is there any more trouble coming from behind? I think he can relax because he's well clear of his teammate Fermin Aldeguer. Raul Fernandez, well, he keeps pushing and trying to close this gap on Marco Bezzecchi, but Bezzecchi just got to stabilise, hasn't he? It's still around 7 or 8 tenths of a second. He just cannot get it down to under 7 tenths. Fernandez, he's trying everything, but Bezzecchi just faultless and flawless at the front of this Grand Prix.
He had to go back to the 2021 British Grand Prix, the last MotoGP Grand Prix, which didn't have a Ducati rider standing on the podium. That is currently what we're on the verge of seeing in the final race of 2025. 6 laps for somebody on a Bologna bullet to try and change that. The only hope really of changing that is Fabio Di Giannantonio, who did a 31.1, matched Pedro Acosta for pace last time round. That was even while he was overtaking Alex Marquez.
Marini has got through, that has been coming as well. Marini's been closing down on the Australian, so Luca Marini then now moves the factory Honda up into 7th place.
That's what they need, of course, this afternoon, if they're going to move up the concessions ladder and essentially give Luca Marini some extra days off next season. If they do move up, then the race riders can't do any testing in between Grand Prix. It will all be left to Aleix Spargaro, Taka Nakagami and company for the test team. But Honda clearly saying some very positive things about their 2026 bike as they continue to close the gap on the leaders.
Yeah, a bit more time at home with his family. That's the perfect carrot being tangled right now in front of Luca Marini. Of course, Honda were hoping that they would move up into fantasy because it would reflect on their massive progress made throughout 2025. Aleix Spargaro and Luca Marini have talked about the difference between the current spec Honda compared to this time last year. They both said night and day difference. Exciting to see what Honda are going to roll out in 2026. We'll see Marini and Mir on the new prototype here on Tuesday. Well, he was your Grand Prix leader for every lap 7 days ago in Portimao. He's been your Grand Prix leader for every lap so far here in Valencia. The gap has come down ever so slightly between Bezzecchi and Fernandez. It has. Not by much, but it just looked visibly like Fernandez had taken a bit of time back. Bezzecchi's back in the 31. That must be the first 131 we've seen in this Grand Prix so far from the Italian. And that means he's just over 6 tenths clear now of Fernandez.
Getting 2023 flashbacks here now because Di Giannantonio is miles faster than anyone else on the racetrack now. He's cleared Alex Marquez. He just did a 1:30.622. Immediately chopped 3 tenths added advantage that Pedro Acosta had ahead of him, and this battle for third is very much on.
Yeah, Acosta having worked so hard to get himself into this P3. He's now got it all on. Well, we know he's probably the best defensive rider in MotoGP right now. Well, he's going to have to really make that KTM as wide as this Ricardo Tormo circuit once again in there to fend off this late charge from Di Giannantonio. Antonio said yesterday it took him so long to find a way through a Ralph Fernandez twofold. Fernandez is riding brilliantly, and it's so hard to make a clean path here around this just over 4 kilometre Valencia circuit. When will he feel like maybe it's his moment to pick off Acosta late on if he can? Just checking on the gap between Bezzecchi and Fernandez. It's still just over 6 tenths of a second. There's still plenty of life left in this final showdown of the year.
Well, Fernandez just trying to keep that pressure on, and see Marco Bezzecchi will blink in the last stages. Of course, no real pressure on Bezzecchi's shoulders from a championship point of view. He clinched 3rd place in the championship yesterday with his 5th place in the sprint. Pedro Acosta here, defending the final podium position, has already secured 4th place in the championship, of course, with Bagnaia out on lap 1.
Bagnaia not even getting a chance to fight anywhere near the podium in this final Grand Prix. That's what happens when you qualify deep down in 16th place on the grid. So easy to get caught up in some first lap drama. Right here into turn 4 where he was the victim of some over-aggression, I think it's fair to say, as far as Joan Zarco is concerned. Alex Marquez in a bit of trouble here, Alex. He might actually lose 5th place here because Aldeguer on the last lap his Gresini teammate was 4 tenths faster. I just saw there at the back of the screen that Aldeguer is really starting to make big inroads here into Alex.
Our other returnee from injury has now also pitted. Maverick Vinales, who I did spot dropped below the plated on the previous lap. He has also now pulled in with 4 laps to go. Whether that's mechanical or physical, we'll have to wait and see, but Vinales is out.
So Hervé Poncheral's final MotoGP race. Fabio Quartararo crashed out late on here. Quartararo was in 11th place. He's gone down at turn 6. Oh dear. Well, Fabio Quartararo, we know how hard he's pushing because he doesn't tend to throw that Yamaha to the scenery very often, does he, Fabio? That's going to be his first Grand Prix dinner since Aragon.
Turn 6 catching the Frenchman out. 3 laps to go then, as they now come across the line. Marco Bezzecchi does now cross the line, and his advantage cuts to just 0.4 of a second. Just how much is Raul Fernandez prepared to risk? He might as well risk it all really at this stage to take victory, but of course Aprilia will want to see 2 of their riders come together with a 1-2 just a couple of laps away.
Been brilliant. Raul Fernandez in this Grand Prix has been everything as good as he was in Phillip Island when he won the race. He's this pressure on Marco Bezzecchi. He really has grown in stature, hasn't he, in the second half of this season. Raul Fernandez, he started once again in painful fashion once again. He got an injury in the opening test in his pack, put himself on the back foot for the opening Grand Prix. He's carrying an injury here this weekend. I mean, at the moment, it's just pure adrenaline that's keeping Fernandez in this battle for the win. It's pure skill and talent at the moment that's keeping Acosta on this podium. Gian Antonio, he will know. He's been close enough now to Acosta to just see, work out the master plan. Where's Acosta strong? Where's Acosta weak? And where can I maybe try and wrestle this 3rd place away from the Spaniard? He's got time. Doesn't need to rush it. Doesn't need to hurry here. Does he? 2.5 laps remaining.
Costa is still setting a pretty fast pace, which is why it's not been an easy overtake for Gian Antonio in the same way that it was when he caught Alex Marquez. The top 4 all doing 130s, 130.8s for second, third and fourth. Bez a 30.9. That sort of pace should just about be enough for Bezzecchi to hold off Raul Fernandez. Likewise, should be enough for Pedro Acosta to hold off Gian Antonio, as long as he doesn't make mistakes like that. Into the final corner. Gian Antonio now with a run at it.
Just look how hard Acosta's have to push to keep Gian Antonio behind him. Surely that would have cost Acosta a bit of exit speed on the run down to the first corner, but he's so good, so late on the race into 1. There's nothing that Gian Antonio can do at this stage. You can just see the top 2 there going through turn 2 in the left-hand corner of your picture. The advantage between Bezzecchi and Fernandez came down again, not by much, but Bez once again straying briefly back into those 131s, and here comes the Gian Antonio, here comes the move, into turn 4 we go. Acosta tries to lean on the Italian, no way back through into turn 5. Gian Antonio then trying to keep a Ducati on the podium for the 88th Grand Prix in a row.
Pedro Acosta trying to stop that from happening. Has the moment gone though, once he was clear through into 6. Where is Acosta really going to be able to fight back from here? We've got battles then, first and second, top left of your screen. Bezzecchi versus Raul Fernandez, lap and a half remaining. Gian Antonio versus Acosta for 3rd and 4th. Alex Marquez and Fermin Aldeguer are now right together for 5th and 6th.
Digia will feel like this Valencia circuit owes him one, because he was on the podium here 2 years ago, back in 2023. He was even in the Pro-Race press conference talking about his podium, which helped save his Grand Prix career. Ultimately though, it was taken away from him for a tyre pressure infringement. This time around, making sure that there is no post-race drama. It's going to be hard though, isn't it, to shake off Acosta, who really will want to end what's been a real sort of rollercoaster 2025 second season in MotoGP for the Spaniard. The final lap then of our historic, longest ever MotoGP World Championship campaign is underway. Marco Bezzecchi leads the lead factory of Aprilia. We're on course for a Aprilia 1-2 here. Just over 3.5 tenths per second splitting Bezzecchi and Fernandez. With Gian Antonio being egged on by team boss Pablo Nieto, is on the final place on the podium as it stands. Will he be able to hold off Acosta?
Tension at Aprilia, but they're about to celebrate their first 1-2 for a couple of years since Barcelona 2023. A little bit of resignation there from Davide Brivio. It's going to take an error from Bezzecchi from here to allow Raul Fernandez to sneak through.
These two have ridden brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly, haven't they? Neither of them have made a mistake. Absolutely phenomenal performance, another masterclass in leading and managing the pace at the front from Marco Bezzecchi. What an ending to the season he's having on the factory Aprilia. Aprilia never had back-to-back victories in MotoGP. That record's about to be ended by Bezzecchi, who's on course himself for his first back-to-back wins. Surely he's going to hold off Fernandez.
Looks like Gian Antonio has 3rd place covered. Acosta has settled for 4th place, but Marco Bezzecchi on course at the moment. He's 2 corners away now from his first double.
Down the hill we go then into the final corner. Just 1 corner left in 2025. Marco Bezzecchi, a twitch on the front end of the factory Aprilia. The Valencian Grand Prix started with a 27th birthday cake for Marco Bezzecchi. It finishes with the icing on the cake in 2025 as Bez wins the final Grand Prix of the season. The fireworks erupt in the background. Raul Fernandez completes a brilliant Aprilia 1-2. A stunning end to 2025 for the Trackhouse talent. Fabio Gian Antonio. Well, he should be getting a pay rise right now, and a big bonus from Ducati as he does make sure Ducati are represented in Parc Ferme once again in 2025. Pedro Acosta, well, once again he fought such great fine form. Aldeguer did get Alex Marquez late on. We suspected that was going to happen. Alex Marquez not at the races. He was 8.1 seconds behind Bezzecchi in the checkered flag. A checkered flag waved by 3 times MotoGP World Champion and Hall of Famer Jorge Lorenzo. Lorenzo himself would have been proud by that metronomic pace, that masterclass in leading from the front, just leading on in his career. That time produced by Marco Bezzecchi, who ends the season with back-to-back victories, back-to-back start-to-finish victories at Aprilia, Bezzecchi and a fully fit Jorge Martin. Watch out, they're going to be title contenders in 2026.
Yeah, back-to-back victories for the first time for Bez and for Aprilia. And a 1-2 to boot. Spectacular showing from Ralph Fernandez, who kept Bezzecchi on his toes until the very end. Their first 1-2 for over 2 years. The Catalan Grand Prix, of course, where Pecco Bagnaia didn't start after his crash moments before the race was stopped. There were no asterisks on this one from an Aprilia point of view. That bike is the class of the field in MotoGP as 2025 draws to a close.
Marco Bezzecchi's third win of the season sees him tied and now with Alex. Only Marc Marquez has one more Grand Prix this year. That Bez. Absolutely phenomenal. He had a lovely nod to his Valencian flag helmet there by Ralph Fernandez. He has the Valencian flag as well. Of course, absolutely brilliant ride. What a ride that was by Ralph Fernandez. He doesn't want 2025 to end, does he? The Spanish rider. Sprint podiums in Mandalika and in Australia. That stunning first Grand Prix victory in Phillip Pilot. Let's not forget, Ralph Fernandez was in the medical centre in Portimao 8 days ago, withdrawing from the Portuguese Grand Prix. Big doubts about whether he'd be fit to compete in this final Grand Prix. Fabio Di Giannantonio, though, does exact some revenge on Valencia, having missed out on the podium here 2 years ago. Just looking at the good news is for Di Giannantonio, we've got no indication of any sort of tyre pressure possibilities as Marco Bezzecchi
proposing there to his Aprilia motorcycle. It appears it is a marriage made in heaven in 2025 as Marco Bezzecchi hands Aprilia their first ever back-to-back MotoGP wins.
Well, he's making a proposal to the Aprilia. I'm sure there'll be a proposal for a long-term contract coming their way at Marco Bezzecchi. They saw something in the Italian, didn't they? They knew that he had the potential in a full factory team with full factory support behind him. He could deliver these kind of results. And Nicolo Budiger has a little bit of a tangle with some rear aero on the factory Ducati.
Another point today.
Yeah, another point. 15th last time out over in Portimao. But 2025 ends with Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi sending out a bit of a warning, sending out a bit of a statement here, aren't they, to the chasing pack. We're in the game. It's been Aprilia's best ever MotoGP season coming into this 22nd round. That's the 4th win now for the Nawali factory. This was Fermin Aldeguer, Alex Marquez late on. It was a bit of a nightmare, wasn't it, all told, as far as Alex is concerned. The very last corner of the season, he loses 8 positions and to his teammate of all people, as well as Aldeguer signs off 2025 with a real hard-earned 5th place. Alex just had nothing, did he? Didn't have the grip, it looked like underneath him on that Ducati GP24. Well, what a way for Aprilia to round off what has been their best ever season in MotoGP. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Massimo Rivolo. Who's for Jack?
Yeah, what a huge weekend for Aprilia. 1-2 for the first time in 2 years. Back-to-back victories for the first time ever. Third in a World Championship for the first time ever. More victories than ever. You guys are ready to fight for the title next year.
We were supposed to do it this year, but the season didn't start as we planned. I think we showed that we have the potential to do it, and for sure we do it.
I mean, both bikes up there, how much of a sign is that of the progress you've made?
I didn't get it.
Having bikes first and second, how much of a sign is that of the progress you've made this year?
I think that we needed to give a big applause to Marco and Raul that grew massively during the season, and to the team, Fabiano, all the guys in Oales, great job.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, special message to all of our fans as well. We thank every single one of you. There's these big burnouts in pit lane as we bid farewell and wish the best of luck and success to Miguel Oliveira as World Superbike beckons for him on the factory BMW. Miguel's final Grand Prix for the time being as he gets embraced by his father Paolo. 11th place over the line was Oliveira. As Marco Bezzecchi has already made the marriage proposal to his factory, but now he gives it a kiss on the tank. I'm sure the RSGP said yes. Their relationship has blossomed throughout 2025. Now Marco Bezzecchi is once again, and for the first time, a back-to-back winner.
Sunday, on what we saw before the race got underway, Frankie Morbidelli has been declared unfit due to a fractured left hand. He will not test on Tuesday.
What a nightmare. I mean, talk about self-inflicted wounds as far as Morbidelli is concerned. Easily done, just a momentary lapse in concentration. I mean, it didn't look like there was contact enough to fracture a bone in that left hand, but oh dear me. 2025 that ends in disastrous fashion for Frankie, and 2026 we'll see him, well the start of 2026 we'll see him missing in action on Tuesday at the test. Well, I think the message is loud and clear as far as Pedro Acosta is concerned. KTM have to step up, they've got to find something in terms of performance, certainly in terms of grip on that RC60, because what they clearly have is an A-list talent. They have one of the best riders in MotoGP right now, don't they, in Acosta. He is definitely ready to win. That's the KTM motto, ready to race. Well, yeah, they're ready to race. Well, that's not good enough for Pedro Acosta. He's hungry, he's ambitious, and unfortunately he will keep this stat.
In 2025, that's for sure. So a bit of new ground broken for this year. The top Ducati home today after Alex Marquez faded so dramatically in the second half of that race. That will be one of the big mysteries that will be solved after the dust has settled here this afternoon. Gian Antonio, who's had a really close season-long battle with his teammate Frankie Morbidelli, does win that one and takes 6th in the World Championship, and he actually only finishes 26 points behind Jaco Bagnaia.
It was Qatar 2023, the last time he had a double podium when he won the Grand Prix, a career-saving ride, of course it was, that night in Losail. The day though belongs to Marco Bezzecchi and the factory of Mulai. Well, the day belongs to the Niwali factory all round, doesn't it? With a 1-2 for the first time in 2.5 years. That's some way to sign off what's been at times a real rollercoaster season for Fabio Gian Antonio. It's not only Pecco Bagnaia that's had his troubles mastering the GP25, and then Honda do move up then. They are leaving the concession at rank D. No wonder Clint Cabrera have a big smile on his face, because he's congratulating all the engineers that worked so tirelessly behind the scenes to see Honda finally, the sleeping giant, awakening, aren't they, in MotoGP. They'll move up to rank C, they'll no longer be part of the engine development breeze. No testing days now for their official riders. So yeah, success is finally starting to come back the way of HRC. Moving up though from rank D to C, they're going to cut it. They want to be asserting their authority back on the MotoGP World Championship. On the 2026 Honda hit on Tuesday. Well, he finishes 2025 on a higher double podium here in Valencia. Fabio Gian Antonio, he's the Jack.
Fabio, double podium to finish the year, but boy, you had to fight for it today. First coming through and on Alex, then on Pedro. Just how difficult the podium was that?
Fully honest, I expected a little more, but the appraisals were incredible today. At the beginning I was missing something compared to the first four, but after half race I got my rhythm again, and I saved a little bit more the tire, and I was able to be faster and faster and faster. And at the end the fight for the surprise was amazing with Alex and then with Pedro. I really wanted this podium to finish well the season, to give to the team a great achievement to finish the season. So super happy and proud of them and of me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It is just the second double podium in MotoGP for Fabio Gian Antonio, and talk about contrasting fortunes.
mixed emotions if you're part of the VR46 garage right now with Digia, double podium in Valencia to close out his season, and Frankie Morbidelli with a disaster, hitting Alex Spargaro's factory Honda on the grid, fracturing a bone in his left hand and out of the Valencia test here on Tuesday. He had to work hard for the sprint podium yesterday against this man Ralph Fernandez. He worked hard to get the better of Pedro Acosta, but what a way to finish 2025, a breakthrough season for Ralph Fernandez on the podium once again here in Valencia. He's a Jack.
Well, what a brilliant ride, what a brilliant day. Success earlier on, and now you've managed to get onto the podium, pushing Marco all the way to the end. Did you think at any point that victory was possible?
Yes, five laps before to end the race. I saw that he make 2 mistakes. I cut 3 tenths. I say maybe it's possible. But anyway, I'm happy I'm here. 7 days ago, I was with my injury in the shoulder, so it is amazing. Thanks to everybody, thanks to the team, they deserve it. As I tell you, I have a family, but anyway, I try until the end with Marco, but to end in a podium in Valencia is fantastic, so thanks to them y bueno, gracias a todos por venir porque ha sido increíble.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, a brilliant way to end a fantastic weekend, and that's put the cherry on top of the cake, hasn't it? Rider of the race, and richly deserved for Ralph Fernandez. His team boss at Trackhouse, pre-race Justin Marks said they felt like he had the potential to deliver a podium here today, and he really did deliver. And that's a lovely gesture as he taps the Valencian flag on top of the helmet. Big special message to all the Valencia fans who come back in their droves here this weekend. First time ever as well, a special moment for this packed crowd. This is the first time that they've been allowed onto the circuit to take part in the podium celebrations. The final podium about to come your way, the final winner in 2025. Back-to-back wins for the first time for Marco Bezzecchi, who's with Jack.
Marco, back-to-back MotoGP victories, third in the World Championship secured. What a year it's been, what a way to finish it, but you really had to work for that one. Raul was not letting you rest.
Was well, I had a lot of fun, I have to be honest. Especially in the end, because Raul was super fast, super close, and always getting closer lap by lap. So it was tough, but very, very happy, super satisfied about the job from the guys, and yeah, very, very happy. Can't hope for a better way to finish the season, and now we are gonna celebrate for sure. We need it. We must do it. But Tuesday we start 2026.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that's what it's all about. You can't afford to stand still in MotoGP. You cannot rest on your laurels. Today has been fantastic. Today has been great. There's the wedding ring, there's the engagement ring that Marco Bezzecchi made the proposal to his factory in Aprilia. I'll have to ask him what that was all about in the broadcast set coming up shortly. But as you mentioned, yeah, tonight will be great. They will celebrate their success in 2025, but they've already got one eye on 2026, starting to plot potentially the downfall of Ducati and Marc Marquez next season. 2025, though, has given us so many memorable moments, hasn't it, in what has been an unforgettable season. So many historic moments in 22 rounds. Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez, two brothers at the top of the championship for the very first time. Aprilia really coming to prominence. Big name stars taken out through injuries. First time winners, a whole bunch of new podium finishers. Marc Marquez completing the greatest comeback in sporting history for many people. 2025 has just come to a conclusion. We're all ready for a nice long winter break, but dare we say it, roll on 2026.
So much to be excited about, and we'll have our first preview, our first snapshot of what 2026 may look like. Without Marc Marquez, of course, though, and now Frankie Morbidelli on Tuesday. We'll be staying in this Ricardo Tormo circuit to bring you full coverage and watch it live on MotoGP.com on Tuesday. And we'll see Paco Gatioglu and Diogo Moreira make their first MotoGP appearances in public. Yamaha and Honda Adventures respectively as they get underway in less than 48 hours time, so plenty to be excited about, plenty to keep an eye on as we preview 2026 on Tuesday.
That's been way to end 2025. Most fans have been in the main grandstands here in Valencia since about 7 o'clock this morning, creating one of the great atmospheres of the campaign. And Marco Bezzecchi there now is a 6-time MotoGP winner, a third of those Grand Prix. His wins have come in the last 7 days. As he really has shone on that factory Aprilia. He had Massimo really protect the Jacks. They were really hoping to be in the hunt for title success this year. Much of the season they were missing the brilliance of one of their superstars, Jorge Martin. And so much of the campaign recovering from numerous injuries, numerous setbacks, but he'll be back. He'll be back bigger, better and stronger in 2026. MotoGP community enjoyed our return to Valencia community. There's going to be a lot of parties in downtown Valencia tonight. The 2025 MotoGP Awards are taking place in just over 3.5 hours. Let's have a listen, shall we, and find out what the top 3 said.
Io non do tutto gas. Sì, ma tutto arriva da quando metti la moto dritta. Quando metti la moto dritta io la lascio un attimo di più.
Hai visto che è successo?
Oh, no, non è vero. No, contro l'Esce Spargarò. Sono amici loro. Ma porca, no, ha distrutto la moto. Ma non è vero. Beh, vabbè, però... No, ma è una madonna che sfiga te. Dio santo.
Comunque da stamattina che lo dici,
guardare quanto costava. Ma che puttana?
sei argento oggi.
Perché?
Che hanno fatto secondi, credo.
Bella però.
Devi fare un modo pronto di allora.
Se ma proprio fa schifo. Se non la devi fare ora è meglio lasciarla com'è a sto punto. Mi sei venuto su come una bestia però perché guarda davvero. Il finale di gara è meglio tenere 6 secondi perché sennò.
Sono 30 e mezzo, 30 però davanti non era all'inizio.
Davanti di gomma?
All'inizio non era, voi eravate molto perché all'inizio.
Io ieri fa conto che ho usato la soft perché un po' mi cagavo, poi teoricamente
ma abbiamo sbagliato, perché ieri vediamo la soft. Cioè è stato pronto al primo giro,
Sì. Io a destra pensavo che non fosse pronto, invece
era bellissimo, cavolo.
Poi ieri
hai fatto il contro sul passa a me. Che stronzo, non l'avevo passato io ma ho passato a me oggi.
Ieri vi vedevo e dicevo dai in altre 2 curve, che arrivo anch'io, invece no, niente.
Curva 4, Fabio Di Gian Antonio, vediamo il nome.
Mettiamo... io non mi
io non sapevo più niente.
Mannaggia, guarda te. No, ero lontano io, guarda dove ero.
Bene.
Alex è scoppiato. Se regare poi...
Los de Madrid no se puede ver el mar.
Ciao Carmelo.
So the top 3 of Continue have started their initial processing of that final Grand Prix of 2025. Look at that, thousands of fans are making their way to the podium celebrations here. A podium which ends with Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia on top, just as they were last weekend in Portimao. And thanks to Fabio to Gian Antonio, it is now. Is it 88 successive Grand Prix? I believe it is. Yep, the Cassi have been on the podium. There'll be a bit of a leap around as far as Borgo Panigale is concerned. Aprilia's first one to do in 2.5 years. What a way for the Nawali factory to end what has been their best ever MotoGP World Championship campaign.
Which ends with Aprilia second in the Constructors' Championship and Marco Bezzecchi third in the Riders' Championship. What can they achieve with, we hope, a fully fit Jorge Martin back next season? What the appetite, isn't it, for 2026? Fabio Di Gian Antonio, a double podium for the first time in 2025. Although he said to Jack that he's expecting a little more than that. It's third place for him. The Aprilia so too quick today, including Raul Fernandez. second place, showing that his victory in Phillip Island was no one-off. The one and only today, a marriage made in heaven with Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi signs off in style in 2025. Every lap this afternoon. Yes, he was kept on his toes by Raul Fernandez in the latter stages. At no stage did it truly look as if Bezzecchi was going to blink. So Aprilia, can we say for certain that they have the best package in MotoGP nowadays? Maybe we have to wait until we see Marc Marquez back on board that Ducati to have the definitive answer. They're making a very strong case right now. Fabio Di Giannantonio then his 6th career podium, 4th of the season. That season-long battle with his teammate Frankie Morbidelli. Trips himself up this afternoon on the warm-up lap. Another day for the Fernandez family. Second place for Raul here this afternoon. Finishes in the top 10 in the World Championship. And with his tuxedo rented and his place booked at the MotoGP Awards tonight, 3rd in the World Championship, and ends the championship with back-to-back victories. The brilliant Marco Bezzecchi.
Final part of 2025 and simply the best once again. Marco Bezzecchi is your race winner here in the Grand Prix of Valencia as the firecrackers go skyward. 2025 then has ended. Great comeback in sporting history completed. Marc Marquez back as the rider to beat in the MotoGP World Championship. But the threat of Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia is starting to loom large on the horizon. We will be back, of course, in early March. Chang International Circuit in Burran will kick off yet another 22-round World Championship in 2026. We make a return to Brazil at 4th round very early on in the campaign. Exciting rookies moving up into the MotoGP World Championship next season as some fans, for the first time, able to take part in the special post-race celebrations here in Valencia by getting their hands on some very special memorabilia. Memorable day though for Aprilia and for Marco Bezzecchi. Aprilia 1-2 for the first time in 2.5 years. Yeah, there goes the second of the Fernandez moves launched into the crowd. Hopefully you can still just about hear us ahead of what is always a spectacular fireworks display here post-race in Valencia. Standing final classification coming up your way shortly. We'll look forward to your company here at the start of 2026 in less than 48 hours time. Thanks for your company throughout 2025. It's been a pleasure to bring you the greatest motorsport show on earth. Personally, I will see you all once again in 2026. Well, I'll see you all again at the start of 2026 on Tuesday as the prep work begins for title glory next season.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure from Matt Burt, myself, Lewis Sutherby. We've enjoyed bringing you every second of the MotoGP action this season, which ends with Marco Bezzecchi, your Valencia Grand Prix winner. Ralph Fernandez pushed it close and took second. Fabio Di Giannantonio third ahead of Pedro Acosta, and Fermin Albuquerque passed his teammate Alex Marquez at the very last corner. Luca Marini 7th is enough to rid Honda of some concessions for next season. Brad Binder 8th ahead of Jack Miller, and Enea Bastianini does bid farewell to Hervé Poncharal with a top 10 finish. Oliveira on his farewell 11th ahead of Johan Zarco after his long lap penalty for taking out Pecco Bagnaia. Joan Mir, of course, also served a long lap on his way to 13th. Alex Rins and Nicolo Buliga, your final point scorers. Frankie Morbidelli, of course, pulled in after crashing on the warm-up lap. Marc Marquez then your champion by 78 points from Alex Marquez, your runner-up. Marco Bezzecchi clinched third yesterday. Pedro Acosta clinched fourth today. Fabio Di Giannantonio secures a place in the top 6 after he finished third, and Frankie Morbidelli withdrew early on. Constructors, Ducati champions, Aprilia had already secured second place, KTM third. Honda, with their 285 points, haven't scored enough to rid the concessions and move up from ranking to see Yamaha finish 5th. Ducati Lenovo complete the Triple Crown, team champions by 154 points. Gresini finished second. No changes in the standings today, with Yamaha just holding off Trackhouse for a top 6 finish. Independent standings, Alex Marquez is your champion, 205 points clear of Fabio Di Giannantonio. He secured second today. Independent team standings, Gresini your champions by 188 points. It's been a spectacular 2025 season. We thank you for your company as Marc Marquez climbs his Everest and returns to the summit of MotoGP. See you in 2026.
start the defence of his championship. Boy, Martin missing, unfortunately. 22 rounds in 19 countries, which means 8 months of adrenaline-fueled drama. We're about to go MotoGP racing here. It's lights out and we're racing. And Marc Marquez makes a dream start in Ducati's dream team. He takes pole position, he takes the sprint, and now the Grand Prix victory. After the Thailand treble, there is absolutely no stopping Marc Marquez in red. It is a turn masterclass here in Argentina.
Dai, il secondo weekend perfetto, partiamo how I know what I have to do, so we try to do it.
Red Bull Grand Prix in the Americas has been declared a wet race. Marc Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, bikes have been pulled off the grid.
Yeah, red flag, get right away.
Oh no, Marc Marquez has cracked. First big mistake as a factory Ducati rider. Pecco Bagnaia, he starts the counter-attack here, takes a first victory of the season.
Martin 80, the reigning world champion, is back with us.
Contact!
Oh, someone's down!
Oh, it's Martin. It's a painful return to Grand Prix action. 11 rib fractures. Marc Marquez is victorious here. In Como. Marquez class second, big mistake. Alex Marquez, his first ever MotoGP victory.
He does take the lead in the MotoGP World Championship.
We have a rider in MotoGP winning 6 successive sprints. Marc Marquez takes the lead in the World Championship.
Oh, that's Bagnaia on the floor.
Quattro and Binder have gone down the final corner. Oh no, Alex Marquez has clashed out. Beat from front from Johan Zarco. He wins the French Grand Prix, a homegrown winner for the first time in over 7 decades. King of the British Grand Prix. What's going on here? Quattro's in his arm. Fabio Quartararo, he's lost the lead. Poor Fabio Quartararo denied a certain British Grand Prix victory. Sesi wins an incredible, dramatic British Grand Prix. Marco Bezzecchi is back on the top step of the podium. The most dominant MotoGP weekend. Marc Marquez is a winning machine once again here in Motorland. What a year, what a moment it is for the Marquez family. The Grand Prix victory. This is Bagnaia territory. Marc, let's hit the front. Bagnaia. Oh! Bagnaia bombs on the podium in Mugello. This was not a sight we expected to see. Marc Marquez, a factory Ducati rider, in front of the Ducati team, celebrating a win in Mugello. Away. Marc Marquez on cloud 9 here in Aston. Takes sprint win number 9. And once again, there's more contact. Oh! Alex Marquez has crashed out. And Marc Marquez will win the Dutch GP here in Aston. What a season he's having in red. Marc Marquez reclaims his crown, he reigns in red, he's back on the throne as the king of the Saxon Ring once again. Marc Marquez at his beloved Saxon Ring, the king of the ring once more. Reigning world champion Jorge Martin, he missed the last 7 Grand Prix, but he's back here in Brno. Alex Marquez, it's been a wretched weekend here in Brno. Here goes Marc Marquez, he's back at the front. The first Ducati rider to win 5 Grand Prix in a row. Incredible job by Martin, 7th place, but there is no stopping the 93. Back from the summer break, Marc Marquez decided his moment down the 800 side by side with the factory at Mulai. Sesi really does try to top it out on the outside, but Marco's got through. Rookie, what rookie? Yeah, he's going for it. He's going to look on the inside of Sesi, and Aldegan on the charge. Today, the sprint and Grand Prix victory has been taken by the invincible Marc Marquez. It has been a breeze in Balaton of the World Championship leader Marc Marquez as he does win for a 7th successive Grand Prix. Marquez, pole position, sprint victory, Grand Prix victory. He is unstoppable. It's lights out of racing MotoGP here in Montmelon. It has been a brilliant bounce back in Barcelona for Alex Marquez. He takes the victory here at Catalonia Grand Prix. Welcome to Grand Prix of San Marino. Marco Bezzecchi completes a sensational Saturday.
That's Pecco Bagnaia now on the floor. A home Grand Prix again for Pecco.
For 2025 to forget for Bagnaia.
Still I don't understand something. It's just very frustrating. Things that are better but not the same in TV.
Oh, Bez has made a mistake. Marc Marquez making a move on Bez to take the lead here. It has been another Misano masterclass from Marc. That is revenge. That is payback for his exit when leading the sprint yesterday. Come back home, he
gets a match point for the Japanese Grand Prix Bezzecchi.
And Marco Bezzecchi has gone down for big injury though on the season. Bagnaia is back on the season. Sprint victory double. Pecco Bagnaia will win the Japanese Grand Prix. For all the pain to the pantheon of global sporting icons, it's the comeback to all comebacks. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion. Oh yeah, campione del mondo! He goes there! The island of Lombok is the Grand Prix of Indonesia. Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi. That's a massive, massive crash. Dramatic first lap here in Mandalika. Marquez's farewell in 2025. And what a dominant victory by the rookie. Phenomenal Flamine Aldegan here. His first MotoGP victory.
There are few better places than Phillip Island to make any victory.
And it is the phenomenal Rafa Fernandez in Phillip Island who wins the Australian Grand Prix at what track out of Korea. Bagnaia blasts the sprint here in Sepang,
But it's celebrations all round at Cassini.
Rookie of the year. Now Alex taking second in the standings. Alex will win a classic sprint here in Portimao. Marco Bezzecchi from start to finish. He wins the Grand Prix of Portugal. Now we're set for the final showdown. And Bez wins the final Grand Prix of the season. A career reborn at Ducati. The comeback king has taken the throne once again.
Was difficult, was super difficult, but now I'm in peace with myself.
Surprise. I was quite calm that day, and because I was not expecting so much. In the race, for me, was totally unexpected. I thought Nicolò was much faster than me.
Danilo Petrucci with the inside line on Fulham. So Petrucci climbing up through the order, having started in 6th, is now through for 2nd place. Iannone passed by Petrucci, and now Petrucci leads at the Cremona circuit.
Then at the end I was so calm and relaxed, my bike worked perfectly. I was in front. When I saw on my pitboard 0.5, it's like, a signal. So I said, come on Danilo, if you're something, try to make a bigger gap. 6 laps to go, I remember so well, I came out from the last corner. I crossed the finish line, and on the dashboard it appears red flag.
A red flag has come out.
Yeah, we're past 2/3 race distance.
I start to make calculation because I saw 6 laps to go. Maybe red flag was at 7 laps to go, but then at the end the race was continuing. So I start to make all this calculation when I was cheering to the fans.
Already a winner in Superstock 600, Stock 1000, MotoGP, even a stage on the Dakar, Moto America, and now it's mission accomplished. Danilo Petrucci wins his World SBK.
Before race, the target was to keep the first row of the grid, but immediately I felt an incredible feeling with the bike, and I was not absolutely from 7th, 3rd lap. I said, oh, I'm driving in 28, so, and in fact I was just clearing the gap lap after lap. For race 2, the pressure was on, because, after the second victory of the weekend, everyone was expecting the third.
Danilo Petrucci joins the Titanic trio as only the 4 hat-trick heroes in World SBK.
Made 3 wins in Cremona, in Italy, with that crowd was really like a thing.
With Silvio Pompeu, and then gets around Moreira. Pompeu into the middle, close! Oh, somehow doesn't go in! And then the ball is in! Moreira riding! What a finish! Here they go. Rossi! The Columbus crew at their absolute best!
29 races are in the bank so far in 2025 in the Repco Supercars Championship. And this weekend we commence our semi-finals. 2 instalments today and tomorrow, each of them 250 kilometres. And the news from Sandown is that Ryan Wood has, for the third time in 2025, off the back of his fine performance in Perth and on the Gold Coast. And this weekend we trundle down the southeastern freeway about 25 kilometres from Port's crazy Melbourne, where the MCG is a feature out in Springvale and the Sandown, been here since 1962 motor racing. It's a very special venue, and we've seen some epic events over the many years involving some of the biggest names internationally and locally in our sport. Think about Brock winning here in the Enduro 9 times, Moffat winning on 6 occasions, Fangio raced here as well, Mark.
Unbelievable, isn't it? The history of this place, Neil, and some of the world's best drivers and some of Australia's best are going to be on show this afternoon. It's only a relatively short circuit, 3.1k, big fast track down to turn 1 and up the back to turn 6, and it's going to be on down to the first corner for sure.
What a grid lineup we've got thanks to Titanium Caravan. Let's have a look at our 24 drivers, and it's a mixed bag to tell our story today. And off the back row of the grid, confirmed for 2026 is Aaron Cameron in the Cool Drive car alongside new dad for Corley Jones. Together with Pratik, congratulations. Jada steps in for Ricky Stanaway at Premier Racing, and a championship contender, Thomas Randall, is down the order. Andre Heimgartner's had a podium here way back, and he's out of 19th together with Jack LeBrock, who's now moved down here and resident in Melbourne in the Tyre Power car. James Golding's on the move next year, out of position at number 17 from Premier, and Nick Percat in the Bendix entry together with Will Brown out of 15 and James Courtney. How's the qualifying performance for Will Brown? He is our reigning champion. That's a considerable headache for him. New livery on the car for Cam Hill this weekend, Sharon Rentals, and Will Davison alongside him has been announced as leaving the Shell V-Power Racing team at the end of his championship season. Jackson Evans in the SCT Logistics car is going to join Walkinshaw and Andretti United next year. Cooper Murray, then we've got Cam Waters and David Reynolds. David's been quick here this weekend, and Cam is a championship contender. Brock Feeding is our championship leader. He's down in 7th position. Bryce Forward got on the podium in Tasmania. Can he do that again today? How about the rookie Ty Allen? Can he give us a storyline to end all stories in 2025? He's alongside his teammate. Just down the road from here is Anton Di Pasquale's headquarters for their race team. Only a few minutes away, qualified really well in 3rd position. Brody Kosecki, he might be the outlaw that you've been talking about, Mark. He's going to be well in amongst them. And the teammates, Ryan Wood and Chaz Mostert, they will start from the front row of the grid. And of course, Chaz is 2nd in this championship. What a story.
Certainly is, and history suggests that you need to be in the top 6 to win here, because only twice of 84 races have people come from outside the top 6 to win. Van Gisbergen in 2021 come from 17th. Norm Beachy in 1965 come from 14th. Every other time you've been in the top 6 to win at this location.
Now we're going back when we start bringing Storm and Norman into the conversation. Triple Eight has been very strong here over the years, because you've got to go all the way back to 2018. They've had consecutive wins here, bar one when Will Davis stole the chocolate in 2021. So they've had form. They're going to need that form today, because both their boys are a little further back than we might be accustomed to. On that topic, there is Tom Randall, and he's sadly down in car number 55, further down the order than we might have expected after a really difficult qualifying. Got first out in portion 1 of Boost Mobile Quali, down in 22nd position. Now, even since I've wandered up and down the pit lane and gone in with Hino Hudson to just walk through those race tracks, there's a bit of weather brewing out there, and there's been a standing forecast valid all day that there might be periodic showers. Like I said before, anything goes in Melbourne.
Final part of 2025, and simply the best once again. Marco Bezzecchi is your race winner here in the Grand Prix of Valencia, and the firecrackers go skyward. 2025 then has ended. Great comeback in sports, victory completed. Marc Marquez back as the right its feet in the MotoGP World Championship. But the threat of Marco Bezzecchi and Aprilia is starting to loom large on the horizon. He will be back, of course, in early March. Chang International Circuit in Buran will kick off yet another 22-round World Championship in 2026. Make a return to Brazil for round 2 very early on in the campaign. Two exciting rookies moving up into the MotoGP World Championship next season. Some fans, for the first time, able to take part in the special post-race celebrations here in Valencia, getting their hands on some very special memorabilia. Memorable day though for Aprilia and for Marco Bezzecchi. Aprilia 1-2 for the first time in 2.5 years. Yeah, there goes the second of the Fernandez groups launched into the crowd. You can still just about hear us ahead of what is always a spectacular fireworks display here post-race in Valencia. Standings, final classification can be up your way shortly. We'll look forward to your company here at the start of 2026 in less than 48 hours time. Thanks for your company throughout 2025. It's been a pleasure to bring you the greatest motorsport show on earth. Personally, I will see you all once again in 2026. Well, I'll see you all again as we start 2026 on Tuesday as the prep work begins. Title glory next season.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure from Matt Burt, myself, Lewis Sotheby. We've enjoyed bringing you every second of the MotoGP action this season, which ends with Marco Bezzecchi, your Valencia Grand Prix winner. Ralph Fernandez pushed it close and took second. Fabio Di Giannantonio third ahead of Pedro Acosta, and Fermin Albuquerque passed his teammate Alex Marquez at the very last corner. Luca Brini seventh is enough to rid Honda of some concessions for next season. Brett Binder eighth ahead of Jack Miller, and Enea Bastianini does bid farewell to Hervé Poncharal with a top 10 finish. Oliveira on his farewell 11th ahead of Johan Zarco after his long lap penalty for taking out Pecco Bagnaia. Juan Mir, of course, also served a long lap on his way to 13th. Alex Rins and Nicolo Buliga, your final points scorers. Frankie Morbidelli, of course, pulled in after crashing on the warm-up lap. Marc Marquez then your champion by 78 points from Alex Marquez, your runner-up. Marco Bezzecchi clinched third yesterday. Pedro Acosta clinched fourth today. Fabio Di Giannantonio secures a place in the top 6 after he finished third, and Frankie Morbidelli withdrew early on. Constructors, Ducati champions, Aprilia had already secured second place, KTM third. Honda with their 285 points have scored enough to bridge the concessions and move up from rank D to C. Yamaha finished fifth. Catalanovo complete the Triple Crown, team champions by 154 points. Rossini finished second. No changes in the standings today, with Yamaha just holding off Trackhouse for a top 6 finish. Independent standings, Alex Marquez is your champion, 205 points clear of Fabio Di Giannantonio, who secured second today. Team standings, Rossini your champions by 188 points. It's been a spectacular 2025 season. We thank you for your company as Marc Marquez climbs his Everest and returns to the summit of MotoGP. See you in 2026.
no world champion to start the defence of his championship. Boy, Martin missing, unfortunately. 22 rounds in 19 countries, which means 8 months of adrenaline-fueled drama. We're about to go MotoGP racing here. It's lights out and we're racing. And Marc Marquez makes a dream start in the Ducati Dream Team. He takes pole position, he takes the sprint, and now the Grand Prix victory. After the Thailand treble, there is absolutely no stopping Marc Marquez in red. It is a turn masterclass here in Argentina.
My room was too close. Secondo weekend perfetto, partiamo. I know what I have to do, so we try to do it.
Red Bull Grand Prix of the Americas has been declared a wet race. Marc Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, bikes have been pulled off the grid.
Yeah, red flag,
red flag. Oh no, Marc Marquez has crashed. First big mistake at the factory, Ducati rider. Pecco Bagnaia, he starts the counter-attack here, takes a first victory of the season.
Martin Dayton, reigning world champion, is back with us. Contact! Someone's down!
Oh, it's Martin. It's a painful return to Grand Prix action. 11 rib fracture. Marc Marquez is victorious here in Doha. Second big mistake. Alex Marquez, his first ever MotoGP victory.
He does take the lead in the MotoGP World Championship.
We have a rider in MotoGP winning 6 successive sprints. Marc Marquez takes back the lead in the World Championship.
Oh, that's Bagnaia on the floor.
Quattro and Binder have gone down the final corner. Oh no, Alex Marquez has clashed out. Beat the front from Johan Zarco. He wins the French Grand Prix, a homegrown winner for the first time in over 7 decades. King of the British Grand Prix. What's going on here? Quattro's with his arm off. Fabio Quartararo, he's lost the lead. Poor Fabio Quartararo denied a certain British Grand Prix victory. Sesi wins an incredible dramatic British Grand Prix. Marco Bezzecchi is back on the top step of the podium. The most dominant MotoGP weekend. Marc Marquez is a winning machine once again here in Motorland. What a year, what a moment it is for the Marquez family. The Grand Prix victory. This is Bagnaia territory. Marc has hit the front. Here comes Bagnaia. Oh! Bagnaia bonks on the podium in Mugello. This was not a sight we expected to see. Marc Marquez, a factory Ducati rider, in front of the Ducati team, celebrating a win in Mugello. Away. Marc Marquez on cloud 9 here in Aston. Takes sprint win number 9. And once again, there's more contact. Alex Marquez has crashed out. And Marc Marquez wins the Dutch GT here in Aston. What a season he's having in red. Marc Marquez reclaims his crown, he reigns in red, he's back on the throne as the king of the Saxon Ring once again. Marc Marquez at his beloved Saxon Ring, the king of the ring once more. Reigning world champion Jorge Martin, he's missed the last 7 Grand Prix, but he's back here in Brno. Alex Marquez, it's been a wretched weekend here in Brno. Here goes Marc Marquez, he's back at the front. The first Ducati rider to win 5 Grand Prix in a row. Incredible job by Martin, 7th place, but there was no stopping the 93. Back from the summer break, Marc Marquez decided his moment
He goes side by side with the factory of Mulai. Sesi really does try to pop it out on the outside, but Marco's got through. Rookie, what rookie? Yeah, he's going for it. He's having a look on the inside of Sesi, and out again on the charge. Again, sprint and Grand Prix victory has been taken by the invincible Marc Marquez. It has been a breeze in marathon of the World Championship of Marc Marquez as he does win for a 7th successive Grand Prix. Marc Marquez, pole position, sprint victory, Grand Prix victory. He is unstoppable. It's right down the way to the MotoGP here in Montmelon. It has been a brilliant bounce back in Barcelona for Alex Marquez. His victory here at Catalonia Grand Prix. Welcome to Grand Prix of San Marino. Marco Bezzecchi completes a sensational Saturday.
And that's Pecco Bagnaia now on the floor. A home Grand Prix to forget for Pecco.
For 2025 to forget for Bagnaia.
Yeah, I don't understand something. It's just very mistake. Things that are better to not say in TV.
Oh, Bez has made a mistake. Marc Marquez makes a move on Bez to take the lead here. It has been another Misano masterclass from Marc. That is revenge. That is payback for his exit when leading the sprint yesterday. Come back and challenging the Qualifying Nr.
He gets a match point out of the Japanese Grand Prix, Bezzecchi.
And Marco Bezzecchi has gone down for big injury though on the season. Bagnaia is back. Pole position, sprint victory double. Pecco Bagnaia will win the Japanese Grand Prix. For all the pain to the pantheon of global sporting icons, it's the comeback, the whole comeback. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion. Oh yeah, campione del mondo! The island of Lombok is the Grand Prix of Indonesia. Marco Bezzecchi, that's a massive crash. Dramatic first lap here in Mandalika. Marc Marquez, farewell to 2025. What a dominant victory by the rookie. Phenomenal Famine Aldeguer here. His first MotoGP victory. And it is the phenomenal Rafa Fernandez in Qualifying Nr who wins the Australian Grand Prix for track out of Korea. Bagnaia lasts the sprint here in Sepang, but it's celebrations all round and proceeding. Rookie of the year. Now Alex taking second in the standings. Alex will win a classic sprint here in Portimao. Marco Bezzecchi from start to finish. He wins the Grand Prix of Portugal. Now we're set for the final showdown. And Ben wins the final Grand Prix of the season. A career reborn at Ducati. The comeback king has taken the throne once again.
Was difficult, was super difficult, but now I'm pleased with myself.
Let me show you what I got.
Surprise. I was quite calm that day, and because I was not expecting too much. In the race, for me, was totally unexpected. I thought Nicolò was much faster than me.
Danilo Petrucci with the inside line on Bulliger. So Petrucci climbing up through the order, having started in 6th, is now through for 2nd place. Iannone passed by Petrucci, and now Petrucci leads at the Cremona circuit.
Then at the end I was so calm and relaxed, my bike worked perfectly. I was in front. When I saw on my pitboard 0.5, it's like, assistance. So I said, come on Danilo, you have something, try to make a bigger gap. 6 laps to go, I remember so well, I came out from the last corner. I crossed the finish line, and on the dashboard it appears red flag.
A red flag has come out.
Yeah, we'll pass 2/3 red.
I start to make calculation because I saw 6 laps to go. Maybe red flag was at 7 laps to go. But then at the end the race was 23, so I start to make all this calculation when I was cheering to the fans.
Already a winner in Superstock 600, Stock 1000, MotoGP, even a stage on the Dakar, Moto America, and now it's mission accomplished. Danilo Petrucci wins in World SBK.
For race, the target was to keep the first row of the grid, but in the third lap I said, I'm driving best lead, and in fact I was just creating a gap lap after lap. For race 2, the pressure was on, because, after the second victory of the weekend, everyone was expecting the third.
Danilo Petrucci joins the Titanic trio as only the 4 Patrick Hero in World SBK.
Made 3 wins in Cremona, in Italy, with the crowd was really like a dream.
With Pompeo, and then gets around Morera. Pompeo into the middle, close! Oh, somehow doesn't go in! And then the follow is in! Morera arriving! What a finish! Here they go
go. Rossi! The Columbus crew at their absolute best. Nine races are in the bank, so performance today and tomorrow, each of them 250 kilometres. And the news from Sandown is that Ryan Wood has the pole position for the third time in 2025 off the back of his fine performance in Perth and on the Gold Coast. And this weekend, we travel down the southeastern freeway about 25 kilometres from Port's crazy Melbourne, where the MCG is a feature out to Springvale and to Sandown, been here since 1962 motor racing. It's a very special venue, and we've seen some epic events over the many years involving some of the biggest names internationally and locally in our sport. Think about Brock winning here in the Enduro 9 times, Moffat winning on 6 occasions, Fangio raced here as well, Mark. Unbelievable, isn't it? The history of this place, Neil, and some of the world's best drivers and some of Australia's best are going to be on show this afternoon. It's only a relatively short circuit, 3.1k, big fast track down to turn 1 and up the back to turn 6, and it's going to be on down to the first corner for sure. What a grid lineup we've got thanks to Titanium Caravan. Let's have a look at our 24 drivers, and it's a mixed bag to tell our story today. And off the back row of the grid, confirmed for 2026 is Aaron Cameron in the Cool Drive car alongside new dad Macaulay Jones, together with Pratik. Congratulations. Jada steps in for Richie Stanaway at Premier Racing, and a championship contender, Thomas Randall, is down the order. Andre Heimgartner's had a podium here way back, and he's out of 19 together with Jack LeBrock, who's now moved down here and resident in Melbourne in the tyre power car. James Golding's on the move next year, out of position at number 17 from Premier, and Nick Percat in the Bendix entry, together with Will Brown out of 15 and James Courtney. How's the qualifying performance for Will Brown? He is our reigning champion. That's a considerable headache for him. New livery on the car for Cam Hill this weekend, Sharon Rentals, and Will Davison alongside him has been announced as leaving the Shelby Power Racing team at the end of his championship season. Jackson Evans in the SCC Logistics car is going to join Walkinshaw and Andretti United next year. Cooper Murray. Then we've got Cam Waters and David Reynolds. Davey's been quick here this weekend, and Cam is a championship contender. Brock Feeney is our championship leader. He's down in 7th position. Bryce Forward got on the podium in Tasmania. Can he do that again today? How about the rookie Kai Allen? Can he give us a storyline to end all stories in 2025? He's alongside his teammate. Just down the road from here is Anton Di Pasquale's headquarters for their race team. Only a few minutes late, qualified really well in 3rd position. Brody Kostecki, he might be the outlaw that you've been talking about, Mark. He's going to be well in amongst them. And the teammates, Ryan Wood and Chaz Mostert, they will start from the front row of the grid. And of course, Chaz is 2nd in this championship. What a story.
Certainly is, and history suggests that you need to be in the top 6 to win here, because only twice of 84 races have people come from outside the top 6 to win. Van Gisbergen in 2021 come from 17th. Norm Beachy in 1965 come from 14th. Every other time you've been in the top 6 to win at this location.
Now we're going back when we start bringing Storm and Norman into the conversation. Triple Eight has been very strong here over the years, because you've got to go all the way back to 2018. They've had consecutive wins here, bar one when Will Davison stole the chocolates in 2021. So they've had form. They're going to need that form today, because both their boys are a little further back than we might be accustomed to. On that topic, there is Tom Randall, and he's sadly down in car number 55, further down the order than we might have expected after a really difficult qualifying. Got first out in portion one of Boost Mobile Quali. He's down in 22nd position. Now, even since I've wandered up and down the pit lane and gone into the Hino Hut to just walk through those race tracks, there's a little bit of weather brewing out there, and there's been a standing forecast valid all day that there might be periodic showers. Like I said before, anything goes in Melbourne. So this is going to be a very, very on a special importance to be able to get down to that first corner and to be able to prevail. Story so far this weekend, if you're only just catching up with all the supercar news, well, it was a tough deal in quali for